Dukung siapa Zak hari ini Zak?
Bismillah RRQ bisa angkat piala trofi MPL yang baru.
Let's
go!
go!
RRQ is the new immortal. The new Immortal Cup.
Mortal Kombat.
Bukan Mortal Kombat, Immortal Cup.
Mortal Cup, sorry.
Yang bener mas.
Tadi pertanyaannya apa?
Zak, pernah nonton filmnya Imaginary nggak?
Pernah dong,
Yang
judulnya Kakak Bos. Film
Wih.
pertama Godfrey Orindeau sebagai pemeran utama. Ada Rita Aura dan Aurel Mayori.
Oh iya, wibu.
Enggak, kayaknya kamu ngikutin JKT48 berarti?
Iya, ngikutin JKT48 dari generasi 1.
Oke.
Gong.
Koreo dulu satu lagu kali ya.
Nggak usah belum.
Tadi pertanyaan ya.
Bukan show-nya JKT.
Ya,
bukan.
tadi pertanyaannya saya ulang ya Izak ya.
Ya.
Siapakah yang berhasil dikalahkan oleh RRQ tadi malam?
RRQ berhasil mengalahkan Geek Fam dengan skor 4-1. Saya nonton loh.
Iya.
Saya nonton langsung loh.
Iya.
Maaf.
Oke.
Yes, Kaiza. That's
Terima
the
kasih.
spirit.
Ya.
I love it.
Ampun bang, ampun.
Wow.
That's right.
Jangan emosi nanti kamu.
Oke, benar. Sorry Izak, kita kan mau cek ini fotokartnya rare apa enggak?
Kita buka, Zak.
enggak?
Kita buka.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Semoga super duper rare.
Amin.
Amin.
Di dalamnya kartu Telkomsel.
Semoga dapat Shaquille O'Neal.
Bukan itu basket.
Apakah rare?
Oke.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Widih.
Widih.
Ya.
Navi.
Wih.
Savero.
Savero dan
Maaf.
jatuh.
Yang paling satu lagi. Blazing Duet from Fabia.
Biar kayak ngerti. Yeay.
Wah gile, itu gue tunggu-tunggu banget. Gila. Kartu yang itu.
Itu dia dicari-cari banget itu sama keluarganya.
The most rare moment.
Udah lama gak ngabarin
Kalau
ya
dia
soalnya.
pergi pasti dicari kan sama keluarga.
Ini dapat juga ya kaosnya ya.
Kaosnya dapat juga aja nggak apa-apa ya.
Iya.
Karena semangat banget Sakti ya.
Yeay.
Bonus buat kamu. Thank you Sakti.
Thank you Imaginary.
Thank you,
Thank you
Zak.
tinggal meninggal.
Thank you Izak. Terima kasih Izak.
Nanti nonton
Thank
ya
you.
Izak ya, tinggal meninggal ya.
Makasih Kaiza.
Sis, thank
Ya.
you.
Dadah.
Bye Izak, thank
Izak
you.
keren banget. Ya Zak, mohon maaf itu kaosnya XS ya. Jadi mungkin buat
Ditukar.
Lebih begitu dia pakai jadi mini set ya.
jadi Sabrina.
Sabrina.
Jadi teman-teman film Tinggal Meninggal trailernya udah ada di YouTube atau di TikTok atau di Instagram.
Oh kita udah live YouTube kok.
Apa?
Udah live YouTube kita sekarang.
Oh udah live.
Hai
Oke.
YouTube.
Coba
Halo,
tiruin
teman-teman.
suara Jokowi
Gak
lagi.
usah
This
kalau
is
yang
me,
sekarang.
this is us.
Kalau yang sekarang gak usah ya. Oh di situ kameranya.
Yang
Hai
mana? Oh,
teman-teman
enak
yang
tuh.
di YouTube.
Halo.
Halo.
Please like, comment, and subscribe ya gitu kalau di
Wih.
YouTube harus.
Tapi tadi malam itu penontonnya udah 8 juta loh.
8
juta.
juta.
Itu dapat motor second itu.
Bener, Mio.
Gile.
Gila.
2006.
Kalau makan bergizi gratis berapa siswa itu?
Ini lagi live YouTube kok.
Oh iya.
Oh,
Maksud
lagi
saya, ya.
Iya,
oke.
ya makanan bergaji boleh gratis dong, masa nggak boleh?
Nggak boleh.
Dibayarin
Jadi
tetangga.
lu nggak mendukung program pemerintah?
Wow,
Lu nggak
bagus.
mendukung
Bagus.
program pemerintah?
Karena ini tayang YouTube maka kita harus mendukung. Ya.
Karena ditayang
Jadi-
YouTube doang ya? Karena tayang di YouTube doang ya berarti?
Jadi filmnya udah trailernya teman-teman udah bisa browsing aja. Tinggal Meninggal tayang
Ya.
di bioskop mulai tanggal 14
Agustus.
Agustus. Ya semoga suka. Kasih sedikit ini toh sebelum kita bagi-bagi hadiah lagi. Sedikit gambaran filmnya tentang apa sih?
Jadi, nah
Terlalu
kira-kira segitu.
sedikit.
Oh, terlalu sedikit.
Terlalu
sedikit.
Ini ada kok, sorry. Tadi kan Kristo berhasil menebak
Aduh.
Jenever.
Iya.
Nada, kakak. Ya, yang pakai kacamata. Kakak itu bercosplay jadi apa?
Maju.
Ya, yang pakai
Maju.
bando, yang pakai
Maju.
bando.
Apa?
Iya
Jadi
kamu.
apa?
Enggak,
Ya.
bukan
Jadi
maju
apa?
ke panggung, maju dikit aja.
Nah ayo jadi apa? Ayo tebak.
Ini kalau di Marvel Rivals ini Squirrel Girl, tapi ini beda game nih masalahnya nih.
Siapa?
Siapa? Aku nggak main Mobile Legends.
Bohong, pura-pura.
Ayo tebak.
Tahu, nada kok tadi.
Siapa ya? Siapa? Hah? Kakak Joy.
Ih bener.
Gokil.
Iya,
I
Adalah
know.
juara 1 Indonesian Idol.
Itu Joy
Bukan,
Tobing.
Itu Joy Tobing.
Tobing.
Itu Joy Tobing.
Semua karakter.
Kakak Joy keren.
Joy Tobing.
Iya.
Ini ada lombanya nggak sih hari ini? Cosplay atau seru-seruan aja atau emang ada dilombain?
Kayaknya
Nggak dilombain ya?
kurang paham ya.
Emang suka aja ya?
Apa?
Best.
Emang cuma cari keringet aja,
Iya.
cari keringet
Ini
ya?
ada juga
Cari
cosplay
keringet.
Minion ya, enggak?
Bukan. Emang masih kecil ya dia. Papoy dulu coba, Papoy coba.
Bukan mas.
Yang mana,
Minion
yang
itu.
mana?
Bukan itu.
Oh, bukan.
Jadi Minion itu, mohon maaf ya teman-teman. Minion itu tuh kerucil
beneran bukan.
yang ditampol-tampol.
Oh beneran ada mini istilah.
Oh ini time zone yang keluar
Main gak sih?
Bukan.
Lu main gak sih?
Main gua.
Gak tahu banget
Ya,
masa.
gua mah nyebutnya beda, gua minyong gitu.
Itu kaos lu emang ada beanbagnya.
Bukan.
Kayak nyatu. Dari atas bawah sampai beanbag warnanya sampai karpet sampai hijau. Begitu dia bangun ke bawah semua itu Dit.
Ini kok ada karpet nanggung banget ya segitu doang.
Oke.
Kita bagi-bagi lagi.
Oh iya, kita mau ajak main games kali ya. Kita
Boleh.
butuh
Boleh.
2 orang perempuan. Ada yang mau
That's
ikutan?
right.
Dapetin merchandise?
Let's
Cewek,
go,
kalian
let's
cewek.
go.
Ada yang mau
Ada
nggak?
Kristo.
Ada yang mau nggak?
Ada Kristo. Michelle Kristo. Ada
Kakak
Michelle Kristo.
mau.
Lu kenal Michelle nggak? Nggak kenal ya? Hai Michelle, ada Michelle Kristo woi.
Kristo juga.
Michelle Kristo namanya Michelle Kristo.
Iya, gue tahu.
Iya,
Siapa
Kristo
emang?
juga.
Iya,
Emang
iya.
Kristo cuma boleh satu.
It's okay.
Michelle.
Ceweknya siapa?
Yuka kan lu udah kayak YB. Ke acaranya YB, Yuka yang di YB. Ada, padahal bukan nama Yuka, itu ceweknya. Nah tadi
Nggak, seolah-olah gue kenal gitu. Jadi
Iya,
kayak
iya, iya.
emang gue nggak kenal gitu.
Izak tuh ada
Halo.
Michelle Kristo.
Halo,
Kita akan
halo.
bagi-bagi merchandise
Iya.
sama foto.
Buat 2 cewek.
Kita mau ajak di sini kita mau game sama 2 orang cewek.
Yes.
Gas.
Tenang, nggak akan disuruh yang memalukan, tenang.
Yes.
Ayo,
Seru-seruan aja. Ada nggak?
seru.
Ada nggak?
Let's go.
Siapa yang mau?
2 cewek.
2 cewek.
Yo.
2
Yo.
cewek.
Mana
Nah,
ayo?
itu.
Ayo sini. Semangat
Maju,
banget
maju,
dari
maju.
jauh.
Kakak Joy nggak mau
Dia
ikut.
ngacung dari
Itu tuh yang
Mau?
duduk kok, tuh yang lagi duduk kok.
dia
Berdiri aja, berdiri.
dada-dadanya
Oh, itu
tadi
tuh.
dari Cempaka Putih dia udah begini sampai
Ah,
situ.
ini sama baju hitam nih.
Sini.
Bonar jadi
baju
asisten
hitam.
Sini.
Terima kasih.
Sini, lewat sini.
Udah dapat 2 ya?
Oh,
Udah dapat 2?
Oke. Nada sambil cerita dong. Ini
Ya.
kan film pertama.
Iya.
Sebelumnya lu ngapain aja? Mungkin banyak yang belum kenal siapa perempuan ini.
Oh iya. Halo semuanya, aku namanya Nada. Ini tinggal meninggal adalah film pertamaku yang
Iya.
akhirnya punya karakter lumayan
Banyak
ya.
Banyak scene-nya ya.
Sebelumnya tuh aku ikut musikal kok.
Oke, musikal. Jadi kamu merdu dong, bisa dong sepotong nyanyi dulu
Coba
dikit.
bikin lagu judulnya MPL.
Ah.
M.
Tadi MPL.
Singkatannya itu apa?
Nggak ada briefingan.
Bisa lah, nggak tanpa briefing mah.
M. Meriah acaranya.
P.
Pasti banyak yang seru.
Yes.
L.
Let's go kita main. Malunya
Sekarang nyanyi
banget.
bareng-bareng.
Kamu ada mikrofonnya nggak? Oke, sini. Berdiri
Ada
dulu tengah. Kita
mikrofon.
kenalan dulu. Ya, aku taruh dulu ya. Maju.
Maju kakak.
Maju. Sini. Lagi. Jangan takut.
Nggak apa-apa,
Kenalan
maju aja.
dulu.
Sini, kamu sini.
Siapa namanya?
Ayu,
Ayu. Dari
Ayu.
mana yuk? Rumahnya di mana?
aku dari Tangerang.
Tangerang. Di
Weh,
mana?
sama.
Tangerang ini dari Tangerang juga dia.
Tangerang.
Kamu di
Yes.
mana? Koordinatnya berapa?
Alamat lengkap. KTP, nik, semua. Enggak, alamatnya di mana? Maksudnya BSDK.
Kota Bumi.
Oh, Kota Bumi.
Oh,
Iya, iya,
Kota
iya.
Bumi.
Yes.
Iya. Tahu.
Ya, situlah.
Dekat Sukabumi kan?
Enggak,
Jauh,
itu belakang doang
jauh.
sama-sama Bumi.
Oke.
Dekat Kebumen ya?
Berarti ini-
Kebumen sana, oh nggak masih jauh ya?
Gak cuma dari Jakarta ya, dari Tangerang ya?
Dari
Iya.
Tangerang.
Dari Tangerang yuk.
Wow.
Yang di luar
jauh-jauh.
Jakarta ada nggak? Yang dari luar Jakarta? Dari mana bang?
Jabodetabek.
Sukabumi.
Wih,
dari
dari Sukabumi.
sini.
Sukabumi.
Buset.
Kota Bumi. Cie.
Gile,
Sama-sama kotak-kotak bajunya.
Cie.
Sama-sama kacamata hitam.
Cie.
Sama-sama kakinya 2.
Cie.
Itu umum.
Oh terlalu.
Kan emang umum.
Itu umum
kan,
itu.
Siapa tahu.
Itu
Oke.
umum.
Kak Ayu.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Oke, sekarang kita kalian sama yang satu lagi. Siapa namanya?
Feni.
Feni
Kak
dari
Feni.
mana?
Feni.
Jakarta Utara.
Jakarta Utaranya
Jakarta
mana?
Utara.
Pademangan.
Pademangan.
Oh
Oke.
lapar kali ya?
Pademangan. Pademangan orang mangan ngumpul.
Cepet banget.
Iya. Sama siapa kamu, Fen?
Teman-teman.
Sama teman.
Mana teman-teman Feni
temennya?
mana? Oh nggak ada yang mau ngaku, Fen.
Gak ada yang mau.
Ada yang mau ngaku.
Lagi
Siapa
di
dia?
Sukro.
Angkat tangan dong temannya. Ya udah saya aja deh, saya mau jadi teman. Mau saya jadi temannya.
Dari rumah ke sini deket ya Feni ya?
Lumayan naik sih.
Iya, yang ngomong di sini, Fen.
Yang ajak ngomong
Naik
ini.
mobil, naik mobil.
Saya yang ngomong tuh. Oke, Feni, kamu dukung siapa malam ini?
Iya, iya.
Atau kamu tahu nggak ada acara MPL di sini?
Tahu.
Apa dia lagi? Di mana ya?
Gitu.
Soalnya emang lagi jalan sore. Bagus.
Kamu dukung siapa Feni? RRQ
Oke.
apa Onyx?
Onyx sih, Onyx.
Wah,
Oh keren, mantap.
Ayu dukung siapa?
Aku dukung Onyx juga.
Kali ini
Kebetulan
kita-
satu tim nih ya.
Iya.
Aku RRC.
RRQ
Bukan.
Mas. Kalau
Republik
RRC,
Cina.
Aku cuma bilang aku RRC.
Oh.
Lebih ke leluhur ya.
Iya.
kita mau ngapain nih kok?
Oke, jadi teman-teman sekarang kita mau main. Gue sama Nada nggak akan ikutan mainnya. Ini adalah Kristo dengan Ardit.
Ya.
Yes.
Feni dan Ayu, kita akan main sebuah game improv komedi teman-teman. Maju. Yang namanya adalah sound effect.
Yes.
Permainan sound effect ini sederhana sekali. Feni tugasnya adalah menyuarakan apapun yang dilakukan oleh Ardit. Ayu tugasnya adalah menyuarakan apapun yang dilakukan oleh Kristo. Mungkin musiknya bisa kita off dulu sebentar. Contohnya misalnya Dit.
Ya.
Coba Dit, gue contohin buat
Santai
Ayu.
ya.
Coba.
Mau minum
Glek. Nah.
Tuh.
Sound
Coba
effect.
sekarang kamu yang coba. Habis ini Feni yang coba.
Ya. Aku mau menembak senjata.
Bagus.
Gampang kan?
Bagus. Sekarang Feni coba.
Ke Feni.
Aku Feni di sebelah sini, halo. Nah oke ya. Aku mau nyalain motor Mio tahun 2002 Iya emang gitu
Oke,
suaranya, terutama
oke.
2002.
Oke.
Diambil
Ayu
juga
lagi,
nggak
Ayu.
apa-apa.
Udah nanti
Udah tadi,
habis.
dodot kan tadi dodot.
Oke.
Contoh mulu.
Itu cara mainnya teman-teman ya. Jadi sekarang permainannya adalah aku sudah nyiapin sebuah skenario yang tidak diketahui oleh Ardi dan Kristo. Kita tidak janjian ya.
Iya, betul.
Kita
Kalau
tidak
nggak lempar penonton aja kok.
kita tidak saling kenal ya.
Tidak saling kenal.
Kenal sih.
Oh iya.
Gue udah
Kenapa
siapin
gua yain
skenario.
aja?
Oh ya udah.
Gue udah siapin skenario yang tidak kalian tahu. Jadi teman-teman, Ardi dan Kristo ini adalah dua orang sales di sebuah pameran mobil yang sedang bersaing siapakah mobil yang lebih keren di antara booth mereka berdua.
Oke.
Ya.
Oke.
Jadi kalian akan bersaing memamerkan mobil masing-masing dan Ayu dan Feni akan menyuarakan apapun yang dilakukan oleh Kristo dan Ardit. Feni siap?
Siap.
Ayu siap? Oke, kasih tepuk tangan teman-teman. Ini dia sound effect.
Ayo, mobil. Yang nyari mobil.
Bentar.
Ya, belum.
Tahu
Belum.
kok, itu lebih kayak jualan sayur nggak sih?
Oh ya,
Konsepnya nggak
kan yang
gitu.
datang orang kaya semua banget
Oke,
gitu.
oke,
Jadi
oke.
bisa jualan segitunya.
Oke. Lu jualan mobil apa?
Gua jualan mobil listrik. Lu jualan mobil apa?
Gua jual mobil yang punya mesin gede banget. Nih kalau nggak percaya, ini suaranya. Nah dia marah.
Lebih ke mobil ngambek ya mas.
Coba mana suaramu?
Justru mobil gue listrik keren banget. Bunyinya tuh tipis tapi ganteng gitu. Nih ya, lihat ya. Tuh kan tipis banget.
Gak ada mas, itu gak ada.
Mana nih?
Ayo yang
bunyinya?
benar ayo.
Aku siapa ya?
Kamu suaranya nih.
Siapa
Ini
yang nih?
kamu ngisi suaranya endang, ini endang.
Bukan
Kristo namanya.
Apa tiba-tiba
Kristo.
nendang. Jadi pengen makan nasi padang gue ya, ngundang.
Coba.
Lihat ya,
Mana?
mobil listrik gue nih. Tuh,
Wah,
itu teater
itu-
satu
itu.
setelah dibuka.
Kayaknya kamu menyalakan dispenser.
Enggak, ini emang ada gongnya mas.
Kamu percuma. Mobil aku
Iya.
ini tahan air.
Oh ya?
Coba ya, akan kusiram dia dengan air ini.
Ciprat.
Iya. Air kamu kurang banyak.
Iya.
Iya jelas tahan lah gimana.
Emang
Mobil
bisa?
kamu tahan air,
Iya.
mobil aku tahan api. Nih,
Coba.
aku keluarin flamethrower aku. Wah. Iya.
Itu senjata bro.
Iya emang senjata aku tolong.
Itu bukan
Dia nggak
api.
bisa keluar api gimana sih api bro?
Gini deh,
Apa?
tapi kalau kita sembarangan gini,
Iya.
katanya di dalam pameran ini, kalau kita sembarangan bisa kedatangan hewan buas.
Hah? Iya. Serius?
Iya.
Wah. Jangan main-main kamu.
Kenapa?
Tunggu.
Iya.
Apa kamu mendengarnya?
Apa?
Itu sepertinya kayak ada macan. Lihat di sebelah sana. Wah, macannya sakit. Sakit macannya. Gue kebayang sih bentuk macannya kayaknya agak kurus terus yang jalannya kayak gitu. Agak
Tapi-
pincang ya.
Kenapa?
Agak pincang kan macannya ya. Terus sebenarnya kayak kurang oli bisa apa macannya. Tapi aku hari ini udah banyak banget jualan mobil tahu.
Hah? Mana buktinya?
Nih, lihat ya, aku bukain pintunya satu-satu. Dari tadi rusak semua, sumpah. Dari macan, mobil rusak
Itu
semuanya.
ketimbang mobil lebih ke nying-nying ya. Kamu kan membuka pintu,
Ya.
aku akan menutup pintu.
Coba,
Prak, prak, prak.
Lihat, ada baris berbaris. Di sebelahku.
Tepuk tangan buat Penny dan Ayu.
Susah ya. Pameran mobil susah ya.
keren-keren.
Penny, terima
Coba
kasih.
Nada gimana? Bagusan siapa Nada?
Ini pilihan yang sulit ya.
Ya.
Oh my God.
Karena semuanya bagus banget lagi menurutku.
Dan juri menentukan. Ding, 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 ding.
Oke,
Oh iya, tanya menonton.
kita coba vote dari penonton. Siapa yang mendukung kakak Ayu? Woi, oke. Suaranya ada 200 vote.
Dan yang mendukung Penny.
Oke, 203 vote.
Jadi siapa?
Jadi Kak.
Siapa yang menang?
Kak Ayu.
Yeay.
Terima kasih Ayu.
Jauh dari Tangerang.
Thank you, terima
Tadi
kasih.
perhatiin nggak? Tadi perhatiin
Thank you
nggak?
Vinny.
Pas Ayu, siapa yang pilih Ayu? Yang dari Sukabumi tepuk tangan lagi. Dia langsung kayak,
Jangan-jangan kamu bukan suka bumi tapi suka Ayu.
Iya.
Gila dia niat banget dari Sukabumi mau nonton Tinggal Meninggal. Keren.
Oke, terima kasih. Boleh
Terima
kembali ke
kasih.
tempat.
Terima
Thank
kasih,
you.
Ayu.
Itu namanya permainan improv komedi. Improvisasi kan?
Improv.
Agak kaget ya sama
Agak
sekian.
kaget.
Agak
Agak kagetnya bukan agak lagi sih, banget ya. Kaget banget.
Oke, kayaknya waktu kita udah mau habis.
Ya.
Terima kasih teman-teman sudah boleh berkunjung dan bermain-main, bertemu sama teman-teman semua di sini.
Ya.
Thank you ya.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Oke semua, jangan lupa nonton Tinggal Meninggal tanggal 14 Agustus. Nonton trailernya juga ada di YouTube.
Ya.
Sikat langsung.
Ya, terima kasih sekali lagi dari Majinari dan Tinggal Meninggal. Saya Aras Prakasa.
Saya Darwanda.
Saya Kristo Emmanuel.
Saya Nada Novia.
Oke, selamat sore.
Bye-bye.
Sampai ketemu lagi. Thank you.
See you.
Ya aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Kopi konsisten, gajinya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Kopi. Gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Kopi baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tak
tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
In an age long forgotten, the wills of gods and demons shape the fate of the world. Prosperity and war surged, caught in the eternal clash of divine glory and infernal wrath. Mortals rose in defiance, and after a long war and countless sacrifices, the world finally knew peace. In the new era, wars on the chessboard replaced the clash of swords. Here, legends and epics are reborn in a form the world has never known. Magic Chess Go-Go. Make your move.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini bakal langka. Ini dari One Blade. Ada tanda tangan gua. Kalian harus dapat semua.
Minna! Uzumaki Naruto ga kaette kita zo! Kurama! 力を貸してくれ! Yossha! 第7班ここに復活だってばよ!
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the immortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
day, destiny descends once more. Tsuchien the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the phoenix ascends the throne. A realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say, limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
私はもっと強くなる。シャンナラ背中合わせでいくわよ。
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review. Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Games match andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
In an age long forgotten, the wills of gods and demons shape the fate of the world. Prosperity and war surged, caught in the eternal clash of divine glory and infernal wrath. Mortals rose in defiance, and after a long war and countless sacrifices, the world finally knew peace. In the new era, wars on the chessboard replaced the clash of swords. Here, legends and epics are reborn in a form the world has never known. Magic Chess Go-Go. Make your move.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini bakal langka. Ini dari One Blade. Ada tanda tangan gua. Kalian harus dapat semua.
Minna! Utsumaki Naruto が帰ってきたぞ! Kurama! 力を貸してくれ! よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm. What is there to regret?
This day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the phoenix ascends the throne. A realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
はもっと強くなる。
さよなら。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
In an age long forgotten, the wills of gods and demons shape the fate of the world. Prosperity and war surged, caught in the eternal clash of divine glory and infernal wrath. Mortals rose in defiance, and after a long war and countless sacrifices, the world finally knew peace. In the new era, wars on the chessboard replaced the clash of swords. Here, legends and epics are reborn in a form the world has never known. Magic Chess Go-Go. Make your move.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini bakal langka. Ini dari One Blade. Ada tanda tangan gua. Kalian harus dapat semua.
Minna, Uzumaki Naruto ga kaette kita zo.第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
In time immemorial, the endless war destroyed the balance between yin and yang, plunging the Cadia Riverlands into chaos. As catastrophe loomed, a woman of destiny stepped forth, casting aside divinity for the plight of mortals.
Sacrifice for a fleeting moment of peace in the mortal realm. Does thine heart not regret?
To protect the realm.
What is there to regret?
this day, destiny descends once more. Zutian the Ordained, of untold merit and unbound benevolence, preserver of peace and prosperity, unfaded by time. This day, let heaven and earth bear witness as the Phoenix ascends the throne. A realm united toward a new golden age.
From time forgotten to the new dawn, as long as I breathe, Shandu shall never fade!
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
私はもっと強くなる。さよなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Ya, aku merem. Ulang dong.
Gak perlu.
Guys, review.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, gratis transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Oke, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Game Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
In an age long forgotten, the wills of gods and demons shape the fate of the world. Prosperity and war surged, caught in the eternal clash of divine glory and infernal wrath. Mortals rose in defiance, and after a long war and countless sacrifices, the world finally knew peace. In the new era, wars on the chessboard replaced the clash of swords. Here, legends and epics are reborn in a form the world has never known. Magic Chess Go-Go. Make your move.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan
Live from Jakarta International Velodrome, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official coffee, Good Day. We own this.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the MSC Battle Plan. It's a little bit of a pre-show here before we get into the grand finals because, like you guys know already, we are en route to MSC. So we do have a little bit of time to discuss the journey towards MSC, which will be happening in about a month. So back with me, Eterna, as your desk host, alongside with Goni, Kolius, as well as Arashi, to get into the tidbits. Now, MSC is right around the corner, and for most of the regions, we are already seeing exactly who will be making it. Is this according to plan to you guys? Like, is this something that like you thought about, like even from MPL PH, let's say, you know, the two representatives? Was that something that you thought about already?
All right, I think TLPH and Onyx they were one of the strongest and also a favorite personally for me, especially Onyx Philippines, and it seems like they will take the stage. Unfortunately, Falcons AP Bren also a favorite, but they weren't strong enough. So far, I believe, I don't want to say it is according to plan, but
predicted?
Favorites, yeah. I think most of them, they got through.
It's quite the same for me. I think it's a little bit surprised when we see that Aurora and the Falcon PH didn't make it to the MSC this year. But yeah, DLPH and for the Onyx PH is very strong team.
What about the other regions here, Arashi? Do you have maybe a different opinion? I mean, considering that we just found out that Homeboys will be the other team to represent MPL MY.
Yeah, I was hoping like the Black Alien was gonna
Yeah,
take over, make
Aero.
some moves, but unfortunately he did not get it done. Aero unfortunately could not proceed. So Homeboys though has we know 3 people from our region in that team, so I think they have a bit of our support indirectly. I'm more surprised that the teams that were going to be representing our countries in the SEA Games, right? Team Wicked ID plus Falcons. Man, like I thought they were going to go, it's a little bit further. So that caught me off guard just a little bit.
For sure, for sure. I think a lot of things have been surprising across the regions, but before we discuss a little bit more about the other regions, we do have to look at this. Let's take a look at our first poster of the day. 3 Onyx, 1 goal. Is it truly Onyx time? So, as a lot of you guys back at home all already know that we will be having 3 Onyx teams coming to EWC. We have one from the ladies scene, right? We have Onyx Pertiwi. We also have Onyx PH and Onyx ID. Now the big question is this really the effect of Raja Yeba maybe? Do you think there's a significance there with Coach Yeb?
I think as an organization, Onyx successfully proved they are one of the best organization, esports organization in the world. But for the Baba Yeba, because he is like working as a VP right now, I think it's a proof to himself too that he can lead 3 Onyx on EWC.
It's amazing, right? I mean, especially his influence in ID, where he stepped off of head coach. Onyx, they were just not shaky, they were in the red zone.
Yep.
Once they were number 9, and now they have made it to MSC. So after he stepped in, of course, his influence and impact. But Onyx PH, I feel like since last season, clear favorites. Seems like this season, same story. Onyx Pertiwi, little surprise there. That's I feel like the only surprise.
See, I feel like it's when you have a team that's doing so well, and you have a team that also has a lot more insight into it. Because, we talk about Coach Yeb, not just about the drafts, not just about the VOD reviews and all these technical stuff, but also as a mentor figure, right? So when you have a system that works so well and has worked for a long period of time, I think Onyx overall has an advantage because the other teams, like the Onyx Pertiwi team, for example, can kind of look towards the initial successful Onyx and just take some pointers. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? If it's working for multiple years on end, then why not apply the same formula? And I think it shows again, considering the success of Onyx, that formula really is something special.
Because we're talking about the female scene, this is a little bit of a breakthrough, right? Because for the longest of times, especially on the international stage, I think you've casted Unipian series a lot, right? It's usually the Vitality lineup alongside with the GPX lineup, or now known as Falcons, right? So what happened to Team Falcons? Why is it Onyx Pertiwi representing Indo?
I got a chance to talk with the Onyx Pertiwi coach before it's Chico on the ID panel.
Oh.
That he learned a lot from Baba Yeba. So
there you go.
Yeah. So a lot of influence from Baba Yeba that he can copy, he can learn for coaching the ladies team. That surprisingly it works. It makes them better. A little bit bumpy road before, but it works until go to the EWC.
Now, did he specify what in particular? Was it more to outgame, in-game?
Communication.
Communication.
How they communicate out-game and in-game.
See, that's interesting, right? Because for the longest time, every time we're talking about these really good teams and these breakthrough games, we've usually been talking more so in-game, right? The strategies that the coach has, a drafting phase, execution in the game, but why execution? What part of execution really was the pinpoint here. This is something really important.
I think a lot of teams have the same problem. Is the communication. If in game, they are talking together at the same time.
Ah.
Yeah, but how to communicate effectively? That's the issue from a lot of teams right now. And Baba Yeba found a formula.
Formula. Communication, right? Okay, so communication will also then transform to chemistry, right? I think that's something that we saw from Onyx, right? Because technically, Onyx ID have been performing outstandingly, but when Yeb came in, they just started talking about unity, right? Every time they're on stage in their interviews, they keep saying that we're united as one. Maybe that's something to do with chemistry, right? So we'll get to our second topic, because after the crazy thing about 3 Onyx representatives coming into EWC, this is also something new, right? We have new faces coming into MSC 2025 from various different regions. Now, we've been hounding about how important young blood and regeneration is in MPL ID, but the fact of the matter is, it's not just a thing that's been happening in MPL ID, but across all the regions as well. Arashi, what do you think about this?
I think with the game getting a lot more interest overall, right, internationally as well, it stands to reason that more people will be trying out, kind of come through. And when you have a new boost in talent pool, you can find better players, and that's where we're seeing a lot of big names. Although, in a sense, even in PH, even in Indonesia particularly, we've had already a lot of different people playing the game, but we're also seeing a huge amount of rookies coming through. So I feel like the mindset has also been shifting from just going with what has been working, these veteran players, to finding actual talented players here that can fit the current meta. And that might be a sign that the MLBB meta overall is just moving so fast right now that they need, almost new players to actually fit the same thing. They can just keep using the good old veterans and keep changing them again and again, because eventually, gotta break.
What do you think?
Regeneration, right? I think that is a key into a great ecosystem, and seems like same story here. MSC new face in, and technically, if we take a look at last year's champion, they were the new faces for MSC as well, some of them, and it's going to inspire a lot of new players. We got Prince, technically a new face for MSC, sure, having experience in M series, but MSC, I feel like it's still a different ball game. So let's see, like Prince and as well as a detective, right? They have international experience, but for the other players like Van Strong from Homeboys, it will be a chance for them to prove, for him to prove. Super Ken though, not secure his spot just yet. Let's see if he deserves a spot at MSC.
That's why I think the new faces right now is working like a new fuel to the tank.
New fuel.
New fuel. So all the others veterans have a new motivation that he wants to make his junior to feel the MSC, to raise the trophy.
That makes sense. That makes sense because, we've seen a lot of teams have a really good mixture of both, right? Obviously, you need that veteranship for the experience to kind of lead the young bloods and give like that big brother kind of aura towards these new players. But for some reason, these new players also have that new spirit that maybe the veterans have started to lack over the years. So this brings us to our next poster. We're gonna see it real quick in just a moment, but here it is. New faces of MSC 2025 in line with the 2 teams that we will be seeing in our grand finals. Unfortunately, it feels like the young blood energy from Geek didn't really work out in their favor, because a lot of people have agreed that it looks like Geek Fam really tilted. Now, is the tilt factor because of that young blood energy?
Man, I feel there's a lot of strong opinions about this. I think the main person everyone's looking to right now was a boy. And unfortunately, if we talk about the rookie mentality being a problem, May Kids, and Kenziski, they're actually performing decently. A lot of the big criticism so far for Geek Fam was to a boy, and he is quite a long-time veteran. So it's unfortunate that that happened in that match. Hopefully he'll recover. But that shows again that it's not only about seniors and juniors and rookies here. It's not as clear-cut as that. And the fact that for RRQ right now, almost the whole roster is like a new face in MSC, that's definitely an interesting factor. And whether or not it means they're going to be more creative, more daring to try something new, like the Yi Sun Shin, for example, or whether or not the lack of experience is going to harm them, I feel like that's something we have to wait and see. right? Because different people respond differently to different stimulus.
That's true. That's true. Because if we're looking at the side of Onyx, now these are veteran players aside from
Yes, sir.
Sapero and Lutfi. Does Lutfi have international experience?
Ooh,
Lutfi.
I don't believe he does.
Lutfi has an international experience.
Where did he go?
Lutfi, right? I believe it was last. No, okay. Not last M series. It wasn't Lutfi. Yeah, you're right. I think
Or official, I think.
officially
Have it right now?
Well, okay, for sure, the mid trio,
Yoga. Okay.
right?
The mid trio.
Kyrie,
For sure.
Boy, and of course
They're
Sans.
veterans.
They're veterans. So they have a lot more experience in that regard. So looking at these factors, I'm actually curious to see and think about what you guys have to say about the power rankings. We're gonna bring the power rankings up from Onyx Pertiwi's coach, Onyx Chico here. Broken down into 4 categories. Up top, we have the potential champions. Second, need consistency. Third, just keep trying. And fourth, good effort, guys. Now, I'm gonna start with you, Arashi. Agree or disagree with this power ranking?
Ooh, man. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of teams right here.
Yeah.
It's hard to just go like agree with everything or with none of it. I feel like a lot of the rankings here I can agree with, but unfortunately, if you look at ID right there, potential champions. Yeah.
LPH.
Oh, TLPH.
Yeah, it's a little small, you know, the font.
Yeah, it's hard to see. man, really.
Understandable. It's TLPH, Onyx PH, and Onyx ID and potential champions.
Cool. I mean, especially with a lot of people would say that RRQ should be higher up there as well. But considering their performances and the games that look like a bit of a dip, a bit of a tilt situation, I can understand why he would put RRQ needing consistency.
So would you agree though? Would you put them at need consistency?
I would put them on top, but that's
Okay.
just me. That's
Okay.
just me. I can
What about
agree
you?
with
Being
most
biased?
of the points.
What about you, Colius?
I think I'm totally agree.
Totally agree.
Totally
Okay.
agree. Because if we are talking about RRQ, there is a lot of things that they need to fix from their last match, especially. And right now they are going to like having the grand final
Yep.
match. And for the SRGOG, yeah, I think that in the previous performance, I saw like they are losing their spirit.
Ooh.
Yeah, but right now they are trying to get it back because they qualified to the EWC MSC, right? That's why they need the consistency.
Need consistency. Remember, SRGOG are the defending champs.
Yeah.
So the fact that they're not at the top
On
is
the second
actually
tier.
quite interesting. Do you agree? Disagree?
Technically, they did it last year. Nobody saw them coming
Yep.
as well. Sure, now it's a different plot because they're the defending champs, but perhaps they might surprise us again. You mentioned motivation. I agree. I think SRG needs that fire. They got the ticket already. Let's see that fire in Riyadh later on.
Especially defending champion is a pressure, bro.
I agree. I mean, TLID kind of flunked under that pressure, and that wasn't even on an international scale, right?
Right.
Defending champions of MPL ID, nowhere to be seen.
Runner-up
This
M
season.
series.
That's pretty wild. So it really goes to show how far and how fast teams can actually fall off their horse. So we'll see exactly like you mentioned, Colius, how far SRG will come this season. Because I think in an interview, it was Ancha? Is his name Ancha? Ancha
Antagonist.
mentioned, Antagonist mentioned that if he had to go top 3, he'd go PH, Indo, and just SRGOG. Why is this? What's up with the rest of Malaysia?
Wow, I think from the gameplay itself, there's a gap. Like
Okay.
for the macro play, even the mechanics. Like if you're looking for the meta right now, for the jungler, they are most of the games are using the assassin's jungler, right? Instead of like Indonesia or Philippines, they are using tank jungler,
Yeah.
fighter jungler, and Malaysia is more like mechanic based. That's why maybe antagonist means that the other team need to improve. They need to have the goals, have the objective like SRG right now, if they want to compete on the international scene.
So catch up with the meta that is currently evolving, right?
Mhm.
Any other thoughts?
I think it's what is happening in Malaysia. It's similar feel. I feel like when Onyx was in their prime,
Oh,
when
yeah.
they got the 4 feet in ID. right? It's just Onyx and then the rest of the team. And it's a similar feel. You know, every international Onyx, always the favorites, but the other team, yeah, sometimes A tier, not S, B. It's a similar feel, I feel, with SRGOG.
I mean, I have to agree, man. As of right now, we just have to wait for the rest of Malaysia to kind of catch some of that win and catch up. And unfortunately, maybe they can try and encourage it somehow, have some ways for that, so that the skill level can kind of like diffuse downwards a bit. Because as of right now, it really seems like they're just leagues ahead of everyone else.
Because honestly, it kind of happened on its own for MPL ID, right? It was always Onyx up top for the longest of time, but things change. And if we're looking at the top 3 nations in history of MSC, things also change, right? Going all the way back to MSC 2017, first place, IDNS, and then the runner-ups and third place, of course, was the Philippines. But as time progressed, especially a little bit of a throwback to last year, Malaysia finally showing his mark and showing their roots in first place, where unfortunately we didn't see Indonesia at all there, barely even qualifying to the knockouts. I don't think even they qualified.
Yeah, I already erased that memory.
Exactly.
From last year.
Even for me, I'm like, wait, what happened to Indo? But it wasn't Indo. It was actually Singapore and Philippines that came 3rd to 4th place. Now, looking at this change, what can we expect coming into this year's MSC? Let's start with you, Rashi.
Well, off the bat, I feel like it's a different situation for us because it's just they look so different right now. So again, that confidence that people had in the Sky Kings are kind of, you know, restarted. So I feel like the expectations is for them to do really, really well this time. Although, again, with a bit of the history, with a bit of the rookie effect there for Onyx as well, I feel like there is some concerns there for the first time going so far out away from the home country, up against teams with different metas, different confusing metas. I feel like that's going to be a big deal there.
It is, and yeah, you mentioned it. Let's just play a counting game here. How many flags, how many Philippines flags can you see? A lot, right? And also Indonesia, perhaps close second, not close even, just close. Malaysia won, Thailand won. So yeah, I feel we might see a different flag, either the second or the third this year.
Oh, what do you mean? Like second place or?
Yeah, maybe.
So first is a sure thing? You think it's gonna go to a certain region?
To mainstream flag. Either
Okay.
Philippines or ID.
Oh, so you think the second and third place could come from emerging?
They
region?
have their, yeah, I think they've increased their chances.
Ooh.
Interesting.
What specific region are we talking about here, Gani? Because
Let's-
I'm pretty sure the audience are also wondering.
I don't want to talk about it here right now.
You don't want to talk about it right now?
I don't want to talk about it here.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. That's fine. Quick thoughts?
I want to continue what Goni said before. I think Myanmar is always the black
Oh,
horse.
okay.
Yeah, we are very hard to see what are the gameplay from them, but they always give us a surprise every year.
I mean, I've been hearing a lot of rumors about this team from Myanmar. So, big hype coming towards MSC. But of course, we are moments away, ladies and gentlemen, of coming into the grand finals. Another Royal Derby. Arashi, I mean, I was at home watching yesterday and I was like, I did not predict RRQ to come this far, honestly.
Yeah, a lot of people were doubting, man. But
Not
sometimes
me.
you just have to believe. You just have to believe. And I talked to them afterwards, right? I was like, congratulations, man. That was a stark contrast. And they admitted, like, man, game 1 and game 2 were tough. But somehow, some way, once we got to game 3, we found that groove in game number 2. And from there, it was smooth sailing, they said. So I'm hoping, capital H, I'm hoping that
Just
momentum, that's gonna carry on all the way to today's match.
What about the opening? What
Just-
about the
Just capital H?
capital H? Not the opening.
So just small openings?
I think we're good.
Okay, confident.
Yeah.
No, I like that. You said, I knew it. Was this your prediction?
Yep. My prediction
Wow.
is like
Wow.
RQ goes to grand final against Onyx.
From lower bracket too?
Yeah, if we see at the pattern, or if you believe at the pattern, usually RQ is having a bad trip when they are going to the lower bracket, but they broke it yesterday. They broke it yesterday. They make it to the grand final right.
The best of 7 curse as well.
Yeah, I think RQ right now is different. if we're looking at gameplay against Onyx on the final upper bracket, there's a lot of things that they need to make up. Because like a lot of blunder, tilting.
Right.
Like a kiting game from Onyx is always giving a nightmare for RRQ. But I think they are like doing their homework, fixing their problems on the final or bracket. That's why for this grand final, I still believe that RRQ can get the trophy for today.
Oh. Same.
The Sonic in the building is not impressed. I can feel it.
I'm confident still. You know,
Confident still in Onyx.
history-wise, we've only lost once, I believe, against RRQ in particular in the grand finals of MPL ID. So it was season 8, 9, and 10. We only lost season 9. So let's see, right? Let's see this time. I hope it's just a great match overall. I hope we get to see a game 7.
Oh, me too. We got it last season, right?
Oh,
it was RRQ too.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, that's a tough memory, man.
It was great for me though.
Yeah, exactly. So it shows you again that even though there's momentum at play here, you know, with willpower, with what Ray was talking about, with the spirit, right? If you can muster up that spirit, that willingness to win, sometimes you can turn it around, man. But sometimes you have no idea what to predict, because I think Midnight was talking about this as well. Sometimes in a long tournament, in a big tournament, esports things just happen. Sometimes even though on paper, even though the data says A should win, things can happen and B will immediately happen.
Okay, esports things can happen, but ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we have been waiting for is finally here. We're gonna take it to the stage because we are now ready for the grand finals of MPL ID Season 15.
Kalau aku sih sendiri ya cukup lama sedihnya, soalnya kan baru ngerasain itu juga. Jadi mau gimana lagi, season 14 ya itu yang terjadi, jadi kita harus terima. Cuman kalau dibilang efek sama EWC sebenarnya nggak sama sekali, soalnya kan habis di setiap match kan, setiap kita kalah maupun itu gugur ya kita harus benar-benar reset, kita harus lupain dengan ke belakang, kita harus fokus di depan sih.
Fokus karena best turret, nggak boleh apa terjadi, tapi Savero! Sampai dan wipe out! Onyx Indonesia mulai bangkit!
Kos sebalik, ya sebenarnya dari aku sendiri benar-benar seneng banget. Bisa aku bilang dia seperti bapak juga. Ya yang pastinya player pasti seneng sih baliknya Kosep. Jadi udah kembali Onyx seperti dulu sih. Buat Kosep terima kasih banyak. Soalnya dia udah banyak kasih tahu kita ilmu-ilmu yang kita nggak tahu, dia benar-benar kasih tahu. Yang selalu semangatin kita juga di setup match-nya. Buat Adi sama Coach Paddington, dia yang selalu ajarin kita buat disiplin, gimana untuk konsisten. Dan buat yang lain, terima kasih banyak juga karena kita sejauh ini udah banyak ngelewatin hal-hal yang nggak enaknya. Terima kasih sudah bertahan lama sama gua. Buat Sonic, terima kasih banyak atas dukungan kalian yang sangat berarti bagi kami. Karena tanpa kalian juga kita bukan siapa-siapa. Kalian juga selalu temenin kita, mau itu di bawah banget, mau itu di atas banget. Ya, kalian selalu ada buat kami, jadi terima kasih banyak Sony. Walaupun hitungannya gue veteran di MPL ID, gue bisa bersaing sama anak-anak muda yang rookie-rookie, bisa bilang rookie-rookie MPL. Untuk di final juga pasti gue kasih yang terbaik untuk anak-anak, sama coach gue juga pasti kasih yang terbaik di setiap matchnya. Jadi ya kita pasti bakal semangat dan kasih yang terbaik. Dan nanti di final dan LEC.
Perasaan gue pas masuk grand final dan WC sih itu udah pasti seneng banget. Apalagi kan usaha gue kan yang dari MDL yang gue lihat dari season 1 sampai season 9 nggak juara, dan setelah season 10 itu juara. Jadi gue pengen banget lah ngebuktiin di OSI walaupun gue udah masuk grand final. Gue pengen bawa mereka juara lagi untuk season 15. Dan bukan cuma itu juga, aku juga pengen juara EWC buat Kingdom, buat semua. Jadi pengen buktiin aja. Dan tambahan motivasi gue ya, gue pengen buktiin lah ke Hoshi, ke semua Kingdom, bahwa gue layak lah buat gantiin Skylar di Hoshi. Dan gue terima kasih banget lah buat teman-teman gue yang udah bantu gue ngebimbing sampai grand final se-15 ini, dan nggak pernah ngebanding-bandingin orang, terutama buat Bang Kescut dan MMM yang telah ngajarin gue banyak hal, serta gue nganggep lah mereka jadi sosok abang gue buat di Praskim ini. Dan buat Kingdom, terima kasih udah dukung kita dimanapun kalian berada, dan terima kasih juga buat orang tua gue. Mereka udah gue anggap lah sebagai motivasi dan membuat gue semangat hingga sampai saat ini.
Muda dan masih tanpa mahkota. Sampai kapan harus berpuas di posisi kedua? Kemarin terinjak kuda, sekarang Raja Langit yang mesti mereka kudeta. Tanpa Rainer Apache atau Blazing Red from Skylar, RRQ apa kabar? Ini liga besar, nama Skylar memang penting, tapi ini bukan buat belajar. Nanti Toy akan pening. Tapi ternyata dengan Toy, RRQ makin bersaing. Mereka membuktikan mereka lah Kings of Kings. Juara half season, tiket playoff pertama, dan juga bahkan tiket upper pertama hingga juara regular season. Toy bukan lagi menjadi keraguan, dan harapan itu berlanjut hingga sekarang, hingga grand final dan hingga kriya.
We won't miss if you not have focus, and if you haven't noticed. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We on this, we won't miss. We on this, we won't miss.
Yep, tolong Yep. Sekilas diingat, Onyx butuh bantuan. Sejelas dilihat, Onyx di posisi 9. Namun yang kita tahu belakangan, ternyata Raja Langit juga bisa jatuh. Raja Langit bisa di posisi yang sulit. Tapi ternyata diam-diam tumbuh. Dan dengan King Sabero, mereka sekarang utuh. Banyak yang bilang masa mereka telah lewat. Tapi banyak yang tidak tahu kalau mereka bisa kembali lebih kuat. Tim mana lagi yang berangkat dari 9 tiba-tiba jadi yang pertama ke Riyadh. Terlepas dari semua drama, kini Raja Langit kembali ke jalan utama. Mata hanya tertuju ke peringkat pertama. Ini saatnya Onyx mencari cincin mereka yang kelima.
You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we always nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan. Jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We on this.
Raja yang gugur sudah bangkit kembali untuk merebut tata mereka. The King of Kings, Rise Dragon! Yeah!
From the ground to the skies where they belong. Ladies and gentlemen, the Sky Kings, Onyx!
Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan. Jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We on this.
We're here and we're all living for it. Ladies and gentlemen, finally the grand finals of MPL ID Season of 15 live in Jakarta International Velodrome. You can see the Sky Kings and the Kings of Kings already marking their debut there up on stage for what we haven't seen in quite some time, the Royal Derby for the grand finals. Back with me, Eterna as your desk host alongside with Goni, Kolios, as well as Arashi. How are we feeling building up to this?
I can't wait, man. I can't wait. Because
Very
especially, it's the Royal Derby, right? Last season, RRQTLID. The previous season, it was Onyx and Evos. A different feel. It's always a different feel when it's me against you, Arashi.
It has to be, man. I mean, we are fighting for the title of King, my guy. This is a big deal. And I can't focus right now. I ran into, can I say it? I ran into someone important there earlier.
He's fangirling right now.
From RRQ. Man seems confident. He says, we're gonna win today. Now I can't help but feel as confident, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right, because this is Royal Derby. Usually we see it on the regular season, right? But right now it's the grand final, so there is a lot of stakes on the table.
Yeah, it's definitely a different vibe here as we get to our first topic. As we approach the grand finals, of course, we want to, give our players a little bit more time, so we have some time as well to discuss the Royal Bestie. It's been the Royal Derby for quite some time, but for season after season after season, marking season 8, 9, and 10, it was these two teams always meeting each other in the grand finals, and finally, we get to see them up front, up first, and close up once again. How's it feel coming into this?
You know what? It's a different feeling because season 8, season 9, season 10, it was Onyx who were sent down to the lower brackets, become champions in season 8 and season 10 from the lower brackets. This time it's a different story here, Rashi. RRQ, they were sent down. Will they be able to be the champions from the lower bracket?
And again, for me, if you believe at the pattern,
Patterns.
Onyx RRQ. So season 8 is Onyx, season 9 is RRQ, season 10 is RRQ. So after this, maybe
Onyx.
RRQ? Onyx, yep. Because Onyx RRQ, Onyx RRQ?
Ooh, I mean, that would benefit Arashi there.
Yeah. And speaking of patterns as well, we already broke the best of 7 curse just yesterday as well.
Okay.
So, and you have to remember, there was the whole issue about lower bracket meta.
Okay.
How you're still on fire, you're still having the momentum from the previous match, whereas the guy on the upper bracket, they've been chilling. So, man, I can't really predict, but I'm feeling really good about this.
I'm gonna triple down.
Ooh.
Triple down.
Pattern. Last year, Jakarta International Velodrome, Onyx lifts
The trophy?
the trophy, MPL ID. So, yeah, Jakarta International Velodrome, it's our home.
Oh, okay. Those are big
Claim
words.
the whole stadium. Dang.
Claim the whole stadium. Exactly. But of course, that won't happen
We own this.
if Mr. Kescute, Big Brain,
Oh,
has anything to say about it, right? Because of course, looking at these two teams, other than the fact that they're already equipped with amazing players, of course, we gotta look at the people behind what's going on, right? The battle of the masterminds. On one side, we have Raja Yeba, and on the other side, we have Kescute and NMM, who up until this point has shocked a lot of people, not just regionally, but internationally when it comes down to the drafts. Now, looking at the games and playoffs, it looks like Kescute or RRQ has played a lot more games, but it turns out in total unique heroes, they actually have the same equal amounts. Now, do you think that today we will be seeing new debut picks or profit picks from both of these two teams?
I feel like hidden strategies we won't really see too much, but if a particular draft has a unique and unusual solution, I believe both these coaches are very willing to just go with the unexplored, go off the the beaten path, and just go for something that we haven't seen so far. So considering the drafting game is going to be so important here, with both of them so adept, I think it's going to be really good. And I really like that they aren't really going with the same strategy, as in, okay, one hero in the jungle is surprising, but like everyone is on the same page. One of them, Coach Jeb, is going with the Julian. The other, Kescute, going with the Yisun Shin. So they are finding different picks that suits their players, and I feel like that's a great route to go.
Hey, for me personally, if you are talking about the Coach Yap and Kescute, I can say they are Einstein.
Einstein.
Yeah, because I think both of them are very consistently going through the upper bracket every playoff. Like Kescute, when he is coaching Gigatron, yeah, he goes to the upper bracket, and now RRQ, and Coach Yap too. But if you are talking about like the T-Strat or even the unique pick for today, maybe we can see something. I hope we can see something new. Like for example, we didn't see any Volier, we didn't see any Lolita who's been used on the MPLPH, or maybe Gord.
Hey.
Gord.
So Corliss
nice
feels that there's room for more, but
There's room, yeah.
uniquely enough, these unique picks don't 100% always work, right? YSS, okay, worked, but like Luo Yi in the mid lane didn't work out for
Lilia.
them. I mean, Lilia in the mid lane didn't work out for them. What else didn't work, yeah? Ruby
Debut.
for RQ?
Initially, Yisun Shin did not work as well, by the way. I have to remind you.
Yeah.
Initially, right? So there's always going to be some room there to try things out. And there's going to be margins of error there that they have to try and calculate here in a full best of 7.
Yep.
Those games are, are resources that they can use to try out new strats.
Because those resources are going to be very important for the mid trio that we're looking at right now, as they are going to be in a showdown for, once again, the Royal Derby here. On one side, we have Kyrie, Sans, and Keyboy that we've talked about in the pre-show, saying that they are veterans, they have a lot of experience under their belt. But on the other side, the only veteran that we see is Sutsujin, essentially, right? Idok and Rins have been a part of last season. They were able to make it to the grand finals too, but they're not as equipped when it comes down to the experience if we compare it to the opposite side mid-trio. With this glaring difference, is there something else that we should be looking at to differentiate these two?
I think most of the Indonesia audience know how Kyrie, Sans, and Keyboy perform, how scary they perform it.
Yeah.
But I think for Susujin, Idok, and Riz, they are always improving. Like for example, when I saw the first game against Geek Farm yesterday, that my thought is like, oh my god, are RRQ going to lose? Are they not gonna make it to the grand final? But they got improved on the second game until the last game. So right now, I think the three of them have the biggest chance to prove they are the best trio meet on Indonesia right now.
Because last time we compared it to trio mid from Geek Fam.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to the trio mid from Geek Fam, right? So do you agree? Do you think that there's still level of adaptability that RRQ's mid trio has over Onyx?
I mean, imagine a cup Keyboy, Kyrie, and Sans, their cup is almost full, if not is already full. Experience with their, just experience. But Ren, Zenita, barely half, right? So that's why the improvement comes, and I do believe have potential if Kescute guides them the right way.
And look at Kescute just earlier on camera. Back then, the meme was when Kescute is smiling on desk, that means that they're gonna win. So he's looking pretty happy. Unconscious here, for now at least, you can see Coach Jeb having a bit more of a stern look. So gather what you want from there. But yeah, I do agree, man. With the rookies, there's just so much more potential for growth. And the fluidity, right? The experience gives you understanding on how to react to certain plays, but being a rookie allows you to kind of adapt faster in a sense that you're not really set in when it comes to the habits, when it comes to the preconceived notions. So you can kind of like assume that in yesterday's match, that's what happened, right? They're a newer team. They kind of got a read on how Geek Fam were playing, and that's why initially it looked so tough. But once they kind of figured out Geek Fam, they just went all the way with it. So I think Onyx are going to be a bit more complex than Geek Fam, but the same kind of mindset can be applied by RRQ today.
Now, I like that you mentioned that because a lot of people have had concerns regarding RRQ and their lackluster ability when things don't go according to their plan from the early game. So as we're getting into the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series, do you think that that problem has been solved, Coleus? Do you think that RRQ are now better in the late game when things don't go according to their plan?
I think I cannot answer that until we see it in the game. Because last time, they got baited by the kiting game from Onyx, right?
Right.
And for the draft itself, the execution is not very well for RRQ. That's why this one is the grand final. So they need to go all out. Go big or go home.
All right, so these are proving grounds now. Looks like the bans are coming through real quick here. Ladies and gentlemen, RRQ on blue side, Onyx on the red. Fanny, Farsa, Yves banned out. Onyx, go for the chip and the Jushin that will not see the light of day in this match.
So they battle with the Farsa and the Yves, trying to limit Sans' impact on those artillery picks, but Sans isn't really known only for playing these long-range heroes. So the fact that they are focused so much only on those mages means that, I thought they wouldn't go for the Lo Yi, but they do. So now that's why they were confident in just limiting all the other mid options.
It's amazing, right? RRQ, they are asking a question here. Onyx, in this similar approach against Geek, they went Baksha and Kime, but it's a totally different situation. Onyx, they know that the Harith is too expensive to be let go of. It seems like they will lock in the Kalea as well. It's open. It's a different ball game now. RRQ, will they go for the Baksha? They will.
Yeah, because Kalea itself is like a deny pick for Luoyi, right? Combo Kalea Luoyi is similar with Kalea Kaja. Luoyi Kaja. The pick-off combo that can be used by RRQ. That's why they deny using the Kalea. But now, the Baxia and Moskov, they want to play like the team fight game, but the Moskov can do the split push.
And they want to make sure that they have rotations across the map. Remember, the diversion now is not only for going for pickoffs, for going for ganks, it's also to rotate around the map and have that pressure. Compositions that used to fail because they are too slow in moving around and clearing waves can now be enabled by this Lo Yi. So depending on how RRQ want to play this, they have that option to even carry it all the way to the late game. But with the Baksha, I think we can expect RRQ to go full on to try and fight for the first turtle. This seems to be the idea that they really like doing. But with Onyx having the Kalea and Glue, there's plenty of fighting power and sustain built in for now.
I like the early game. I think you're right. First turtle will be, for now, with the Glue pick, at least it's going to be tough for RRQ. I think Onyx, they are going to draft themselves, especially the last two picks. They want to have an okay early game where the mid late they rely more on towards the Harith. Naruto, or at least Lucas, will be banned out here. Onyx seems like they will. They are still sniffing that, hey, Baksha, it's still a flex pick.
Yeah, Franco Idok is still there, but from the first free pick on RRQ, I think map control is the key. Because Luoyi and Moskov, if they got the map control, they can like make Onyx very his sunset. It's a respect ban. for Sutsujin.
Yes, sir. They have forced out a respect Yi Sun-shin ban in Season 15, even though initially that pick was heavily doubted. Now, you can see that Sutsujin is running out of options. Onyx are trying to make sure that the Baxia indeed does go into the hands of Sutsujin. They don't want to deal with any kind of other possibilities Keswick might be trying to do by misleading them with the idea. But RK themselves are banning with jungles too, so they seem to be pretty confident that they can put this in Sutsujin and still have great time in the early game.
Because we're still looking at different heroes, right, for Kyrie. He's pulled up the Kaja once. You think that's an option that they can go for here?
Still one.
And with this composition, I feel like it's okay, but I don't really like the Kaja. I feel like there are other options.
Okay, what are we looking at? X-Borg, Alpha?
Joy is open.
Joy.
If Kyrie wants to use the assassin. Because Kaja, I think, is a very situational. Last time they used Kaja is because T-Boy using chips or Sans having the Luoyi.
Okay.
Because it's a combo. But right now, Luoyi is on RQ side. That's why I think Kaja jungler for Onyx is very hard
to execute
right now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and honestly, they don't have enough follow-up, enough damage to follow up on a Divine Judgment. Vexana, after a long time dipping away from the meta, finally back at it here. In line with the whole teamfight idea, Zara Q, almost a signature pick for Dyron, and Sutsujin on the Joy, something that Onyx prefer over the Yi Sun-shin. So I assume they have a plan for this, unless they really believe with the Kalia alone, they can stop Sutsujin's play across the map.
So this is a big thing, right? Because technically, against the Joy, would you pick the Fredrin here?
No. But now, I think it opens avenue for that Kaja pick. I think now, it's not a bad pick, right? With the terrorism and the Joy showed. Oh! That's bold.
Yep, that is bold. Both statements coming in from both teams as we're going to get into our first game in this best of 7. Casters, take it away.
A rematch of the Royal Derby here. A fallen king looking to restore their kingdom. And an now descended Sky Kings looking to again ascend to the celestial skies. Welcome to the grand finals of MPL ID Season 15. It has been realized. And Mirko.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the caster desk here. We will both be accompanying you throughout this, hopefully, full best of 7 series between the Kings of Kings and the Sky Kings. Just in a bit, we'll be getting into the land of Dawn, but what do you think about the drafts?
The Vexana pickup and the Lancelot, a Kyrie special. It was used, I think, quite some time for Kyrie, but I think it was forced into the Lancelot pick as well.
Yeah, again, the Yi Sun-shin bans, you saw the Ling bans as well. The fact is, right now, if you don't get damage dealing in the mid lane, it usually gets kind of tough. Really good angle of attack by RRQ. They ban out Farsa and Yves. They pick the Lo Yi away.
Yeah,
so
Lo
kind
Yi.
of force Sans on a pick that is utility. You don't want that on Sans.
You do not want that Vexana pick on him, but here we go to the land of Dawn for game number 1 in this grand finals best of 7 of MPL ID Season 15.
Whoa. Welcome. Right off the bat. Early win for the Vexana. I haven't seen the Vexana in quite a while. Just because, obviously there usually are better picks in the first phase. But it's also strange to think that finally now we're seeing Onyx utilize more of the last pick Lancelots, the last pick junglers. We've really just been seeing, especially when the Hayabusa is open. Kyrie pick it up. Edok already stopping Kyrie. Oh, Spear of Misery. Kaikon on the bad spot, has the retreat, secures it.
The pressure early on by RRQ. That was actually a coincidence as well. Toy was in the neighborhood where Kyrie was taken down to an instant, and now this Baxia pick. At first I thought it was going to go to Sutsujin, but then flex onto Edok. As Keyboy wants to look to advance towards Sutsujin, but no. Sutsujin will just pull away. But the question is, will this Vexana pick be enough to stop the advances of the Joy and the Baxia?
So far it has looked quite enough. Look at that damage. Trading in the mid lane has never been so easy for Sans. Cursed Blast landing on Rins, and Sans spacing has been phenomenal this game. I don't think he's gotten hit by a single dispersion, rotate, no yin-yang reactions. He just walked away from it pixel perfect.
At least he's able to survive the early game, the early burst coming in from the Lo Yi. Not yet level 4, so no Eternal Guard that might help him in the engages. Dyron is here, Sutsujin comes in as well.
Good terrify, Sutsujin coming in. Electrifying beats already popped by Sutsujin. Keyboy taken off the wall by Edok.
This turtle fight will be very, very important. Sans, flickerless, no flicker. That is information. And a very, very expensive battle spell. Kyrie, close by as well. Look, base, split.
Puncture in, Tyron still in the front, penalty zone coming in with a puncture as well. Look, people the flicker forward, able to get Rins. Now Keyboy looking for the tsunami slam, will be able to find it, but Rins is the one who secures it in the back line. Kyrie has the puncture defensively as the rest of the team looks to back away. Eat off, Poissons, Keyboy flickering back, a win for the Kings.
Oh, that is RRQ getting the turtle as well. They were unable to kill Kyrie in the very first altercation, but at least Dyron is spacing him out, and Kyrie is not given the space to play as the Lancelot. I mean, sure, you would argue that Lancelot is a mobile assassin, so much escape mechanism, so much potential of possibly contesting that objective, that neutral objective, steal it or just take it straight away. But as of now, RRQ, they have one mission in hand, and that is to screen Kyrie out of that possibility. But as on predictions by the new application, go pay. You know, it's a split of both.
Yeah. This is a fair split. Oh, it's actually in favor of Onyx. We got 4-2 only. Arashi and Colius have gone for RRQ. I wonder what the Indo desk thinks, because we have a different one. Eternal Guard landing. Rins knocked up. Keyboy, they're gonna go for it again. Tsunami Slam with the Purify out by Rins. No fight.
They might turn, but as of now, that's a Purify blown out. So maybe if Onyx, they really want to gesture again against RRQ, that is a possibility. But Sutsujin might look for the engage. Edok rolling in. Not the best playmaking hero we would see from Edok. But as of now, he's doing very well screening. Lutpi fighting the damage.
Good damage on Lutpi. Penalty zone by Dyron. Keyboy caught in the crossfires. Purple buff should be taken. Divergent into the top side. Kyrie looking for the play again. Thorn Rose and a puncture defensively as Sutsujin gets even more pressure.
Reset. It's all RRQ with the macro advantage as well, right? With the diversion. So much angles open. Severo might be hanging meat now for RRQ, but he has that dash to shield him away from the possibilities of a dive. Now let's take a look at Onyx WinCon. I think so far they can rely on Sans early on with the Eternal Guard, but as of now, it's up to Kyrie to finally go onto himself, because his Lancelot has to go online. A couple of kills might do it, but RRQ, they're not giving the space for Onyx to do just that.
They're not even gonna give space to Kai to go for trades. Toy sent to the bottom lane again. RRQ are the ones who are holding the neutral objective. Keyboy looking at the play, Tsunami Slam able to find him. No Purify just yet. Now grabs some execution and Thorn Rose. Rins taken down by Sans. Now in the back line, it's gonna be Sutsujin jumping to find beat. Toy landing the SOD. Savero still with the Synchro Vision. Constantly jumping around with the Chrono dashes, forcing the Revitalize. Keyboy getting position. Sutsujin, 2 dashes, no ultimate. Onyx recover, and now will secure a turtle. But look at the trade by Toy.
For a roll in, Edok, no slay, rather no steal whatsoever happening. And down bottom, Toy, off screen, able to get a turret for himself. So RRQ, at least, they're able to get a cross-map trade and make things even in the hands of both sides. As of now, though, it's RRQ still with a gold lead, 1.3k. And they will always have that ever-present segue, you know, side lane pressure in the hands of the Moskov, plus the Luo Yi, enabling them to get rotations either to the back or even down bottom to just push out the waves. And as of now for Onyx, their only response to that side lane is this Lancelot.
This is so value for RRQ. Like you mentioned, Onyx can't really deal with the side lane pressure, especially when we get into the late game. So the fact that RRQ are now the ones leading with the Moskov, who should by all means, I think, be bullied a bit more in the early game by Onyx. He's going to scale up to be a monster. Good damage by Rins on Sans. And you can see Onyx already start to rotate up top. Later on, though, Onyx, the way they win is through a big team fight. RRQ can deny those team fights. They have diversions. They have the Moskov, obviously, with the SODs. That global presence is so good for them to capitalize on Onyx's very one-dimensional team fight style.
And Onyx needs to scout those diversion plays as well, right? They need to scout the teleport. So Kyrie, Thorn Rose able to dodge that kill shot.
Whoa!
As of now, it's Onyx still holding to their ground. And look at the rotations made from RRQ. Dyron already, you know, preparing himself for fighting. But the audience prediction now, with the new application, Go Pay, 62% favoring RRQ, Hoshi.
It's as usual here, ladies and gentlemen, in Indonesia. Wherever you go, whichever venue, stadium, It's a home ground advantage for RRQ. The Kingdom go wherever the players go. Sometimes even without the players, they still wear that RRQ jersey everywhere.
Everywhere, anywhere. The culture for them. And now it's up to Onyx to get this objective. Kyrie, level 10, and possibly having even more than one item. But RRQ, they want to fight this. Savero is nearby. Toy just went with the SOD, so that is a possibility. But Sutsujin comes close, and they will try to contest this.
Reset. Keyboy with the jump already now. Kyrie with the Phantom Execution and a Thorn Rose. Good peek. Flickering forward, but the rest of the team will not follow. Rins again, able to escape. Now in the back as well. Kyrie able to go for the puncture and Thorn Rose for a bit of hope. Sutsujin. Electrifying Beast, Tsunami Slam, knocking him down, Eternal Go with the combo, Savero comes in with the Toy, SOD lands, Sutsujin falling, Toy still up top with the farm, Kai gets another, Tyrant, Sutsujin down, Toy up top, Kai jumps in with the puncture, Phantom Execution!
He goes in, and that's Keyboy! Finishing off Rins, and Kyrie's tail, a cold assassin, but that was Keyboy as his wingman. And up top though, a wave pushing for RRQ. So at least they have that value. But still, Onyx, they swing it to themselves. And that orange buff for Kyrie too.
RRQ have to play way slower. Again, they have that global presence. They have someone in the side. They cannot be reeled in to a battle like that. Remember, Onyx, they're the better team fight comp. They have so much CC, overloading even Sutsujin.
But at least with the SOD, right? Even if it hits and it's not favorable for you to take the fight, you could still push up top. You could still make that side push happen. Kyrie, assassinated, might be a possibility.
Shield Unity, oh! Kai again up against 4, no problem. This gets away, makes it look so easy. A trade though, but it's only a tier 1. RRQ definitely getting the value out of that.
Well known to make the escapes, and that is just him not breaking any sweat. At least E-Doc is able to, you know, exert that pressure to keep on pushing. And Sans gets that Blood Wings extra defensive, you know, tool for him with that extra shielding. But Swift Trinity by Toy with the 3 items, he's ready to just join the fights. But again, side lane so far has been his priority. Keyboy, Tsunami Slam!
Tsunami Slam and lockdown, all in from Onyx!
Gone!
The Mercenary has been dealt with. Savero in the mid lane all alone up against Rins, now jumps in again. Revive, Tyrant goes in, Rins gonna be slammed! Savero! All alone, now the SOD lands again, but it's only gonna be a tier 2 as Keyboy collapses. And Onyx will find him mounted on Phantom Execution. Kai just does not miss on this lance.
The Sky Kings roar in game number 1. That was Savero in the backline looking for Rins. But Kyrie and the others followed suit. Tyron, that is not what we expected from him. The penalty zone did not penalize any of the Onyx members, and now they have that Lord for themselves. Up top, it's still pushing for side of RRQ Hoshi, but at least Onyx, they're able to stabilize everything.
That was mad disrespectful. Realize, penalty zoning, Bigatron's trophy cabinet.
Hey!
What?
Don't do him dirty like that.
Anyways, Toy, he looks pretty good now. Despite, again, not being able to win there, he's 0-0-0. He's still farming really well.
Yeah.
And he's getting closer to that item power spike. Now, technically, the 3-item power spike is what you're waiting for, but against a composition like this, I'd say Rose Gold Meteor is probably when you can finally start battling it out. But just as I mentioned, that Savero gets Holy Crystal.
Holy Crystal.
Big, big power spike.
And even BOD for Kyrie, so at least that adds his damage even more. But now the real-time victory rate presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series is 64% for Onyx. Tsunami Slam though.
Again, over to E-Dog this time with Revitalize, still able to survive with the Poison still. Lupi brought back by the Yin Yang reaction. Lord dealing with the tier 2 in the mid lane. Good wave management by RRQ. They keep their losses at a minimum.
They hold it. At least they're able to stabilize everything again. It's up to RRQ to activate the side lanes. Talking about high ground defense and, you know, just holding their base together as to not be torn apart. I think they have that power in the hands of Toy. Rose Gold purchased as well, so at least extra protection. Oh, diversion flank play only to send Dyren, but E-Doc is here as well, scouting. At least that's one thing that RRQ can nurture, that information from E-Doc constantly rolling towards Onyx, because they need to know that Onyx is ready to bounce back.
Good flicker out from the penalty zone. That's a big resource used already.
but they are happy with that. RRQ, remember, even though they use 2 ults there to get into position. Keyboy! Oh, what a read from Keyboy! Eternal Guard from Sans. Sutsujin 3 times read like a book by the boy. Lutpi on Diamond, a flicker back again. Lutpi has the flicker, but he won't utilize it. Ty cutting the wave up top.
Keyboy, his spidey senses were tingling and was able to get that Sutsujin lockdown, Tsunami Slam onto the Eternal Guard. And I think that's another synergy we can talk about, Miracle. Tsunami Slam, Eternal Guard. So it's basically you getting knocked up to get knocked up again. That lockdown is still there. But the question is, can Onyx burst down the targets as quick as possible? With the Lancelot, that might be feasible. With Harith as well, that is a possibility. So RRQ now, what do they do? Because the Tsunami Slam is going to be the main engage tool for Onyx. They have to be able to peel themselves back, distance themselves from Onyx. As of now, Sutsujin 1, 2, 3 wins, same stat as well. They're struggling.
They really are. It's gonna be tougher as we get towards, I'd say, 15 minutes. Again, we were talking about the late game possibility for RRQ, but now I gotta dial it back a bit. RRQ have just not been able to utilize it as much. I think they're really scared of that AoE CC chain of Onyx. They can bait out Purifies like it's nothing, so Toy has to be extra careful. And that's why they've lost Prio even in the side lanes. High level 15, the Mercenary very close as well. Puncture coming down, now Edok gonna be caught. Phantom Execution over to the Lord. Diamond gonna be caught again with the Eternal Guard, and the Tsunami Slam. Oh! SOD doesn't land. Sutsujin caught in the bad spot, has the electrifying beats, and now Savero!
That goes for the assassination. Savero goes for more. The double kill connects. Lutpi in the back, just harnessing the power. Dyren mounted up.
What can he do? Terrified now. The Curse Blast coming down as well. Oh, they're toying with Dyren at this point. 5 members, good penalty zone. But what is it for? It was a desperate attempt to survive.
Reminiscent of Season 12. Dyren with the solo hold, penalty zone 5 men. But this time, it's a different era. Onyx, they might be marching for the base, looking for the siege as well. RRQ, can they hold this? The Lord respawn, pushing forward, and they get that inner inhibitor.
Yikes. You saw that damage, Thorn Rose. That's why it's difficult for Toy. You want to go Rose Gold Meteor to deal with a lot of the damage, magic damage dealers. But then there's Kai on the Lance, a signature big Edo. Uh-oh, Shield Unity already using the back line. Kiboy! Finding the pick with Eternal Guard, now dive with penalty zone into the back line. Sutsujin looking for the place of Arrow still with the Chrono dashes. Able to kite away. Lord is open already. Lutpi running away. Toy with the chase again. 1 base turret, that's it.
1-for-1 trade. It's Dyren and Keyboy both down. These RRQ are still able to hold their base. And now it's up to Toy to wave clear all the minions coming in towards their base. But that was actually a well-executed team fight by Onyx. They had their targets in their hands. The Tsunami Slam connected. But RRQ with the splash of damage that was underestimated by Onyx. The burst connected with Sutsujin with the Joy. Rince contributing as well to that damage. And Toy just doing his own thing with the Moskov, passively poking the players of Onyx with that passive in the Moskov.
Very tough for RRQ at this point. They've lost a base turret in the mid lane. That means full prio for Onyx. They gotta deal with the side lane somehow. They gotta be confident enough that they can beat some of the Onyx members that will be sent down below. But it is tough, again, just because you're kind of forced to go either Rose Gold or win, right?
Yeah.
Maybe if he sells boots next, he'll get Win of Nature, but he kind of needs the mobility too. Up against a composition like this. Kai with a Thorn Rose over to Toy. Great punctures in, man. And a Retri. Thorn Rose mounted on Edok, brought back to the team as Samara walks up as well. Revitalized already with the Poissons. Lutpi gets off.
They stabilized. And a concealed play, they might look for another
Oh,
Hail Mary play. Diversion connects, but where is the backup?
What a read from Kila Sans! Now Tsunami Slam Savero! Again, now flipping back, Sutsujin pops in electrifying beats. Onyx wanna go for it. Not finding the wall, Keyboy Toy! He's been waiting the entire game just for Onyx to all in on him. Now it's only the Mercenary left.
The Mercenary looking at the broken castle walls. Onyx might punch for the end. The crystal is exposed. It's only up to Sutsujin.
Onyx with a statement game won 17-3, 6.4k gold lead. Kila Sans with a crazy read. We're getting back there. Realize from the ground to the skies where they belong. Slowly but surely, we're not just seeing glimpses of that prime Onyx of season 11, 12, and 13. I think it's about time we see the whole picture.
It might be an upgrade, who knows? But time and time again, Onyx has been able to show that maturity. The read was so perfect, and RRQ had, underlined boldly, had to go for that play. They had to look for one small skirmish, one small team fight that they could leverage on the back of a diversion play. That Hail Mary play had to happen if they wanted to go back and chase down Onyx. The advantage, the differences, the discrepancies was way too far for them to really deal with. And going rose gold, Onyx just forcing RQ in an unfavorable position.
There's too much damage.
Look at that greed though.
Yeah. Diversion, Sans catching them with the glowing wand, Curse Blast. It wasn't timed, like he got the Curse Blast, but I don't know. I want to look at the interaction again because they didn't get caught by the damage per se, but the glowing wand was on them, giving Keyboy, I think, vision for it. Sans is ridiculous, man. I don't know what Yeb does to him every single time he's in the roster, but the monster's back. Like Eli in him. I can see it in his eyes.
Crazy. It's Sans. And now it's up to Heskute and Co. to go back to the drawing board again, re-strategize. As Onyx again pulling masterclass after masterclasses. And now it's up to our panel to break it down. What has happened in that game?
Thank you so much, Miracle. Thank you so much, Realize, for casting game number 1 at what looks like a very dominantly Onyx game. 16 minutes and 42 seconds. Let's break this down just a little bit more, right? Because for the entirety of the playoffs, we've been talking about utility mid laners, how it's not really a thing, but the Vexana seems like it really works well with Onyx playstyle.
Yeah, because I think with Vexana, they can stop Boxia or even like Rinse when he do the diversion. But for this particular game, I think RQ got the early game. They got the 2k gold leads, but the problem is like the decision from Sutsujin. Yeah, several times Sutsujin brings a lot of bad things for his teams. Like it brings the winning momentum
like
for
this
Onyx.
Moment?
Yeah, like when he opened the when he wants to go for the portable buff, or when he tried to chase the who's it? Lutpi
on
the mid lane.
On the glue, yeah. I do think so, man. It feels like they were just not really respecting the chance for Onyx to punish. And knowing Onyx, this is a team that won't let anything slide. So off positioning, clearing without checking, you fall victim to the player of the game here.
Yeah, and in that final moment, we saw that the diversion play, the Hail Mary diversion play coming from RQ, really did not work out for them because of this man that you see up on screen. Player of the game presented by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Goni, talk us through it.
You know what, I think Keyboy again displaying very, very great awareness, excellent positioning as well. Right, he knows where to just stay in that, what bush to stay, and it shows that the angles that RRQ is trying to penetrate from, covered by this man.
Yeah.
The concealed plays multiple times, just denying the openings that RRQ wanted, and that was the questionable play from Dyron there. Again, capitalized fully by Onyx members.
I think I can make a statement here. If Keyboy on his prime performance, he's the best roamer. If you are talking about the momentum roamer, like Aaliyah, Tigreal, and everything in the world.
Ooh.
In the world.
There's a reason why Mirko's, most of the more common yell out for Mirko is Keyboy!
Yeah.
Because he just makes the moments happen. And he's really good at just reading into the intentions. Because the final diversion play, I think, had potential. They were aiming to try and find a moment of weakness from Onyx near their purple buff, but Keyboy read through it. He wasn't really in the same bush, but he was nearby. And immediately seeing how it is unfolding, he made that split-second call to just go in, make the play happen, and even with the Purifies on the hands of the RRQ backline, he was just so active and so frequent with the Tsunami Slam attempts that it made it seem like the Purify is almost never up, never available.
See, those moments would never have happened if not the follow-up coming through, right?
Yeah.
Because for the first few moments that he gets the slam coming through from the Kalea, the follow-up from Kyrie is instant. In that moment with the diversion, the follow-up coming from Savero was so instant. So it seems like the Sky Kings are always on the same page, which is quite scary because we can't really say the same for RRQ in that game.
They're united. Onyx united, and I think it's official in the playoff run. Onyx has always drew first blood in their series. So yeah, it's not new, but let's see if RRQ can come back from this. Because 16 minutes, it wasn't fast, but it's a convincing win still overall from Onyx.
That's why for RRQ, I think they need to discuss about the risk management. Because a lot of things that what RRQ do since yesterday or even the first day, the risk calculation is not too mature.
Yeah.
A bit premature, a bit hasty almost.
Yeah.
It really feels like that. They were trying to play more for Toy here. You saw that even though Suzujin was falling victim to a lot of the plays, Toy was still farming up a storm, was actually number 1 in the gold standings all the way until the mid game still. But unfortunately afterwards, right, with the presence of the glue of the Lancelot as well as having a Harith on Savero, there's so many ways for Onyx to dive in and make sure that Moskov has no safety zone to actually stand there and do that damage. So even if he has full items, it just wasn't safe enough, especially with their front lines all being kind of divey front lines. No one there is actually catered to try and protect Toy from the dive coming in from Onyx. And even on the other hand, if RRQ wants to use their game plan and dive with the Baksha, Terizla, and Joy, that's where the Vexana comes in. Just like that, one Terrify becomes a 3-man Terrify, becomes a
Eternal's Guard.
Eternal Guard, and that's the end of it, right? With the AoE coming in, the Golden also does AoE damage for Onyx. So that makes RRQ's hands really tied. So unless they really find some really value diversion plays, they weren't really able to win any fight outright unless they do something special. And unfortunately, Onyx, they know how to play that low Yi as well. They read through most of the diversions, and just like that, slowly but surely RRQ get grinded down.
So what needs to be changed here?
The
So
game
they built
plan
up
itself.
So the game plan from the drafts, were the drafts okay to you guys?
The draft, if it's working, it's okay. But RRQ is, for example, here, Sans can change his gameplay. Usually he's shining using the mid laner as a mid laner.
Yeah.
But right now he's using the utility mid lane like Vexana. He's playing like a shadow. He didn't want like the opponent to see Sans, but when the times come, Sans will be there.
Right.
Okay.
Not to mention having the Vexana, we can say it's a utility mid laner, but it still does a ton of damage, man. So it's almost like, even though Mirko was saying utility sucks, well, Vexana kind of does both. So this is one of those heroes that really fits this particular need here. They need damage, they need some utility as well, and of course Coach Yeb finds something that slots right in there.
But of course, after game number 1, we're still looking at MSC. That's, on the horizon. So let's get to the MSC battle plan here with our first poster, the Sky King era generation. Will the 3rd generation be able to continue that legacy? Onyx Gen 1, obviously everyone knows the Onyx Kage era, right? Trophy in 2019. Onyx Gen 2, the golden era from Onyx with, obviously Boots still in the lineup. But now, we're missing CW, we're missing Boots. We have Savero and Lutfi. What do you guys think about this question?
Oh man, what do you think, Golius? Because I recall we were all talking about, me and Shevin, I believe, we were talking that we prefer the golden era. And then Golius comes out with like the Kage era, bro. What do you think about, this comparison?
I think, if we are talking about the Kage era, no one can beat them on their prime time. But and the golden era of Onyx, it's almost the same, but it's not a smooth road for them on the regular season, on the MSC. But right now, it's with Lutfi, with Savero, young blood who can make a new vibes on the team. So they have a new goals to be set. That's why on this MSC, it's time for them to prove to the world that even they have a new generation, even they have 3 generations, they're still on the top performance.
Look, regardless of whether or not we want, them to have a really good performance, regardless of them bringing the new vibe, the big question is it enough, right? Because the representatives from all the other regions, they're looking really strong and really tough as well. Take MPL for example. TLPH are comprised of a lineup of veterans. huge experience, championship mentality. Can new bloods like Lutfi and Savero be able to create change?
For me, it's never enough, Aitana.
Ooh,
Most
Never.
they have a chance, right? With SRG last year winning it, I think that opens a lot of opportunities for other teams, the young bloods, the new faces, to perhaps win MSC. Same story here. Sure, Savero, Lutfi, new at MSC, but I feel like they still are top tier, I feel.
Yeah, that's why it doesn't matter if you are a veteran or even you are the young blood. Because adaptability is the key to winning the MSC.
Okay.
Although we know adaptability comes with sometimes having experience allows you to have a better adaptability as well. Which is why I believe shout out to Midnight who peeked over here earlier. He was saying that hey, Onyx is great right now, but there are some moments where you can pinpoint Savero sometimes having a lapse of judgment, which is he's only human, right? But compared to the veteran trio, right, Savero really isn't as clean just yet. So that stands to be one of the things that Onyx have to kind of iron out, have to kind of let Savero catch up to the rest of the team in order for them to have a full-on balanced five-man gameplay. Because in the highest level, dude, one person having the wrong idea, not on the same page, that could be catastrophic.
Yeah, it breaks games, it breaks momentum, and those things are definitely huge when it comes down to the international landscape. Because Savero, he's looking at veterans, right? Oheb, Kalra.
Ooh.
Like, these are not unfamiliar names. These are legends coming into MSC. That's pressure.
A lot of pressure. A lot of pressure. So, you know what? I think just take it step by step.
Step by step.
MSC is definitely ahead of them. But, you know, Savero can mold his experience from now. Game one, solid. I feel like he was, just displayed a excellent Harith. I think he was deathless that game, untouched. So again, slowly but surely, step by step.
He was deathless. So, of course, before we get into game number 2, we are gonna throw it over to the stage. I believe with Bude Clara Monster. So take it away.
Di tengah-tengah Jakarta International Velodrome, ketegangan dari kedua super fans bisa terasa. Namun, kalau ngelihat dari match hari ini kayaknya yang paling was-was, yang paling dark-dikdukser juga adalah dua orang dalam dari kedua tim. Ada Mars dan juga VL.
Halo semua. Halo.
Waduh, sekarang aktif sekali ya untuk menyuarakan. Kalau dari VL, yang aktif banget sebenarnya mau narik-narik kamu banyak loh di sini.
Apa itu?
Itu, di situ. Banyak yang bilang, no VL.
Nah, hari ini kita patahkan lah. Semoga ya. Dia nggak boleh interview ya katanya ya?
Nggak boleh.
Iya.
Bagus
ini
dong
sebenarnya Kingdom udah pada panik ini Bude di sebelah sini, nggak ngerti Bude.
Makanya.
Iya.
Ini udah pada yang pengen narik Viel aja. Tapi kata Mars happy ya kalau Viel diwawancara ya.
Ini sebenarnya gue yang narik.
Oh gitu ya?
Iya.
Benar.
Ini strategi dari Mars.
Strategi nih.
Dia
Oke.
sampai sekarang masih mau adu strategi aja Bude, nggak tahu kenapa ini Mars.
Itu sudah 5 season lalu.
Dari season 8 sampai 10 ya kita ya?
10.
3 season kalian mengadu satu sama lain. Dan sekarang kalian nonton untuk mendukung tim yang masih yang sama nih. Kalau ngelihat di season 15, gimana? Pas lagi ngedukung kalau buat Viel kayaknya senyum terus ya.
Nggak juga sih sebenarnya, mau apapun yang terjadi itu ternyata lebih deg-degan nonton daripada ada di backstage ya.
Oh ini hal yang
Nonton tuh
menarik.
lebih kalau Mars nggak tahu ya, soalnya kan dia sekarang udah head. Jadi kayak
Nggak gitu, tetap bener, itu setuju banget. Setiap udah nonton itu pasti jauh, lebih deg-degannya jauh banget.
Iya.
Jauh lebih deg-degan, tapi kalau untuk masalah deg-degan, ini jantung Mars yang harus diperiksa karena
Kenapa?
Onyx kan naik turun banget nih. Kalau liatin dari performa Onyx di babak playoff ini, sebagai orang dalam, kasih tahu kita, sebenarnya apa yang terjadi di Onyx sampai babak playoff ini, mode Onyx tuh beda banget Mars.
Ya dari yang kita awal yang pas #9 itu ya banyak lah yang kita evaluasi gitu loh. Bukan cuma dari sisi in-game, bahkan dari sisi out-game, dan bahkan juga dari sisi manajemen juga kita evaluasi apa yang kita butuhin buat support mereka. Dan sampai titik inilah gitu loh. Jadi semuanya pada try hard sih.
Tapi ada vibes yang berbeda nggak sih dari anak-anak juga yang Mars mungkin bisa ngelihat, bisa langsung di-mention gitu. Sebelumnya terlihat lesu, sekarang semangat atau ada hal yang benar-benar bisa di-share?
Itu sebenarnya salah satu pertama yang kita benerin sih dari vibes-nya itulah. Karena ya namanya kalah kan pasti nggak ada yang suka ya. Pasti kesel lah. Nah tapi itu yang harus dihilangkan buat kita bisa perform sih.
Oke, ini berbeda kisahnya dengan RRQ yang kayaknya sepanjang season 15 mereka kelihatan super duper nyaman, pede, happy. Bener nggak, Fiel?
Kelihatannya ya.
Oh.
Ya, tapi ya beruntungnya waktu kemarin sempat keliling kota ya ada happy-happynya. Cuma kan di akhir-akhir sedikit deg-degan ya. Karena di akhir-akhir banyak banget yang bilang kalau bensin kita habis gini-gini. Ya sebenarnya kan kalau bensin kita habis tinggal melipir ke pom bensin beli selesai permasalahan.
Udah beli nih?
Udah beli.
Udah beli.
Udah beli good day makanya melek lagi.
Mantap.
Yes.
Butuh nih melek untuk game kedua. Game pertama ada apa? Kalau dari kacamata Fiel, yang mana ketinggalan 1 poin di Best of 7 ini?
Kalau di game pertama lebih ke karena aku masuknya telat aja sih Bude. Jadi kayak anak-anak tuh kok nggak ada Fiel ya di situ nggak semangat gitu. Coba kita lihat nanti game yang kedua ya coba ya.
Oke, berarti gara-gara Fiel ya.
Ayo mau ngomong apa lu? Lu mau ngomong apa?
Tapi kan udah ketarik ke sini nih.
Oh iya, nggak gitu jangan dong. Jangan.
Calon di game 2.
Nah, Onyx gimana nih untuk menahan momentum, membuat momentum terus di Onyx? Gimana kalau Mars ngelihat untuk anak-anak?
Stay pede aja sih yang pasti. Sekarang sih kita ngerasa ya kita kuat lah. Itu aja lah.
Kuat. Ini sama-sama sebagai mantan tim, mantan coach, dua-duanya pernah merasakan apakah season ini memang benar-benar prime dari kedua tim?
Sebenarnya apa ya? Kalau prime nggak tahu ya kapan sih harus ditentukan prime atau enggaknya tuh kita nggak ngerti. Tapi yang pasti di season ini apalagi waktu playoff ya aku akuin juga Onyx mode bener-bener inilah Onyx gitu. Dan RRQ juga apa namanya nggak mau apa ya menyanyiakan kesempatan ini gitu loh. Apalagi kan ini pertama kali juga RRQ lolos ke grand final dari lower. Yang sebelumnya kan selalu di upper. Jadi mungkin lebih ke history baru, experience baru. Jadi mungkin ada sesuatu yang mereka dapat juga di MPL season 15 ini.
Sebenarnya salah satu yang kita note sih bukan cuma playoff ini yang kita kejar. Ya salah satunya kan kita mau kejar di EWC nanti sih.
Iya, betul.
Gue yakin Onyx sama RRQ itu pengen perform sih di
Pasti,
RRQ. Itu.
Pasti.
Oke, dua-duanya terlihat akrab, dua-duanya The Royal Bestie ini sama-sama akan ke Riyadh. Dan sekarang tapi penentuan nih siapa yang akan mengangkat Immortal Cup. Belum ada yang punya, walaupun
Benar.
kalian sudah berjejer.
Yes.
Ini
Baru
sih
ini
motivasi.
Ya. Motivasi banget. Baru banget. Ya.
Yakin menang nggak nih Phil untuk
Wah,
ini?
kalau nggak yakin jangan naik ke atas panggung sih Bude sebenarnya.
Benar?
Iya.
Yakin banget, kalau Mars juga pastinya?
Iyalah, yakin. Namanya kompetitif harus yakin.
Yes.
Oke, dan sepertinya keyakinan kita akan langsung terjawab dari kedua tim karena Grand Final harus terus dilanjutkan. Kita akan memasuki game yang kedua. Inilah dia, Onyx dan juga RRQ Hoshi.
Terima kasih.
Dan sebelum ada yang spesial, sebelum kita masuk ke dalam game yang kedua, tentunya ada BBG. Di mana semua yang udah punya GoPay pastinya sudah tahu. Karena jika kalian udah punya GoPay, kalian nanti bisa ngedapetin GoPay coins secara cuma-cuma. Dan kita akan langsung aja tunjukin caranya buat para super fans yang telah hadir, yang udah pastinya hafal juga. Bude di sini akan menunjukkan caranya. Inilah dia cara untuk mendapatkan GoPay coins. Pertama-tama pastikan kalian download yang udah punya bagus. Dan setelah kalian punya, buka GoPay-nya. Lalu buka kamera. Setelah kalian membuka kamera, kalian nanti bisa nge-scan di QR yang ada di layar putih ini. Setelah itu klik buka hadiah dan otomatis GoPay Coins akan masuk ke akun GoPay kalian. Udah pada siap belum nih? Waduh, Jakarta International Velodrome. Inilah dia, GoPay hadiah GG. semuanya langsung gercep. Dan scan. Wih, dapat. Wah, Sonic udah dapet. Kingdom gimana nih? Juga udah pada scan belum nih? Dan semuanya congratulations buat yang udah dapet. Yang udah lagi nge-scan, yang lagi berusaha yang belum download. Karena ini benar-benar GoPay selalu memberikan kita yang happy. Bisa buat berbagai macam dan GoPay Coins sudah dibagikan. Kita masih menunggu poin kedua akan berada di tangan siapa. Jadi langsung aja kita akan kembalikan kepada para panelis untuk membedah seperti apa jalannya game yang kedua. So panelis, monggo.
We have Mars and Fuel in the building supporting their respective teams. But remember Fuel's curse. Whenever he does the interview, RRQ usually loses.
Oh, really?
So that was kind of a topic that they were discussing with Bude Clara earlier on. And then he's like, you know, I bet the kingdom are shaking right now because I'm here. And then Mars is like, yes, according to plan. That is why I brought you here.
Yeah, he was saying, I put him here exactly for that reason. But hey, you know, rules are meant to be broken.
Yeah.
We've broken some already. We have to keep that momentum. Keep the faith.
I love your confidence, man. I love your confidence.
The momentum
it's
of
copium. It's copium.
the momentum of Onyx 1-0 already? Is that what you mean?
No. Momentum of RRQ exceeding expectations.
Okay.
So the lower the expectations are for RRQ right now, the better, man.
Pressure,
They're gonna smash through it.
Because it's a BO7. It's a BO7, so anything can happen.
Yeah. Anything can happen, obviously.
Yesterday they lost against Geek
That's
on
true.
the first game, right?
That's true. Game number 2 is upon us, though. And that is where I feel like momentum will start to shake up.
Boy, oh boy.
Right? So, again, drafts were fine. We're looking at the execution coming in from Sutsujin as well, who at times made a little bit of weird movements, you know, going into areas of the map that had no information about the enemy whereabouts. We saw him getting taken out here and there. Is this a common thing that we've seen from Sutsujin?
Usually it's not Sutsujin.
Overconfidence, I think.
I think it's part of RRQ's style to actually have some. It's like they're testing the limits in a sense of like how far they can go when it comes to map control. So sometimes you do see them make moves where it's risky and it's almost an 80% like pick off potential if they walk into the whole team. But when they don't, it gives them big value. And we see that being done by Daiwan, by Rins, and by Sutsujin as well as Edok, of course. So when it works really well. But when things are just so clean and so calculated, those kinds of moments can really swing tides in favor of your opponents. So I really feel like if RRQ wants to try and still occasionally send Sutsujin alone into a dangerous area or Rins alone to a dangerous area, you can do so when you're kind of even or even when you're ahead. But once things are getting kind of, when they're kind of behind, I feel like that needs to stop. Right? They have to try and make sure that they don't keep making the same mistake and then eventually lose control over the whole game. Especially against a team like Onyx, who very rarely lets go of the control once they have it in their grasp.
Yeah, but for the first game, I think RRQ do an improved one. Because if we see that when they against Onyx on the final upper bracket and against Geek, they rarely got the early game. But now, on the first game, they do the homework, they got the early game, but they tilt on the mid game. That's why I think they need to fix that on this second game if they want to take the revenge.
I completely understand your point, Golius, but I do feel like that Onyx, they understand that, yeah, like first 2 minutes, their composition isn't that strong. Sure, they have a Kalea, but after that first, interaction, that first turtle, okay, Onyx understands that, okay, we're not that strong for that first 5 minutes, so they played a little bit laid back, wait for Severo, especially hitting that Holy Crystal, then they start to be more active, start to look for counterplays to equalize what they lost in that first couple of minutes, I have to say. So yeah, RRQ improved early game, but what's next? That is the crucial question can RRQ get that early game and translate it to the mid game?
Yep. Because the next thing is how they hold the advantage, how they hold the map control. That's the problem.
And the thing is with the, well, before that, let's go into the drafting phase before we go on any further.
It was okay if you wanted to continue.
Let's continue.
Okay, well, I was about to say that once they actually have some momentum, have their lead in the early game, they have to try and figure out how they want to team fight properly as well. If they know that they can't win the front to back, they know that their main dive tools are going to be, stopped by Sans or maybe Keyboy, they have to try and adapt immediately there. So at this point, it's no longer strategy, it's also tactics individually when it comes to a 5v5.
Okay, let's see the adaptations coming in from RRQ here as they look to secure this next game point for themselves. We're looking at the drafts now presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Okay, the bans and picks are coming in fast, and it's important to note that Onyx and RQ have actually opted to swap sides, so neither are on their preferred side, I believe.
So, yeah, I think Onyx with that Lancelot last pick value, RQ do not want to overthink, because then they tried to limit Kyrie's hero earlier, but with the Lancelot, it just nullifies the Surratt. So RQ, they're trying a new quote-unquote approach, being on the second pick for the second game. Barca instantly picked up. A lot of options. It's gonna be Hayabusa and the high loss, the double H combo.
Hayabusa on Zutsujin, another signature pick, but we just haven't seen this pick all that often, so there are concerns there. And Dyron now being on the high loss, it's not that big playmaker, but we've seen him deliver in the laning phase and also with the clutch, glorious pathways before. But of course, when you see Hylos on Dyron, then you know something big is coming for Edok. It's almost a guarantee. It needs to happen for RRQ to have enough threats, especially with Onyx picking up the Joy.
I was about to say the Badang.
I love the Badang pick, actually, because Badang can really stop Hayabusa, especially for the momentum. Like, it have a long duration of the crowd control, using the face crack, face wall, and anything. But now, Sans with the Farsia. I think we already saw it 2 days ago.
Yeah.
That it's very terrifying, Farsia. Now, what is the answer from RRQ? Are they gonna facing against Farsia using the high ground, another high ground like Eve, or they want to play with Kimi?
Selena is a potential pick as well, right? But they will prio the Harith first. So now, Onyx, they can try to limit the mages in that second phase.
All right, what are we looking at here? Eve, Ben?
I feel like Selena.
Valentina?
Selena.
I think Valentina is also an option.
Valentina is dangerous. Hero picked by RRQ right now, but they prefer to respect Edok's Tigreal because the momentum from Edok's Tigreal, we already seen it that it makes comeback against on the final upper bracket against Onyx, right?
Yes, sir.
Four heroes implosion.
Exactly, and that's with them already ready for it anyways. So it definitely is a special kind of Tigreal. The question is though, again with the Joy there, suppression becomes very valuable. So our Onyx want to still respect the Franco even along with that, and if that happens, is either gonna go back on the Ruby, or is there another different alternative that post-Kessu is gonna get for him?
We didn't see Jowhead, right, on this playoff.
No, I don't think we have.
Yep. Because Jowhead, I think, still had the opportunity if they want to conquer the early game.
Yeah. Those are the things that we're looking at definitely. With the CC being banned out, do you think that this could be flex? Hylos flex for Edok? And then they pick up a Phobius for Dyron?
It could be. Especially when they bend the CC as well. I think it's hinting that they want something that can kind of broaden out in the EXP lane. They go for the Yi first though, and this is a point that a lot of people have been making, a lot of talents like KB have been making about RRQ as well. They really like having that EXP lane matchup, favor Dyron, considering his impact, especially with controlling the early game neutral objectives.
So what are we looking at now for Onyx? To close things out, we're still looking at a gold laner and potentially a roam or an EXP.
Ranger might be work if they want to face against the Harith. Baxia.
Wow.
Because the rotation will be very quick if you're using the Baxia, but the problem is like the AoE crowd control using the Baxia. But Iritel is coming.
It's all about speed here for Onyx.
Yeah.
The Joy, the Farsa, the Baksha, and everything all move really, really fast.
Yeah.
But there comes the signature Franco.
And now Franco is coming.
Although if you look at it, you don't have a lot of burst damage to try and use that Iron Hook effectively. So worst case scenario here, especially with Onyx having the Baksha, you know, this tanky solid hero that doesn't really get taken out that easily, is Franco might just be nullified. That's the main concern here for RRQ.
So will the Franco actually be the ground-breaking thing that they require for RRQ, or will it be the ground breaker for RRQ for game number 2? As we're going to throw it over to our casters. What do you guys think about the drafts?
Thank you, panelists. And it's up to this game number 2. We'll have to see who will be able to either get an extra point or equalize. But thoughts about the draft, we were kind of mauling in that drafting phase, Mirko.
Unorthodox drafts for both of them here, I would say, right? Not the usual Onyx, not the usual RRQ even. But one thing stays constant. You gotta put playmaker heroes on Edok.
That is inevitable. And now we go back to the land of Dawn to witness game number 2 of this grand finals best of 7 again. Savero with the Aerithel. We had our thoughts on maybe that he might possibly pick up that Harith in the first phase, but he did not at all. So now, with the Aerithel against the Harith, what do you think about this lane, Mirko?
I think it's a non-lane. For the most part, both of them will just be looking to survive in lane, waiting for their item power spikes. I really wonder why they didn't decide to go for the 1-1 here for Onyx. I guess because they saw the Eve Keyboy now walks up again, spinning Edok down for a bit. It's a bit of a poke. Rin's actually winning, and now Keyboy could flicker out. Could have been bad.
Yeah, he had to flicker away. And Edok again with the early pressure alongside the Franco.
Yep.
And it's up to their rotations, right? Edok alongside RRQ. That trio mid will have to be able to just enable themselves. I mean, with the Hayabusa in the hands of Tsujin, you would expect him to want to snowball early on, especially up against what could be a late game comp as well from Onyx. The Aerithel carries that. I mean, the Farsa even. And that first pick, Farsa, it's like they want to play through Sans's, you know, strong hero.
Good save, Kai. Walking up, knows there's no Iron Hook. Will flick around already. Now Shield Unity, electrifying beats, and Sans claims first blood. RRQ on the back foot early on. Watch Shadow not landing.
So Tsujin looking for a play, but no. Onyx doesn't want to entertain that idea. But it's up to RRQ. Want to stabilize the lead. Savero up top, just meddling things alongside Toy. And we talked about, you know, Savero with the Harith. It is a very strong pick for him. And then from Toy, though, it feels like he's stepping out of his comfort zone, because what we saw the past few days was Toy only playing with the Granger, playing with the 1-1. And then in the previous game, he was unable to deliver as well. This game, though, with the Harith, it might be different. Onyx dips on the turtle. Dyron close by as well. Sans with the wings might look for an angle, but Edok is there to screen for him.
Ooh, Feather Airstrike with a solo perhaps on Edok. Good dodges. One last shot is all he needs. Going in for it. Edok has the Bloody Hunt, gets taken down. Ludwig, Shield Unity, forcing a quad shadow defensively. Walks back in, Revitalize, and the RWM on him.
Oh, Ludwig has to go back low on HP. He's gone, and it's up to Dyron to follow up, but Kyrie gets the turtle.
Keyboy's just taking a few shots now. Free turtle for Onyx. And it's because of the crazy aggression. Savero up top against the Harith. Never mind, not a non-lane when Savero's on the Aerithel.
I want to get my opinion out there in the air. I mean, Aerithel against the Harith. You would expect the Harith to have much more survivability, right? The shielding and all that. The poke as well. But again, Aerithel is a kind of a mobile hero with a crossbow, with a heavy crossbow, and the burst damage from it as well. But as of now, it's Onyx with a 2-kill lead. Not much of a gold lead mounted just yet, but RRQ know they have to rely on pickoffs. But is the burst damage enough, right? I mean, you have that hook, Dyron, Doors Pathway, flickered out.
Good flicker out, Feather Airstrike coming down, now with the pin, down with the Fist Crack as well. Edok unable to get the Bloody Hunt, and Thompson Tsujin with the Shadow Kill. Kyrie with Electrifying Beast still in the midst of it all. Dyron, the horse is all alone, isolated from the rest of the kingdom.
Savero was riding to the night. He thought that maybe his powers would be needed, but Onyx says no. Without you, we are able to get the kills. And it's now audience prediction by the new application GoPay still favors RRQ slightly though, 59% to 41%. And RRQ, again, WinCon, they have to be able to get the Citizen online. They have to be able to rely on Toy for the late game later on. At least they have that insurance in their pockets. And now E-Doc might fish for something, but Severo, he thinks that this is fishy. Sans is here to back up.
Oh, Sans just dodging away from it. E-Doc definitely had an advantage there. I don't think Onyx were aware of E-Doc's whereabouts, but still a bit too clean. They're always just jittering, like in the moves, right? Usually you walk, it's a bit straightforward, but they know there's a Franco. They know he could be anywhere on the map, so they would always just sidestep a bit, you know?
At least it keeps them on the feet, right? With Kyrie now, the Starlium site completed. Done and dusted. Norris pathway open. Another miss hook, but now it's up to Sans.
No flicker in. RWM locking him down in the backline. Kyrie jumps to the electrifying beats over the Rins. No bloody hunt from E-Doc. He's waiting. And I think it cost him the fight.
Toy is walking close. So is Severo, and that is Rins just deleted out of the fight, out of the equation. Even Tsutsujin was bursted down quickly. Severo, you don't want to play with fire. E-Doc is coming close. But he knows the Miratel. Dyren.
Shield Unity. Dyren all alone, pinned down to the wall. The high-lows. Electrifying beats. He's going to have to die to the music of Kai.
Sweet, sweet music for Onyx. Playing the songs to their favorite tunes. It's Turtle. It's all free for the taking. And now it's RRQ again, right? If we want to talk about objective contest, it feels like RRQ, they're a bit behind, but now they go bursting in.
All in the Franco, and he won't be able to find a pick. Feathered airstrike with the shield unity and the pin down of Bloodpay. Substitute with the retribution, unable to find it. Wow! Kai so on point.
Oh no.
On the retribution.
Add insult to injury. Rubbing salt to the wound.
Whoa. Dodges away from, wings by wings. Gila, you see it in his eyes. A stun in the bottom lane. Toy walking up the glorious pathway now. Dyren with the help of Toy. Divine Force already used. No stun for Dyren, and it's going to just be an easy escape for Kai.
It is very, very easy. Doesn't break a sweat doing it. 2 ultimates expanded, but at least those cooldown reductions do come in clutch.
Good.
Minion kills from Season 1 to Season 15. I'm not good with maths.
That's 119 million.
109 million, my bad.
7,002.
That's a lot of minions.
3. Boom. 4 in the mid lane. Feather and airstrike. E-Doc with the iron hook. Able to find him with a flicker 2, but it's only on to Lutpi. I think Onyx are fine with that. Kyrie now knows there's no bloody hunt. RWM locking him down. Diamond pops in. The glorious pathway. Sunsujin! Pinned down by Keyboy!
He's stuck! The assassin gets assassinated! That was Keyboy with the fist break. X-fist crack combo. Now Sans has to reposition Sutsujin. That death might be significant. It's Onyx now. Restabilizing the lanes up top. It's Kyrie playing that side lane pressure. 4 kills to his name even. He was contemplating for that assassination in the mid lane, but thankfully he held his ground.
So tough. Oh! Hook landing, but there's no bloody hunt this time around. Keyboy figuring out the safety. Divine Force already used up by Toy. Oh,
Keyboy!
Punch to the face. Glorious pathway. Sutsujin backed away. Now he's going to get the kill over. And it will be Keyboy taken down. No flicker as well. E-Doc. Ooh, Lutpi actually pops the Poissons there.
They don't have to fight it. I mean, yeah, sure. Keyboy got hooked. He might die, but that's a roamer only. So RRQ, they have to be content with that, but they have Cryo on Turtle. Toy has Mother of Heaven, so that might be the lifesteal he needs.
Shield Unity from Lutpi, walking in towards the Turtle, landing on Dyron. Now it's done as well, connecting. RWM locking him down. Zaman Force coming down as well. Kai! Still with the steal on the Turtle as E-Doc gets taken out. Unstoppable.
Mr. Consistent with the retribution. It was the purple buff steal, and now it's the Turtle connecting on towards himself. Side lanes again activated. Holy Crystal for the joy. Looking for that burst damage to just go in, go out. That's it.
Sutsujin. Alright, in-game equipment check. Winter Crown first item for E-Doc. That's going to be a massive ability as long as he's able to be the one aggressing. Unfortunately for E-Doc, he hasn't been able to really push the tempo with a Franco signature pick. And it's not really his fault. I'd say there's just too much CC. Say you flicker in and Bloody Hunt. You're going to get cancelled instantly without that Winter Crown because Lutpi is right there. The stun as well from Sans. And there's a big boy, a big Malaysian boy who has iron fists.
Badang is Malaysian?
Yeah, it's a Malaysian hero.
I thought it was Filipino.
That's Lapu-Lapu.
We'll have to check it. But yeah, it's up to Onyx to close this one out. It feels like that 3.8k gold lead might just accrue even further. Lutpi checking that bush, rolling in, Dyron under pressure.
Trying to bait out that iron hook from Edok, but he knows better than to go for it. He knows Keyboy's somewhere here, lingering.
Smelly, sniffing around that bush. He's looking for Keyboy, Feather Airstrike committed, but not continued. And it's now Onyx regrouping together. Side lanes though, pushing in favor of RRQ up top as well. Onyx, if they buy time here, that wave might just crash. But now, they want to focus on this mid lane. I think it's worth it for them. Dyron goes in on Keyboy.
Punch in the face, shield unity. Now coming in, cancel with the Winter Crown with the Bloody Hunt. He's still able to find it. Sounds in the back line. No! Lippy in the back. Kyrie with Electrifying Beats. Going to be using it over. Toys him on for Savero still free hitting. As Rids gets taken very low. Iron Hook with Feather Airstrike locks him down. Lippy taken out by Rids.
The flicker saves Rins. That was so close for him to dying as he picks up his Divine Glaive, but Sans, an everlasting threat for RRQ's backline. This is the Farsa. You don't need to focus on the front line. You just can go for the backline, burst them all down, and then the front line gets neglected because there is not enough damage output. And Kyrie with the Blood Wings, he knows he needs that defensive ability, that shielding that might help him to go for those assassinations. And the Lord Dance Keyboy with the conceal.
Oh, Keyboy finds Toy out of all of them. The perfect target. He was almost able to find Sutsujin on that pin. And you can see him feeling it. The man in Season 11 who said, this is Keyboy.
That is Keyboy. He's back like he's never left. And now Onyx, they want to advance even more. Shadow kill to clear the minion. A cannon one at that. So at least for now, Onyx, they have no choice but to go back. No waves being built. But the Lord up top might just charge in for them. Down bottom though, it's kind of equal. Now item check for both teams. Savero, 3 items to the GDS as well. So that might add more crit, that might add more burst damage because we haven't really seen Savero much in the action just yet.
Mainly adding more mobility, right? When you ult with a heavy crossbow and then you sprint, that really is going to be a Ducati even without the skin. Super fast, RRQ won't be able to find the Bloody Hunt. That's the crucial choice for RRQ to go for in the draft. They wanted to play with the playmaking of Edok, but Onyx have found a way to shut him down, not just in the drafts, but in the game itself. Oh, Kai Bloody Hunted! He doesn't care! 2v1, and he likes those odds! The god in the jungle, Kyrie!
Kyrie Houdini keeps on doing it again and again. You've heard about him, you've seen him, and he is inevitable. Onyx, they grasp this chance. 10 fingertips, both hands. They might just go for that 2-0 blow. This wave is building in the middle. And even Sans just casually flying in.
He doesn't care. Wings by wings already used. Kai jumps in again to put the airstrike, locks Tyron down, singing to the music, to the beats of Onyx. Look, Poissons, a lot of damage placed on him, but they will stay alive. Only base turrets left in the kingdom of RRQ. Edok, Iron Hook in the flanker, binding Sans. Oh, Keyboy! With a cancel in the back of Sans, gets away. Now it's Kai!
Kyrie going to the back. He might look for the assassination as he looks so low.
Tyrant, Lone Stallion alone. The Iron Hook lands, but it's onto the minion wave. Sutsujin, Shadow kill Sans! Gila Sans!
Gila Onyx! Everybody is playing out of their goddamn mind. The Sky Kings again descending to the castle of RRQ. The kingdom in crumbles. As now Toy looking for a Hail Mary play.
Knows him on force. Onyx playing around again. Yikes.
Wow.
Mid lane base turret going to be threatened now. Sapero already on it. Iron Hook lands. But look, he will take that damage with Feather Airstrike and a few shots. Toy is down to so low.
It feels like Onyx always has that answer, right? When Edok wants to play make with the hook, you get a blast from a red bird in the face. And then you have maybe Kyrie going in. And then you have the Keyboy, the Malaysian fighter, with that fist crack and everything. So it feels like RRQ, they have no chance but just to all in. Not play behind the hook, but maybe look for a flank angle. But thankfully for Onyx, Sutsujin has been completely shut down. The Hayabusa seems non-existent. Conceal play.
The horse can't even run. That's the only thing he's good at. Kai is legendary in game 2.
He's unstoppable. And now they will get this Lord easily. Look at where Sutsujin is. He's looking to get scraps out of the rubbles of the fallen castle, just trying to push the wave, get those minions go out. But again, it's RRQ with uninvited guests on their castle.
Shield Unity into the stun. Oh, good night, Edok. Kyrie in the back, stacking it up, chopping in, nice right beats. Over to the fountain, forcing the mercenary back. Feather airstrike now, Keyboy! Finding Toy!
No chance. And RRQ, they crumble, but Rins gets the double kill, and they might just defend this entrance. But the crystal exposed, the Lord is here.
Keyboy still looking for the play again, still having the Lord. Another pin down over to Sun Jin. Oh, Sabero! Forcing him with a crown. Dyron all alone. Sans just recalling in the face of danger.
Sky Kings again with the 1-2, knocking out RRQ Hoshi. And they are on the pedestal now, up 2 games. It's 2 more to be etched in immortality. And RRQ Hoshi, they look clueless. They were bending their knees in the face and the presence of the Sky Kings.
For so long, what looks to be so long, the Sky Kings felt grounded. They were just average, normal in the regular season. Last season, getting knocked out first by Geek Fam, but they have really risen from the depths. We have the Sonics in the building doing jutsus, some Onyx time is magic.
The magic is there. They never lost their touch. And it feels like there's not just a single member being highlighted. Everybody playing their part. Again, in unison. When somebody gets pinned down, it's Keyboy on the backup. And then you turn around, you see Kyrie dancing on the dead corpses of the RRQ players.
And it's the confidence really realize. The joy pick into the Hayabusa, what many think to be a bad matchup. They say, what bad matchup? We got Kai in the jungle. Dyron on the high-lows. I understand why they went for it. It's just to deny the Phobias. But Onyx don't need the Phobias, right? Like the Phobias is a good pick against the Harvard and the Haya, yes. But is it really worth it to pick a high-lows, to give Dyron, one of the main carries for RRQ in the regular season, a horse just to walk around? Give it the dunks.
I mean, the horse is gone from playoffs anyways. If you take a look at Dyron there, it could have been put on a more carry approach pick. But panel, we want to hear your thoughts. So up to Eterna and Co to break that down for us.
Allowing RRQ even a breather. 2-0 clean so far. We are 1 or 2 matches away from match point, but it's getting to a point where you're gonna be thinking, what's going on with RRQ?
I think it's a total annihilation for this game. I know Idok hook is good, but there's no follow-up damage from the team because it's too far away. The gap is too far away. And what I love from Onyx on this game is how they back up each other. It's very fast, very efficient, so they know the objective.
It was a very scary display, again, from side of Onyx. RRQ, I think, let's talk about from the drafts, right? Understand that Onyx, they banned out the Tigreal because they know against this sort of composition, you mentioned speed, of the Onyx composition, Franco, not going to be a threat, much of a threat. And they understand that. But Tigreal, a different story. That's why they banned out the Tigreal and the Selena in the second phase. They know that Franco should be picked by RRQ, but hey, they can cover the team, cover each other, and that's what we saw from game 2.
There are plenty of moves like that where one person from Onyx is about to get picked off, and then Keyboy and Sans, they'll come in, and this is why it's so valued to pick up a hero with damage, but also some kind of utility. That's why the Farsight is so good right now. Sans, he was feather airstriking people down, but he was also just slowing down RRQ and stunning the right members at the right time. And dude, the fact that you're in the midst of all that chaos as a backline mage, finding a way to actually stun the right person, shows you again, man, Sans is just on a different level.
And not to mention that, right? On top of that, we also have the incredible follow-up and the objective-centered focus coming in from Kyrie on the Joy. As he is the player of the game, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series, 906 GPM. Boys and girls, Is this the Onyx Prime that we've been waiting for?
Yeah, obviously Kyrie can dance on this game because he always dancing through the back line. For Eternal question, I think, yeah, we can say that Onyx is back to his prime.
I mean, there's no argument about it that they're actually really, really good. By all means, it's still a best of 7, but a lot of people are slowly but surely starting to feel like, hey, is it actually a lost cause? Because look at the
moment.
Man, the way they're able to react to any of the surprises RRQ are throwing at them. And of course, Kyrie, in the midst of all that, against a Franco, by the way, still able to have a ton of impact in the Lord dances, but also in the backline dive. If you pay attention here, and of course this play, oh man.
2v1.
A bit of miscommunication there as well, by the way. RRQ were just trying to desperately make something happen, but that was not it, man. Kyrie, maybe it's a gold advantage, but he seems so much tankier, and he seems to do so much more damage. That backline, within a couple of seconds, immediately gets deleted.
And mind you, this was a Franco pick with the suppress, supposedly, quote-unquote, the counter towards
Joy,
Kyrie on Joy, right? And yet he was able to do that.
I think that's also due to the fact that they picked up a Baxia Onyx, and so they know that worst scenario, they already have low burst damage, but now we have a tanky guy who can take the hook, and a worst case scenario for RRQ, if the hook does not land, then the Baxia can very easily chase him down and punish. Because of that, you're seeing Edok get limited on trying to find hooks only near the turrets, only near some really solid safe zones, whereas usually, the danger of that Franco is if you have no idea which bush he's actually setting up a camp in. So they are able to nullify all the engaged potential, and to make things worse for RRQ, Onyx were able to shut down the carries as well. I mean, Toy and Sunsujin were not having a great time, did not have a lot of damage to swing around in that game as well.
I think they need to rework on their strategy for the third game. Because maybe yesterday they got a comeback momentum on the second game, but now, as we can see, they didn't get it from Onyx. They going through the third game. What kind of strat they still have? Because if they still have any strat, any pocket strat, they need to let it out now.
I see your point, right? I mean, because technically, they took a different approach. First game, they were on the blue side. Okay, I don't want to say they failed, but they failed. They lost that game. Second game, they tried approaching it from the red side. And again, they weren't able to find the right connection. If not, Onyx was just dominating. Well, more total domination in the second game. So now, RRQ, big question. Which side are you on? And if you want to have the red side again, do you have that cheese strat? Do you have that pocket, a strat that you were able to deliver, at least secure a point here in the third game?
Actually, I actually want to know what Arashi thinks about this, because I'm of a different opinion. I think RRQ are way overthinking the drafts. They're forcing things that shouldn't be forced, and they're forgetting what made them strong in the first place. So aside from going all the way to cheese strats or pocket picks, go back to what made them RRQ, right? Dyron was forced on a hero that isn't playmaking, which definitely we saw kind of being a problem in their gameplay. They forced a Franco in a position where it doesn't really synergize well with the rest of the members, like you mentioned. Into the Eve was weird, Into the Harith doesn't really work as well. So what really was their winning condition with this draft? I think they have to make that clear first. What do you think, Arashi?
I think they are trying to over pivot almost, because it seems like initially you're seeing that there's a good front line, there's a good back line as well, a Hylas and a Harith, right?
Yeah.
And then afterwards, they didn't build on a team fight. They bring in the Hayabusa. That's a signature pick. We can understand that.
Yeah.
But afterwards, after the Eve, this is gonna be a proper front to back, and then they go for a Franco.
Exactly.
Right. So I think that the Franco, they were maybe banking on having the Tigreal, and now that they don't have it, they figured, you know what, it might just work. But unfortunately, again, just off the bat, if you look at it, it's just not a pick that slots in well here. So if they really want to go with this Franco or Tigreal situation, then might as well don't care about the rest of the things. Make sure that you have what it takes to follow up, because the main starter, the catalyst for the chain of events that will lead to RRQ success is going to be that Franco, if it's going to be picked up. So you can't use it reactively, is the point here. So I feel like they can go back to the straightforward concepts that allow them to succeed. If they want to go with Franco, get burst damage. If they want to play for the EXP lane, then make sure that Daiwen gets a winning matchup. And then after you get that, try and keep things a bit more simple. Because the players, they have that unexpected factor already. So if you're trying to go unexpected too much in the drafts, then maybe too much unexpected becomes a bit too chaotic.
Becomes messy. It becomes messy and very difficult to execute in the game. And I think Onyx with very straightforward of a draft makes a lot more sense when they implement it in the game. We saw it time and time again in these team fights.
And look at that, dude. Talking about Sujin getting shut down, not having a good setup for him to get in there and clean up, he did less damage than the high loss.
That's tough. It was a tough game. And yeah, I guess, right, you pick up the Hayabusa, there's a Badang always in the mix. And Onyx, they know that. Okay, you Hayabusa, Badang. And just to make it worse, the Badang is on their own position, not the EXP. And yeah, that's why Sujin, damage-wise, was 0, a little to none. Yeah, in that game.
So, Eterna got the point, I think. So don't think too much about the draft. Just back to the basic. Who is RRQ? Like play with Idok and Dairen as the initiator, using Toy as like the late bloomer. What they call it, in Indonesia we call it penggendong handal. It's like the carry, the main carry, the team carry, the tip of the spear. Make it Toy like that. And about the Rins, we love how to see the Rins make play when he's using the aggressive mid laner. Why not using it?
Right. I really do feel that they have to kind of find that in between as well, where aside from just like the synergy and the composition, they should understand as well, like in this game, are they moving forwards or backwards? And it's important to understand because the Franco, as an example, cannot move backwards. You have no mobility and you're not really that tanky. So once Onyx found a way to make sure that they are the ones proactive, immediately the Franco gets nullified. So they have to identify early on here whether or not they're going to be able to get the proactive side, and then they can locate some of these options to try and go aggressive.
That makes sense. That makes sense. And I think it was you that mentioned about if they wanted to play for Toy, but they weren't really playing for Toy. Was that you?
Arashi.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Arashi.
So it's like, what were the win cons exactly with the drafts that they committed to in Game 2? It looked like even the players were a little bit confused, right? Were they playing for objectives? Were they playing for pickoff? Because teamfight obviously out the window because of the composition like you guys mentioned. Pickoff was very difficult. Objectives, highly unfavorable. So it felt like they were not set up properly to win this game in general.
Right. The game plan wise.
Yes.
That's the thing as well. Like, it's not just about the team fight. It's about what's the plan here, which lane, right? Which lane, which carry. In the early and late game, at what point do you transition from relying on Sujin to carry into Rins, into Toy, right? There are set moments for all of this, and if you compare how they're doing to Onyx, Onyx seems to have that down because initially it was Sans, he was just bursting everyone down. But towards the mid game, once Kyrie got some of those items, you're seeing him go in 1v3, 1v2, and there's no problem because that's thought out. And they understand, like if they want to go for a fight, they can rely on Keyboy, they can rely on Lutpi as well. So the step-by-step here, I think RRQ has the right like end game, the first step maybe, and the end step, but the in-betweens have to be kind of linked up so that step one can be joined to the final step.
Can we agree though? There were so many moments of outplays from Onyx.
Yeah.
Like, wow, that's gotta hurt. And that could tilt as well in this best of 7. Do you think RRQ are equipped to deal with that?
That's going to be the answer we will find out soon, right? Will they be able to recover for Game 3? We will get to see the display. We didn't get to see it from a boy yesterday, unfortunately. So will we see that sort of character again? They're young bloods, but if they're ready, they will be ready for Game 3.
I think they already faced again the grand final pressure several times, like on SBS on the last season. Now they are facing against Onyx on the grand final. So I think it's, I believe RRQ can do this.
Believe.
I believe.
I think what we've seen from RRQ that's kind of assuring is that at least every single game they do find adjustments. Whether or not it works, we have to wait and see. But at least they're still trying to figure stuff out, and that's always a good sign.
For sure. That's definitely something that we're going to be looking at. As once again, we're heading over to the MSC Battle Plan on the way. Again, we're a month away from MSC. Everyone is talking about it. It's the biggest thing on everyone's minds, especially those who are following the MLBB competitive scene. But the big question stirs, will we rise to glory once more? Because taking into consideration of what happened last MSC, I think we talked about it a little bit earlier on as well, Indonesia was nowhere to be found top 3, top 4. They were nowhere to be found in the knockouts. We got grouped. And that was with Onyx at its quote-unquote prime. So will we be able, as a region, for MPL ID, compete on the same level as the rest of the regions?
Objectively speaking,
yeah,
I think, we still have the chance. We still have the moment to got the glory once more, like Onyx on the 2023. Yeah. That's why, because Onyx is back into his prime time, and for RK itself, they keep evolving, they keep improving, and now they are the representative of Indonesia. So the problem is when they are facing against the LPH and Onyx PH, who are strong right now, and SRG, the defending champion. Is there any formula to facing against them? Because it's gonna be a different meta. Because in Filipino, we already see that they are more objectively gameplay than we are.
More macro-centric.
Yeah, macro-centric. That's why they already have the answer for that.
And that's something we have to kind of wait and judge from this grand finals. And so far, macro-wise, you're seeing good rotations, but you still see that Indonesian flair, man, that aggression where they just want to go for the straight-up pickoffs and all that. So, yeah, I feel like that's a very hard question to answer, just because we have no idea, so far at least, how far Onyx really is, right? Fact of the matter is, right now it's a 2-0. They don't really seem all that pressure just yet. And the fact is, steel sharpen steel, men sharpen men. So unless there's a team here that can really push Onyx to the limit, we won't really see and be able to judge how far along they really are, which can be a secret weapon, or it can lead to them, misjudging their position.
Like last year.
Elaborate.
Yeah, they got grouped last year, but they were the favorites, one of the at least for MSC. So let's see, entering MSC later on. But again, I think we can rise again. There's always that chance, especially not just with Onyx, with RQ, right? Edok, Rins, so young, so much potential. Let's see if they're able to tap that untapped quote-unquote potential.
Tap? Did you say tap?
Tap potential.
And that reminds me of tapping on my phone because, man, my ranked games have been so smooth ever since I picked up this device, the Samsung Galaxy S25 series, and it just doesn't miss.
Doesn't miss.
At all.
Doesn't miss, yeah.
Dude,
making content, right?
50 MP camera, dude, come on. That's some advanced technology. With 120 Super AMOLED refresh rate display, I mean, what more do you want, dude? 5 years ago, you wouldn't see this on a phone. That's impossible.
No.
The design is sleek. The color is elegant. And, well, fits my hand perfectly. So, thank you, Samsung.
Thank you,
That's
Samsung.
why I use Samsung as my daily diet.
It's mine now.
That's not for you, by the way.
It's not. Okay, you know what? I'll take it. I will.
He'll just steal it
anyway.
He'll just take it anyway. Because, ladies and gentlemen, ultra smooth gameplay, powerful performance. You guys can actually get a cashback of up to, 3 million IDR earlier on. Plus, if you guys use the voucher code S25MPL, you guys can get a free 25-watt adapter, I believe, and a 500,000 cashback coupon. So it's pretty crazy. And I think one of my favorite features about this phone is the fact that you can go AI.
Yep.
The AI is amazing. It's like
I'm having a personal coach.
Exactly. You can ask the AI anything. AI, how can I be as pretty as this girl? And then they'll probably answer.
You can ask for step-by-step guidance as well, and they'll tell you,
Wow.
start with this, start with that. And then eventually, you can also join the Team Galaxy Zone Cam right here because you have that phone, you have that privilege. And look at this, man. Front row seats to the MPL ID Season 15 Grand Final.
That's wild.
we are all the way in the back because we're on the panel. So you can imagine how we're feeling right now. You know, we would love to be up front there.
But
on my day off, I was up front there.
if you use this phone and you zoom, it's practically like you're at front.
Yeah.
So clear.
And it doesn't matter where you sat.
Nope.
It's so clear.
You can be sitting in the, tribune. Is that what they call it? Yeah, tribune.
Tribune.
Tribune seats, and it's all fine and dandy.
You can see Keyboy's passion zoom from there.
You can see his passion.
Yeah, he's yelling.
Okay. Yeah, there, exactly.
Yeah.
You guys sit up in the tribune, you use your S25. It's all G, it's all fine and dandy. Hello, Beloyski! Hello, Mr. Beloyski.
Mr. Allen.
Unfortunate. He's smiling now.
Play! Get that from Bogor.
Yeah.
Another, you can call him a legend, right? Can you call him a legend?
Funny.
Play?
Kind of.
Well, a veteran.
A veteran.
Yeah.
A veteran, an RRQ veteran, and it's getting packed here, ladies and gentlemen, in the Jakarta International Velodrome. Everyone is waiting in anticipation, especially those of the kingdom on the kingdom side, wondering whether or not RRQ will be able to equalize this series out. That's Awa up front, supporting Sans. That's the Sonics, I believe, up in the tribune. Come on over, guys. It's still a best of 7. We're still in game number 2. There's still time for you to head over to the venue and witness the action in real life. That was who you were talking about earlier, right, Arashi?
Yes, sir. I ran into him, and he was very confident. You can see the spirits have not dwindled down just yet. Mr. Keon.
What?
He got it! He got it!
He got the
Sasuke! What? He got it!
That is wild.
Playoff buff, dude. That's why you have to
Playoff
come on down to
buff.
the Jakarta International Velodrome. That's what's up.
That's the kingdom there. Arashi,
Wow.
what's her name?
Huh?
What's her name?
I have no idea.
No,
Rashi Hoshi,
you know
right?
it.
What? You're supposed to be a kingdom.
Well, I don't know everyone. Do you know how many of us there are?
No.
That's
There's
way
so
too many for me
many.
to know by name.
And you know everyone. That's a special
Yeah.
thing.
All right. Game number 3 is upon us.
Hey.
What are we looking at here, right? Because in game number 1, we were talking about how Sujin made a little bit of errors here and there that kind of costed them that first game. Do you think that performance has repaired to game number 2, despite the result going to Onyx?
I think there was less of those risky, crazy plays in game number 2. It's just that this is the issue that has been highlighted again and again. Sujin really performs well only on those 2 heroes, and then even when he does, how he plays it seems to be pretty template. So when teams have figured out in general, not even the specifics, but the general idea of when he wants to go in, when he wants to go and farm up for his purple buff, when he wants to contest and exit, it's difficult because he doesn't really adapt on the fly. And maybe that's exactly why occasionally we see him attempt something new and it just looks so off. Because he's just not the kind of guy who would just instinctively change something. His whole reputation was being the cool, calm, calculated guy. And unfortunately, with a lot of calculations comes less instinctual plays, which is something that ironically Onyx does have.
They have the best of both worlds.
Exactly.
You mentioned 2 heroes. What heroes were you referring to for Sujin?
Fredrin?
Joy and the Hayabusa. So
Joy and the Haya, that's it.
And now that those 2 have been defeated, you have to wonder, have they really been pivoting so hard to the Yisun Shin? Right? That is more of the mindset he's in right now, that range, close range type of deal. Because if that's the case, then, oh boy, there's not a lot of other heroes that operate the same way like the Yisun Shin.
What do you guys think?
I think that's a fair point from Arashi. So you mentioned RRQ not overthinking their drafts. I think that's going to be the first step here entering game 3. Because if they, or let's say Cascute, starts to overthink and overcomplicate things, the players' execution will show.
Yeah.
And if that's going to be the pattern, we might see Onyx taking game 3.
Because maybe the problem is not from the draft, but the problem is the communication and the execution. Maybe they need to fix that on this third game. Because it's a BL7, now 2 points away for Onyx if they want to be the champion.
Well, I just got like a bit of an idea, but they've been, RRQ have been very adamant in trying to shut down Sans. Remember, first game it was Fanny, Farsa Yi.
Yeah.
Game number 2 as well, just a bunch of mid laners. And Suns is a man with a lot of hero pool. Whereas for Onyx, you know, we talk about the rookie versus seniors. If Kibo doesn't really get a good engager, we haven't seen Lutfi perform really well as the engage tool. Maybe targeting that role position is actually going to be the better approach there compared to just trying to limit Gila Asans himself.
All right, let's see if they explore that. We're heading into the drafts now, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. Onyx now once again on blue side, RRQ on red. What was it you were about to say, Colius?
So I have discussion with KB before we go live today. And KB said that RRQ need to respect Sans Farsia. That's why I'm a little bit surprised on the second game that they let Sans using Farsia. I thought they already have the solution how to stop the gameplay from Onyx itself when Sans is using the Farsia. And now the third ban. I think a lot of potential heroes is open because they are not banning any Farsia or Yi, but Badang, like Arasi said before. They want to stop Kiboy, but Kalia is open.
That's gonna be the question.
So is the Farsa though.
Yeah, second game it was
But they
the
want
Farsa.
to trade it, I think.
The second game, Onyx went for the Farsa. Third game seems like they will repeat their drafts. RRQ now. Helea is still open. They're taking a risk here, Onyx. It's going to be Helea and about.
At least they can make Sans using Purify. And I think it might be a good option for using Kimi on the mid lane. Right now. Yeah, because you already have Kalia, you already have the Baxia. I think Kimi is a good answer.
Third pick, okay.
Yeah.
For RQ.
Yeah, continuous damage output is a good thing to pair up with the Baxia, just because your front line is going to be so much more tanky. But showing the Kalia and the Baxia means that for Onyx, they know exactly where these two heroes are going to go. So no real flex potential right here.
But Baxia can go to the XP lane, like Ludwig played it before.
And roam. It's a switch. Okay, I mean, it is possible.
And roam.
Let's go.
Yeah, it's going to be Onyx though, securing their gold lane, jungler, and mid laner. RRQ, you mentioned the Kimi. I feel like they will secure their own gold laner here. I think that's going to be the call.
I have a big question here because throughout the playoffs, we've been seeing a rise in Harith once again. And we've seen the potential that the Harith has in the late game, especially when he gets to the power spikes. Why is it that Onyx have again prioritized the Iridel over the Harith?
Because 2 magic damage. Joy and Farsia, if they pick another Harith, they're gonna be 3 magic damage. That's why they need to avoid that, because it will be lack of physical damage that can be held by RRQ.
And on top of that, we've seen them really favor that kiting potential. Again and again, Severo on the Iridel, you just have to keep up with the whole team moving in dynamically. Because we saw again and again, in game number 2 at least, you saw a clear example. Every single time RRQ wants to go for a fight, they get a winning moment, Onyx have always been able to pull out away and almost even bait them to overextend. And part of why they're able to do that is having a gold laner that's difficult to target, that's very mobile. Now we're going straight to the drafting phase number 2. And Glue has been banned away as well, so I expect some kind of brawler for RRQ.
Okay, second phase. What are we looking at here? Is there still an option to go for Hayabusa for RRQ?
It might be if they want to, like, because Hayabusa can go to the backline easily if on the leading side.
And technically Badang's already banned out.
So there's no stopper like Badang for now. But yeah, they already saw the vision that maybe Baxia is the jungler, so Darren can using Marcia like yesterday. That's why they banned the Marcia. But if they want to like using Baxia as the XP lane and pick another assassin jungler against Joy, that might be an option for RRQ right now.
For an assassin duel, I mean, again, with the Iridel and Farsa, the idea is that they want to be a front-to-back kite composition. So a high mobile assassin will be ideal, but again,
Ling?
Like a Ling? Oh boy, it's possible, but it's gonna be so vulnerable. I think you have to see I think RRQ have to wait and see what Onyx have first before they can confidently go for that Ling potentially if
That's
they want.
the advantage of the second pick, right? Yeah.
True.
Well, face value looks like Onyx are respecting the EXP alongside with RRQ. So it's starting to dwindle down heroes that potentially Ludwig can utilize in that EXP lane. Now with the Tigreal being banned out once again, What are we looking at for RRQ?
They can pick a mid laner first right now, I think. Yeah. Let the last pick as the answer for Onyx.
Right, but what mid lane is the question? Again, mobility being the focus here.
Honestly, I think Valentina is a safe pick.
If you want like a prolonged team fight, Farvamis maybe can do. Or you can using Eve, high ground against high ground, or Kimi, like I said before, like I mentioned before.
Kimi,
he can stop
it's
Joy for a
going to be
moment.
hard for Kimi to
Valentina.
go up against Farsa though. That's why I think Valentina locked in, but great call there, mid lane pick. They will wait for that. I mean, technically Baksha and Kalea is still flex. Yep. Okay, Gatot Kacha. They need bodies, right? They need a hero that can sandbag, and with the Gatot Kacha, right? If the Valentina steals the Feather Airstrike, you have a Gatot Kacha just cancel that stolen Feather Airstrike. So a great read there by Onyx.
There's indeed a potential solution here to the stolen Feather Airstrike. Although with Onyx, the pattern is they will just not allow the opposing team's Valentina to steal the Feather Airstrike. That is what Sans has been able to do time and time again on any hero. He's just so good with the vision game. Wow. And they went for the Khalid. The times where we've seen this Khalid, it hasn't really worked out. But now, against a team with so much damage output, they're trying to just sustain using the Revitalize and the Quicksand Guard on it.
Now RRQ's lack of physical damage. How about Benedetta on the XP lane?
It does Tyrant play it?
Yeah, Tyrant can play Benedetta. The lack of final blow can like using the partial. Oh no, it's Mobius.
More conventional, right? So yeah, the lead adds more mobility as well from the composition. So similar theme from game 2.
So will it work out though? That's the main question here, boys and girls. Let's throw it over to our casters. Mirko, Realize, what do you guys think about the drafts?
Thank you, panelists. The draft reminiscent of Onyx PH. Like father, like son.
Hey, who you calling father? That's Baba Yeba. That's Father Yeb, man. But that's true. It is very reminiscent of a certain team that's been dominating the international scene, dominating the world stage and MLBB as well. Joy, Varsa, Irithel, Khalid, and Gatot.
Yeah.
You can name all the 5 players, but it wouldn't be this one usually. Not this version of Onyx.
It isn't, but they are trying to ascend up top. So we go back to the land of Dawn for game number 3 and possibly a potential match point in the hands of Onyx. It's Onyx against RRQ Hoshi.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Match point in contention in RRQ. They need at least one game to keep the series alive. Even the fans, the kingdom in the building are getting desperate. You can already see the instant impact of a Kalea pick for Edok.
Yep. Just pushes Keyboy back. But with the Khalid, you can be very invasive again. You have the sustainability and even Rinse. That is spicy damage.
Good damage over. They want to go for more here, I believe. Lutpi rotating as well. Kyrie now jumping into them. Lutpi unable to find it. Just a bit of pressure relieved off of Kai. But Edok and Sutsujin want to keep on going. Retrieve. And it's one out by Sutsujin. Lutpi walks up again. They want to go for a fight, I believe. Edok able to get a knock-up on the Kai, but Sans is going to be rotating as well, forcing a flicker route from Edok. A brawl early on.
Yep. No winners, though. It's a even square game. So at least for now, they can pull back. Severo focusing on the lane. He's playing the same matchup as previous game. Irithel, Sans just flying around. Keyboy on the back. Just trying to cover for him. And now the Gatot Kacha on Lutpi. I don't think this is a pick reminiscent, or rather, reflective of Lutpi, right?
Not really. Lutpi is always, known as the carry. This is more of like a res pick, a boots pick.
Yeah.
More of that enabler. But I think we have seen Lutpi grow better as we get on through the season at the enabling picks. If Kyrie gets his hands on Assassins, because, man, when he's on the Assassin, we saw what he was able to do last game. Sutsujin gonna be chunked by Keyboy here, but look at that damage. He's not taking anything. Level 4 for Kai. Sutsujin unable to deny that 4 from Kai. Ida walks up, Sans. Oh, for the airstrike steal, for the airstrike coming out. Riz! With a flicker fire! Oh! Gila Sans!
Time and time again, we are out of our minds, but Sutsujin gets the turtle. Another brawl for RRQ and Onyx.
cancel in from the healing. Sutsujin still there, able to secure the neutral objective as well. No retreat on Kai. And it will be the contest over the purple buff. Sutsujin on him already. Tyrant in front of pursuit. No, missing the dark wave. A knock up over, but Revitalize will be used up. Lutpi taken down. Kai looking for the angle to go for it here. Tyrant able to go for the shoulder bash. Kai now dashing away to safety. Sutsujin goes for the shield unity.
Keyboy taken down by Renz. And that's RRQ with the response. Feather Airstrike won't be enough to take down Sutsujin nor Rex Regum Kaon. And as of now, they pull back. But it's Sans again being such a pesky opponent in the mid lane, just trying to pester with RRQ. Time and time again, it was Onyx looking for that secure onto the objective, but it's RRQ. So at least for now, I think this is the first time in 2 series that they have full control of the early game. 1.4k gold up. Honest prediction, 51% for RRQ.
It's crazy that we get Sans aura farming before a game victory for RRQ.
Yeah.
That guy was just standing there, Lutpi engaged on, but they know better than to engage on Lutpi, I think, right? Yeah, they respect it. They know the follow-up of damage that will come their way if they go for it. Sans, wings by wings. Edok looking to play, looking for a possible pick.
They don't want to go in. Toy though, down bottom.
Savero with a heavy crossbow, able to find the angle. Edok jumps in, but the Purify comes in as well. Toy gets the double.
And that is RRQ with 2 kills. And Rince might look for more. Keyboy is stuck.
Let's see. It's all dark here for him. 4 members down below. Keyboy, Raging Sandstorm with Feather Airstrike from Rins will take him down.
RRQ strike back. The glowing one completed by Rins to try to deny Lutpi sustainability. Keyboy as well with a quicksand guard. Solium side as well for Toy. So now at least RRQ, they have their carries rolling, right? Rins with 2 kills, Toy with 2 as well. Sutsujin just doing Baxia things. And now the objective secured. So they have Prio on possibly all 3 lanes, plus that objective as well. Just trying to boost their gold even further and that lead. But Onyx, they might look for a response.
This is a solid RRQ game so far. Despite the outplays from Suns, it's been so clean. Turtle take, systematic. That early game that we know RRQ for is really being seen here. It's reflected in the gameplay. And it's also kind of weird for Onyx, man. They kind of have a curse for game 3. Every single game 3. Tsunami Slammer with Keyboy. That will be a pick again. And Edok wants a kill, gets it. For his stat, 2-0-5 now in game number 3. Sutsujin with the shield unity, Feather Airstrike coming down, but Sans just walks away, or rather flies away. Lutpi defending now, gonna be knocked up again, able to stay up afloat. Dark Wave with the Feather Airstrike coming down as Lutpi pops in to revitalize.
And Sans as well with the Feather Airstrike will try to dissuade RRQ from pushing. Kyrie though up top have built a very, very huge wave. Sutsujin is stuck.
Savero on an AOG, onto the back finding 2, but now it's gonna Koi with a Zaman Force! Savero fall into him.
The Kings of Kings, they fight back retaliation. Might want to look for a coup d'etat against the Sky Kings, but it's Kyrie again, just meddling with the wave up top. Sans and Keyboy standing while they see RRQ secure that tier 1 turret. And Toy with 4 kills. This Harith, it might just transform into an unstoppable force.
I think it already is realized. This is a 4-0-2 snowballing Harith. That's why we were talking about the picks and we were like, oh man, securing the Harith, the Kalea Baksha in the first phase as well. This is a lot of early game power. If they snowball with the Harith, with this early game power, you can see it already, visible, 2,200 gold lead.
Yeah.
Before Onyx have their crucial items, like my boy Savero, your boy Savero, is stuck on Haas Claws, dog.
Savero Glazer right here, but yeah, I think it's very, very hard for Savero to come back from behind. Keyboy with the conceal, he's spotted out by Sutsujin.
Uh-oh, right in the wave, but Sutsujin doesn't care about the wave, man. Dying with a shoulder bash. There's violence, pure violence up against Keyboy. Not Feather Airstrike, that's a flicker around. Keyboy dodging away. Gonna buy some time. Whoa. 2 turret shots in. Oh, goes with the healing too. Rins has a dash. Kyrie on the orange buff, and he gets away.
He gets out.
Maybe not.
No. Byron goes in. Keyboy still riding the wave again and again. But Sutsujin is able to get the turtle. What is Keyboy doing? He's just baiting RRQ to come and soak up the pressure onto him.
He's just trying to buy some time now. Dark Wave landing now, also with the healing. That's Infernal Pursuit to finally take him down. Meanwhile, AOG from Lepirins almost fighting it. Unable to get the splash of damage. Oh, I don't think that's what he meant to do. I think he meant to take the feathered airstrike.
Hey, at least you don't need to walk. You have an extra mount to help you traverse around the land of Dawn. You got Leo with you.
Or Ducati, depends on the skin.
Yep. And now Kyrie, again, this Joy hasn't really been joining the fight. This Joy has been acting as that side lane pressure for Onyx time and time again. That pressure surmounted by Onyx towards RRQ, but they don't really care. They have a 7.5k gold lead, and their core members, their carries, are all funneled on towards that carry role. They have their items going, they have their power spikes unlocked. So now, Lippy with the Radiant Armor, maybe add, a bit of a magic resistance right there. The Toy up top will clear that wave, so Onyx, their timer is not here yet. I mean, Suns does get a kill, Savero, like you said, still struggling with that Haas Claws. And I think they need to wait. E-Dog!
Purify Wings by Wings Feather, airstrike, Sans dodging 1-2. Oh man, you just can't kill this guy, can ya?
Elusive as ever. And it's hard to catch him, it's hard to catch a ghost. Like Sans. Savero again just pushing out. So yeah, I think Onyx at this point, all they have and all they can do is just play the side waves. Time and time again. RRQ though, they need to respond to that as well. Kyrie might be in the wrong side of the tracks.
Uh-oh. Oh, Sutsujin not able to go for the shield unity on him. Kyrie just pops into electrifying beats now over the orange buff. No invade. Yeah. RQ fixed the errors. At least here you could see it, right? They are so good at the early game pressure. They have that system, that Kescute system, the testudo of Kescute. That works in the early game, but collapses as we go late, as the players just get outclassed in the macro experience department and the mechanical department sometimes as well. Here, well, at least in the interviews against GeekFam, they said that they have learned from that. They were not disciplined to close out games. They were not as clinical as they wanted to, as they expected, up against Onyx in the upper bracket finals. And that's what led to Onyx multiple times coming back against them.
And a free Lord for RRQ for the first time in the series. Again, they are in the driver's seat, dominating the Sky Kings. And now their residences under pressure.
E-Dog finding the Tsunami Slam. Sans finally punished.
He's gone. No more Ghost. The Sky Kings down to 4. As RRQ might look for a siege now, but the Lord is coming up top. They'll just have to wait. No need to rush things.
The calculation was immaculate, my friends. Perfect timing. Right as he dies, the Purify got up. Wow, masterful stuff from RRQ and E-Dog. Get this man a playmaker. Put Dyron on a carry. Where has this been the entire 2 first games?
Agreed. And now for their airstrike pop, Sutsujin rolling in. Lutpi stuck.
Revitalized already and all in onto the back line. Able to find the taunt again. Sutsujin walks from the shield unity. Up for the airstrike, but a Tsunami Slam will bring Lutpi to his knees.
The Lord free hitting onto the crystal, but Onyx will try to respond to that. And now RRQ, they still want more. They go for more!
Dyron! On the Phobius! Taking 2 down before falling.
And it seems like the Sky Kings, they are vulnerable. E-Dog goes in with a Tsunami Slam!
RRQ breathes life into Jakarta International Velodrome, into the kingdom who were demoralized. Raise your banners. It won't be a sweep.
The Sky Kings finally out with their swords and shields, looking to reclaim that long-lost crown as the Sky Kings no longer look immortal.
RRQ, the first 2 games at the start of this series, we're always looking up to the Sky Kings. Looking at them felt so far away. But now they finally managed to bring Onyx, I wouldn't say to eye level yet, but they're closer.
They're closing their gap
up on the sky.
They are closing their gap. It's been very, very far for the first 2 games. The third game, that was one-sided. And that was a statement game from RRQ. You mentioned it. This is finally the system that Kescute wants to implement. It was manifested. It was shown by RRQ. Onyx, a slap in the face, at least for now. 2-1 still. Onyx, they are still leading, but RRQ on the pedestal. They look to equalize that. And if they're playing like this, Onyx, they have an opponent.
Realize, I think the entire drafting phase, I was always like, yo, pick up the Harith. Pick up the Harith. Yo, pick up the Harith. And finally, RQ, they're like, all right, you know what? Let's stop going Ranger. Let's stop going for these. Let's go for the Harith. It's actually pretty good.
Why would you put Severo on a very, very weak pick? But hey, panel, is RQ going to make that comeback or not? Take it away.
The Jakarta International Velodrome erupts as the kingdom rejoices as RRQ are able to finally get a point in this best of 7 series, taking game number 3 in the fastest game we've seen in this series. 10 minutes and 54 seconds. Very remarkable, very one-sided, and very fast and dominant. Now, Gani, what did you think about that game?
Yeah, I think it was, this time around, maybe game 2 especially, the draft mnemonic, they were easier to execute. RRQ did what Onyx did in this game. I feel like their drafts were less complex if you compare it to Onyx. Khalid, not a fan of that pick, but we saw that Keyboy was struggling. All he can do was just buy time at a phase, but yeah, I think RRQ played it perfectly. Early game, the question we asked earlier, early game strong, can they translate it to mid game? This was the perfect example.
Yep. They got the answer right now on this third game. And I think the number 3 is the curse for Onyx, right? On this playoff, they always lose
on the third
game number 3. Yeah. So that's why on this game, it's back to the basic like we talking before, like Edok, Dyron is the momentum maker on this game. And Rinse always available to back up, to follow up what Edoks or Dyrons do.
I agree, and that's why I asked RQ, go back to the basics, go back to what made you strong, because when you give this man player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series, like a Kalea, he's able to make these opportunities happen, finally.
That was the LP attempt from Rins, trying to go toe-to-toe against Gila, Sans. That was definitely a cool moment and a bit of an aura farm for Sans. But afterwards, man, this Kalea in the hands of Edok, 0 deaths, man. He has been effective all the way from the beginning, and it seems like he was timing a lot of these purifies coming in from the side of Onyx as well. And look at how they were playing around with this early game lead. We talked about how they should plan out the transition from the early game power to the mid game power to the late game. The fact that they rotated and brought a lot of that weight over to the gold lane, understanding that Dioid is on a Phobius that's independent on his own, can even 1v2 if given the right opportunities. They just made sure that Toy himself was also snowballing, and when you have the Harith damage output, now it gets difficult for Onyx because they have no idea where the real damage is coming from. This was an attempt from Keyboy to buy as much time as possible, so you can still see tricky moves from Onyx where they would avoid fights when RQ was pushing. We saw Kyrie farming as well, but eventually it was through brute force and playmaking. RRQ just forced the hand of Onyx.
Intelligent gameplay as well. Again, if you look at the composition from the side of RQ, they're all very short range, right? Short range can steal the feather airstrike away. So yeah, they want to fight. They're not afraid on taking fights. And Onyx, they got outplayed in that sense. Yep. They got they played through RRQ Sempo, and that's why it was a swift game. Relatively 11 minutes, not even, and 0-6 Keyboy, 0-3 Severo. Not a great performance from side of Onyx.
Because the setup from RRQ itself, since the beginning, they try to vine Severo. They know Severo will be like the nail in the coffin if he got the items or the power spike. That's why 3 kills to aim for the Irritel. And even Sans, they didn't let Sans playing in this game. Rince always stole the Feather Airstrike from Sans and always use it when Sans shows on his screen.
And the funny part for me is that we saw a lot of moments where Onyx, because the Gata wasn't tanky enough, because the Khalid can't escape from danger, we saw Sans move into the jungle as the first member again and again, trying to abuse the fact that he has to purify, but because of that, you saw that one fight, Colius, where Edok noticed it, he did the flicker engage tsunami slam when the purify of Sans was 2 seconds away. That is definitely a crazy moment right there. If you take a look at the item timeline right here, you can see that Toy was absolutely on curve, just immediately getting a lot of these big items on the carrot, and with the early game power, it's forcing out the fights again and again.
I think it was a really good thing that Goni mentioned in the game that it was very difficult for Savero because he was forced on a Sea Halberd after the Haas Claws. Is that a usual build that we usually see an Iritel on?
No, definitely not. I think you see the Berserker's Fury a bit more before that, because that's the crit marksman initial power spike, the Haas Claws Berserker's Fury. But without that, no big crits. He's trying to lower the the healing, and also maybe try and chunk down a lot of these tankier frontline members like the Kalia, like the Baksha, like the Phobius. But in the end, it just wasn't enough.
It was.
Yeah, it was kind of forced in that situation.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the power spike just had to be delayed because of that. And then it just really, they didn't have enough damage, honestly, to go against RRQ. So it was really well thought out by RRQ in this particular situation. The fact that they were able to bring Kalea in their roster as well. What other things can RRQ fine-tune to go 2-2 with Onyx?
For me personally, I think don't change the winning strategy. No. Just use the similar strategy like if Onyx might be anticipated what heroes that RRQ use on the second game. But there's another option, like maybe if Kalea getting picked by the Onyx, maybe they can pick the Badang if the Badang is not banned.
Right. I think the trade between Kalea and Farsa, that's something that RRQ did really, really well, knowing that Onyx really wants that pick. So I think that's the thing. You can't really outdraft Onyx by just banning out their options. Might as well go for some trades, because RRQ have strong weapons in their own right.
Depending on how this next game actually goes, we can say that things are very, very tight. And it has been quite tight along the different regions as well. As we take a look at this poster, 4 1s across the board, we see 4 2s coming in from NACT, a 3-4 for MPL PH. I think the only clean sweep is 4-0 down there, MCC for the EECA region.
EECA.
There you go.
EECA, yeah.
EECA region. But other than that, things have been quite close. Do you think we might go 4-1?
It's still up in the air. There's always a possibility. It depends. I feel if you want to talk about Onyx RRQ, I feel like Onyx will take second pick, and perhaps that might shift the energy. But yeah, closest PH, and it was dramatic, right? It was 1-0, 1-1, 2-1, 2-2. It was neck and neck, and at the end, it was CLPH taking the dub. I expected Onyx RRQ to feel the same. Hopefully, RRQ can equalize to make it a 2-2 here. But let's wait and see. It's just 4-1, 4-1.
4-3, Latam?
Latam.
Latam 4-3. Because if we talking back to Indonesia, I think it's back to my prediction. It's gonna be a tight game. It's 7 full of game on the base of 7, so they're gonna use all the game.
I mean, that happens. We're the real winners. The fans getting a full-on great show. But moving on to the possibilities, by the way, I like what Goni mentioned about the switch. Because remember, the Fanny factor. That's why RRQ is doing so much better on red sign. They can just ban the Fanny by default anyhow. But considering they're also trading more options right now, maybe it actually would... Maybe the fact that they're doing that makes it that the drafting phase won't be really as one-sided, despite having that Fanny being a factor.
Because technically RRQ can't pick up the Fanny.
No. I think it's not up to par at this point. We haven't seen Citogen again on the Fanny so far, but chances are it won't really match up to Kyrie's Fanny. So even if there is a chance, it's really not wise to risk it. So you see what Kyrie can do.
Well, either or, seeing that previous poster, it really does reflect how competitive things have been lately, especially in this season. So it marks up to a really good MSC journey.
Yeah.
Not really sure what to expect coming to that, but we'll get to that a little bit later on, as once again, going back to game number 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Game number 4. So going back to the drawing board for RRQ, not forgetting their initial game plan is going to be very important. I think early game again is where RRQ finds their strengths, right? So if they're able to find a composition that allows them a better early game, I think maybe that might be the key factor for RRQ.
I somewhat disagree. Early game, if the heroes, or let's say like, I think mid game is going to be very crucial for both. If you control the early game but lose out on the mid, it's useless. I think mid game is going to be, that's the real fight for the drafts. Mid game power spike and hero power.
You mean like the first game, right? Because RRQ got the first 2 minutes.
Yeah.
But
That's
then,
early game.
Yeah.
Onyx got the next.
Position.
But we'll discuss about it a little bit later on because we are going to take to Bude Clara Mongstar as she has something special for you guys. Bude?
Yes, panelis berada di tengah-tengah Jakarta International Velodrome. Grand Final semakin memanas.
Betul sekali Bude, mungkin kita akan cek ombak dulu ya karena ini luar biasa ramai. Sonic, mana suaranya?
Bentar, jangan mau kalah. Yang ada di sebelah kanan, mana nih? Semangat dari Kingdom!
2-1, poin yang akhirnya sudah dikumpulkan dalam Best of 7 Grand Final antara Onyx melawan RRQ. Keadaan semakin memanas di sini Bude, tapi seperti biasa kita akan sedikit mencairkan suasana yang ada.
Yes, dan juga membuat kita semua lebih greget nih. Karena kedua super fans akan diadu di Whack It! Jadi di sini kita sudah kedatangan dari super fans dari Kingdom. Ini siapa namanya?
Michelle.
Michelle siap untuk bermain Whack It ini. Jadi tugasnya gampang banget, hanya take turn, ganti-gantian untuk menyerang dan bersembunyi.
Alright.
Betul, dan gak cuma dari Michelle, di sini ada siapa nih dari Sonic?
Radit.
Radit. Jadi kita akan melihat dulu how to play dari Whack It. Silakan Bude.
Iyap, jadi Radit main Edit nggak? Tahu hero-nya kan? Tahu? Tahu. Jadi caranya cuma kalian boleh pakai skill 1 yaitu Earth Shatter. Selanjutnya nanti gantian, pokoknya sekali dipakai gantian.
Iya.
Sekali pakai gantian, mau kena mau nggak kena, yang penting harus gantian ketika udah dipakai. Yang lainnya harus bersembunyi dan harus diingat nggak boleh pakai yang lainnya. Skill-skill lainnya dan juga battle spell tidak boleh. Kita akan mencari 2 poin untuk hari ini. Dan ya semoga nggak sampai besok pagi ya.
Biasanya sih langsung ada yang langsung dapat, ada yang missnya banyak gitu ya. Jadi kita akan coba nih antara Michelle dan Radit. Mungkin kita coba dulu kali ya Bude. Langsung saja.
Kita akan bersiap langsung, inilah dia di Whack It. Kita akan persiapkan langsung aja. Aduh, memegang HP yang sama seperti para pro player mainkan. Michelle, kamu player Edit nggak?
Actually no.
Waduh, ini dua-duanya agak meragukan, tapi nggak apa-apa. Kita akan membuktikannya di Land of Dawn. Kita akan mulai 3, 2, 1.
Silakan.
Sweet dulu.
Oke. Berarti Radit dulu nih. Berarti Michelle ngumpet ya?
Ngumpet.
Oke.
Kamu punya tips atau trik nggak sih buat ngumpet yang baik?
Enggak lagi.
Waduh. Kena loh.
Wow,
Apa
oke.
tuh rahasianya tuh?
Gantian ya. 1 poin sudah berhasil didapatkan Radit ya. Kita cari 2 poin ya Bude ya di sini ya.
Radit, rahasianya tadi kenapa tuh?
Gak tahu, feeling aja.
Feeling. Aduh, ini feeling.
Ini
Michelle,
sayang
feelingmu,
sekali ya.
feelingmu gimana?
Gantian lagi.
Terlalu insecure. Nggak pernah pakai edit soalnya.
Gak apa-apa, kira-kira aja kanan, kiri, tengah, depan, belakang. Mana ayo? Ini dibantuin nih. Michelle, ayo. Feeling,
ayo.
biasanya feeling perempuan tuh paling tajam loh.
Betul, instingnya ya.
Gagal.
Sayang sekali.
Oh, gagal kok malah seneng ya?
Oke.
Kan nggak ketahuan.
Oke.
Kita
Gantian,
coba lagi,
gantian,
kita coba
gantian.
guys. Iya, bisa yuk. Wow, berhasil ya. 1 sama nih Bude. Antara Michelle dan juga Radit nih.
Feelingmu sudah mulai keluar ya Michelle ya?
Agak pede dikit ya.
Agak
Radit
pede.
gimana Radit? Masih aman Radit?
Aman.
Kepercayaan dari itu penting ya?
Penting banget.
Penting banget. Bentar, ulangin. Gak lihat. 1, ayo 1 sama. Tarik napas, buang. 1 poin yang dikumpulkan lagi untuk bisa memenangkan Wake Edit ini.
Aduh,
Maaf.
sabar ya, sabar.
Yuk bisa yuk, Michelle. Oke, namanya. Sayang sekali. Tukar lagi. Silakan Michelle. Ayo Radit bisa yuk ngumpetnya.
Michelle, kemenangan ini berarti kan? Of course. Ayo dong Michelle. Up.
Oke,
Waduh.
masih belum dapat ya Bude ya. Oke, Radit silakan.
Michelle, apa harapanmu nih untuk Wake Edit ini nih? Nggak malu-maluin lah. Nggak malu-maluin ya. Apa? Terus ini. Ayo dikeluarkan shatter dari Radit. Habum. Meleset lagi.
Ya. Masih belum dapat juga. Yuk, bisa yuk.
Ayo Michelle. Kita akan keluarkan Earth Shatter dari Michelle.
Akhirnya kita sudah mendapatkan Bude. 2 kemenangan dari Michelle.
Oke. Ini kita speech kemenangan dulu ya. Speech kemenangan dari Michelle. Akhirnya setelah pertarungan mendebarkan, kamu berhasil mendapatkan kemenangan. Apa nih dari Michelle mungkin? Sebuah kata-kata, mungkin puisi, nyanyi juga boleh.
Wishlist hari ini, malam ini, RRQ menang.
Dengan kemenangan Michelle di Wake Edit, Michelle berharap RRQ bisa menang juga, ketularan dari Michelle. Oke, gimana nih yang kalah nih di situ?
Sonic jangan mau kalah ya. Ayo kita, mic-nya hilang. Gimana kamu? Apakah ini mencerminkan kekalahan atau enggak dong ya harusnya?
Enggak dong harusnya.
Kayaknya sih gitu.
Soalnya kan Onyx di atas langit.
Soalnya Onyx di atas langit. Oke.
Saya comeback kok.
Oh oke.
Berharap. Tapi oke, ini saatnya dari kedua super fans untuk memberikan semangat. Mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan untuk Onyx?
Semangat terus Onyx di playoff ini. Grand finalnya semoga menang ya.
Semoga menang ya. Tapi dia tertunduk lemas, sepertinya kekalahan sangat memukul ya. Tapi gimana nih Michelle, kasih sesuatu dong untuk RRQ.
Untuk RRQ, anggap aja kita ngepur ya. Pasti menang. Juara! Wow.
Yay!
Tapi thank you banget udah bermain. Congratulations sekali lagi Michelle dan thank you.
Terima kasih Radit sudah bermain bersama kita. Boleh salam dulu. Oke, luar biasa. Boleh dong kita kasih tepuk tangan. Yeay!
Fair play tetap ya, walaupun mereka bertarung tapi pada akhirnya mereka bersahabat.
Betul sekali Bude, dan kita masih akan melihat pastinya di grand final ini. Tapi Bude, sebelum kita masuk ke game selanjutnya nih, Alisa sebenarnya punya tebak-tebakan nih Bude.
Apa tuh?
Bude tahu gak sih apa sih yang tipis banget tapi super kokoh?
Sepertinya tangan Bude.
Bude kah? Bude tipis sih, tapi coba aku tiup.
Aduh, kurang kokoh
ya. Kurang kokoh.
Oke.
Bukan Bude, jawabannya
Bude.
bukan itu. Jawabannya adalah Samsung Galaxy S25 Edge terbaru.
Ini dong.
Betul sekali, boleh kasih lihat. Begitu tipis ya, luar biasa dengan desainnya yang super tipis, cuman 5,8 mm saja. Dan ini tuh ringan banget Bude, jadi buat dibawa kemana aja berarti itu cuma 163 gram saja. Keren banget Bude.
Iya, ini Bude aja dari tadi pantesan gak berasa megangnya.
Betul sekali, kita
Enak
light
banget.
banget kan ya. Dan ini karena Galaxy S25 Edge ini adalah Galaxy S yang paling tipis yang pernah ada Bude.
Wow, makin seneng ya, dimana kita juga ngelihatnya ini desain yang baru, lalu tipis, nyaman, dan di tangan tuh keren banget sih.
Betul, jadi kalau masukin ke tas atau buat cowok-cowok kan suka malas bawa tas ya kemana-mana ya. Jadi tinggal masukin di kantong tuh nggak bikin bulky celana ya.
Emang gak bahaya? Kalau kedudukan gimana?
Tenang, kan tadi tebak-tebakannya walaupun tipis dia tapi sangat kokoh. Jadi pastinya tidak mudah ringkih Bude. Aman pastinya ya. Galaxy S25 Edge ini dilapisi dengan titanium frame dan Corning Gorilla Glass Ceramic 2 yang bikin jadi lebih durable pastinya.
Pantas saja kita jadi nggak takut ya walaupun tipis, tapi ini begitu kuat dan pastinya membuat kita semakin pede nih bawa kemanapun dan jadi teman kita nggak sih?
Betul banget Bude, tapi nggak cuma itu aja karena kita lagi ada promo juga Bude. Mau tahu nggak promonya Bude?
Mau.
promo. Bude paling suka promo sih.
Jadi buruan aja nih langsung ya para super fans yang nonton di rumah juga. Buruan beli sekarang karena lagi ada promo gratis memory upgrade ke 512 GB dan gratis 6 bulan Gemini Advance. Dan kamu juga bisa cek promo lengkapnya di samsung.com/id atau kunjungi toko Samsung terdekat untuk Galaxy S25 Edge yang tipis tapi powerful.
Wah, ini lengkap banget gak sih? Dari desainnya keren, dari teknologinya juga keren, buat selfie-selfie juga keren, kameranya, tadi Bude fotoin kamu cakep banget loh tadi.
Luar biasa, kita selfie-selfie aja kali ya Bude ya.
Nanti kita akan selfie-selfie sembari menikmati Grand Final.
Betul sekali, jadi pastikan kalian langsung aja dicek ya, karena Samsung Galaxy S25 Edge punya tipis tapi kokoh. Dan langsung saja Bude, kayak kita udah kelamaan, udah pada gak sabar ya untuk masuk ke game selanjutnya.
Betul, karena ini akan menjadi poin yang penting bagi kedua tim. Akankah RRQ mengejar atau Onyx yang terus berlari mengejar benar-benar piala? Ada satu trofi yang diinginkan oleh kedua tim. Two Kings, only one champions. Kita akan sambut, inilah dia. Game selanjutnya untuk RRQ dan Onyx.
Thank you so much, Bude. Thank you so much, Alyssa. And now we're diving back into game number 4. Guys, it's a best of 7. I'm sorry to lose count here. But yes, RRQ comes back after a 2-0 from Onyx. We were talking and discussing about winning conditions coming from RRQ. And I think the last thing that we were talking about is whether or not the early game is important for RRQ or not. Goni feels like the mid game is the most important part for RRQ's win. But what do you guys think? Do you agree with this or not?
For me, I think early game's still important because if you got the early game, you can put the map pressure to the opponents, right? So you can get the mid game because RRQ during the first game, I think they throw on the mid game, right? So and on the third game, they answer the problems from the first game. That's why we're gonna see on the fourth game.
Okay, but I think I found out what's more important than everything else that we've been talking about.
Really?
What's most important is GoPay. Guys, we're in, after 9 weeks of the regular season. We're coming into, what, the 5th day of the playoffs? Is this the 5th day or the 6th day?
Wednesday, yeah.
There you go. Do you guys not yet have installed, I can't English suddenly. I can't English. I can't English. I'm so baffled if you guys don't have GoPay yet. Arashi will tell you why.
Well, if you go on GoPay, right, you can also get, you have a great app first of all, but you can also vote for your favorite champions in every MPL ID Season 15 playoff match at gopay.co.id/games. So you're guaranteed to win prizes, and for first-time voters, you'll definitely get free rewards of up to 59 diamonds and 1 token.
And that's not all.
That's the token that you use to spin for prizes in the gift arena.
Yep, because that's not all. Because the token can be used to spin for the prizes in the gift arena, like you said before, and the prizes you can get the electric motorbike.
Yep.
And the other grand prizes.
That's crazy. That's wild. And on top of that, you guys can also get WDPs or free weekly diamonds or the weekly diamond pass. On GoPay games, it's only 14,999 IDR, so it's even more affordable than the regular season. And all you need to do is scan the QR code down below, and don't forget to use the promo code from the MPL ID Season 15 live streams to get 5 diamonds for just 1 rupiah IDR. So what you waiting for, guys? Go check it out at gopay.co.id/games, or of course just download the app in general. Very nice. There it is.
Great success.
QR. Scan it. Now. App Store, Google Play, it's available.
Yeah. It's so valuable. It's simple.
Yep. It garners to everything that you guys need back at home. Oh, look at Kyrie. He's laughing.
Yeah.
Smile, he's chill. He knows.
I feel like Kyrie's so handsome, Polius.
If I be Kyrie, I think... No.
What were you gonna say?
I love my wife, Saki. I love you, my wife.
Aku nggak ikut-ikutan ya.
No, I love my wife.
I'm not involved in this. All right.
Menjauh.
But yes, what was that? Who had first pick? Did you guys catch a look? Okay, so Onyx on the second pick.
Yep.
Side. So RRQ are black on blue side.
Yeah. So they will have to still ban the Fanny, unfortunately, which means they can only have 2 bans. And so far, we've seen most of it go to the mid lane, but also to that Badang, right? So now they have a chance to first pick one thing away though. But the question is, do they want that Farsa? Do they want that Badang? If we follow the pattern, they want the Playmaker. So I'm assuming the Kalea once again, the hero that gives Edok the player of the game for game number 3 should be the contested pick here.
Okay, we're looking at a Kalea pick here, contested pick between both of these teams.
Yep.
RRQ go for the Fanny, like you mentioned earlier on, Arashi, the Badang, and the Luo Yi, which means Onyx are the ones to actually ban out the Kalea chip and the Baxia. So what do RRQ pick up first? Do they go for the Hayabusa or something else?
Maybe Farsha.
Ah, yes, Farsha.
Yeah. If they didn't want to give Sans his Farsha, I think they can pick it now.
Assuming that Sans doesn't really have any other solutions, but off the bat, I do think that the Farsha, when it comes to Fryo picks, has precedence here. But if they do so, they're allowing Onyx to pick up a good jungler along with possibly another good roamer, whatever's left. Unfortunately for RRQ though, both the Hayabusa and the Joy is available, so even if they do give up one of those, it's not the end of the world.
Alright, let's see, there you go. The Prio to Farsa, taking it away from Sans. Gonna be useful in the early game, like we mentioned, RRQ and the early game.
I think Gatot Kacha here is not bad.
And Hayabusa?
Hayabusa for Kyrie. Gatot Kacha again just nullifies the feathered airstrike potential. But then again, Onyx can also find other avenues to deal with that feather airstrike, but I don't mind the Gatot Kacha and the Hayabusa here.
Do you really think Onyx will go for Haya?
In this early... Yep, Gatot, yeah, but for Hayabusa, I think not in this first pick.
Okay.
Maybe on the 3rd pick. Yeah, because I think that's the high-risk signature heroes, right? So using Hayabusa against Farsha, it can directly dive into the Farsha itself when the feather airstrike happens.
Right. So for Onyx right now, they already have this good AoE, and they have a good way to deny a lot of AoE coming in from RRQ. So off the bat, it seems like Onyx are gearing more for a team fight. Now RRQ, they can kind of match that, or they can pivot over, try and go for something a bit more, I was gonna say pick up heavy, but with the Fredrin and the Granger, you know, it's still pretty flexible. So they're leaving a lot of potential up to the second phase.
This is what I was about to mention, because so far, sure, the Assassins are usually a pick for Kyrie. But so far, it seems like he hasn't been more geared towards the Hayabusas, you know? So I was thinking maybe they want to go Joy again.
Yeah.
But RRQ won up that with picking the Fredrin first, so that's a denied pick away.
Denied pick for the Joy. But yeah, Hayabusa on the 3rd pick. I think because Joy can be taunted by Fredrin.
Yeah.
But Hayabusa, it have the shadow, Quad Shadow. Yeah, the Quad Shadow to escape from the Fredrin itself. But now, are we gonna see like another crowd controller from the RRQ because they lack of it right now?
They need it. They need it. A great range though, but yeah, they need crowd control.
Definitely another setter over the Fredrin would be nice. On top of that, I do feel like the idea with the utility junglers usually means that in the EXP lane, you're gonna have a bit more damage there. So I think Onyx definitely are on the lookout for some of the more aggressive EXP lane heroes for Dyron. So the Hilda already showing up. I assume possibly something like the CC might be respected as well.
Yes.
We saw how Dyron was able to perform against Geekfam on that hero.
So ban CC, pick up the glue for Onyx. I think that is also an answer for Onyx to, again, just try to nullify the Fredrin if RRQ does not ban the glue.
But that means that the only tool for setting up is the Gatot Kacha. Is that okay?
You can have the glue. It's okay. I feel like it's more than enough. You got Valentina, you got Hayabusa, 4 members that can dive towards your composition. I think that's more than enough already.
Considering the members of RRQ right now have good dashes, I think it's okay. They should be able to still chase far enough but a bit more crowd control, or at least some kind of slow would really be nice to have for Onyx if they want to dictate the tempo and the movements around the map. But actually, RRQ are the ones who ban out the CC.
Because CC can, like, holding on the backline, right? Go through the backline using the beyond bounce to aim for the Farsha or even the Granger. And the Yo-Yo Blitz is really painful to Freight Wind because of the HP percentage.
Right. Oh, they want the Terizla. I think RRQ didn't want the Terizla for
They want
Iron.
the CC, yeah. Terizla might be a good option right now.
Or high loss. But the glue, yeah, I expected this fix on the side of Onyx.
Or, I didn't see any R lot, but it's very dangerous against Valentina.
Yeah.
The Vinyl Slash can be stolen.
If I have to pick a hero I want to see a bit of a throwback to the Esmeralda Uranus, man. We saw a Uranus ban. We saw in the regular season the Esmeralda as well. Right here in this game, we don't see it just yet. But considering that Onyx doesn't really have a lot of good DPS tools secured just yet, you know, beefier frontline will mean that Onyx are going to be pressured to pick a gold lane that can shred through a massive tank.
How about Eden?
Yeah.
Oh.
Eden or Dyren?
Cannot. There's a Valentina on the other side.
1-1.
Oh!
Okay, Benedetta.
So my
1-1
prediction
here.
for Benedetta is on this game.
1-1, no? So we're gonna go 1-1?
1-1's outranged by the far side. It's a risky
Yeah,
pick.
I think
It's a risky pick, but it's yeah, you have other friends that can like
Lost
fight
off?
hard
Lost
stuff.
off?
Nathan?
Oh, Nathan. Whoa.
Natan is bold.
If they want to...
Against the Bennett?
Have the range.
It's bold, that's why it's bold.
Let's go.
Oh,
Here it is.
here it go. Right. So still kite gameplay there in the gold lane, but RRQ, man, they have a really good like AoE combo composition. Diving on the Bennett though, I don't think we've seen it too often. I'm really curious on how he's gonna do.
Looks like RQ have swatched tempos and gameplay. But will it work out for them? And can they go eye to eye, toe to toe with the Sky Kings? We're gonna throw it over to our casters. Mirko, Realize, take it away.
Thank you, panelists. This is an epic game because now we see
I love
an
it.
Edoc special, the Tig, and the Benedetta as well in the hands of Dyren.
Realize a lot of people must have forgot the roots of Dyren. Back when he was in Rebellion carrying that team, he was the Benedetta, the Paquito, the Khalid god. So I'm excited to see this. I've been waiting for this ever since we saw the Baksha, the Fredericks start popping up again. Where and when will Dyren decide to go back to his roots?
And the Land of Dawn will be witness of whether or not RRQ can equalize this series, or will Onyx run to series and tournament point. RRQ Hoshi against Onyx in game number 4.
Still the battle for match point for the Sky Kings as they try to restabilize up in the air. Keyboy, a Gato Kacha choice this time around up against Edoc on the Tig. A signature pick. Last time Onyx went up against this, there was a Edoc moment. 4 members caught in the implosion.
Deja vu, they say history tends to repeat itself. But I think Onyx will be much more calculated now, in which that Edoc implosion put kind of a fighting spot for RRQ to possibly push forth in the upper bracket finals. But this time around, it's going to be different because Onyx, they are more calculated. Edoc going into Kyrie, but I don't think he can kill him. Keyboy will gank him though.
Good red tree from Kai, securing it already. Rin's walking up as well. Quad Shadow for the flicker. Ends up being not so worth it, to be fair, right? You kind of need that flicker.
Yeah, especially as a Tig. And Toy, or rather Edoc will recall. That is with the pull yourself together. So he's looking for that ultimate, going in with the cooldown reduction. And yeah, he's looking for that one big moment, that Edoc moment.
He's so confident in his own skills. He knows he's a good Tig, a godly one. Kai with a quad shadow, and now he's gonna bait it out. Shadow kill! Wow, good dispersion on the damage of the shadow kill. Edoc took it like a champ.
Toy's Guardian Angel arrives in time to save him from the ninja. And now it's Onyx scampering around, look for one skirmish, but now it's the turtle, the neutral objective ready. Dyren is here as well, Keyboy will brawl it out, and they will try to get Prio, but Dyren might just look for Kyrie, or just screen the players of Onyx. This is free turtle now for RRQ, it seems like.
Despite Dyren not able to get level 4 just yet, now Edoc has the implosion. Oh! Implosion on nobody's side of the back line! Taken down by Rins. as Sujin walks forward. Savero with a heavy crossbow coming in as well as Keyboy takes a lot of damage. Lutpi!
Running back, and now it's Savero under pressure as well. Sujin might go in, but Lutpi is next to the target.
Bonk. Bonk. The longs doing a lot of damage, right? Lutpi.
The longs.
Good escape. Uh-oh. Kill over to the back. Diamond eye for an eye. Gets away now. Kai gets the kill now. Sutsujin mounted on Lutpi. Slowly but surely. Sutsujin able to get the jab down. AOG from Keyboy.
That's Keyboy with the taunt connecting as well. Lutpi gets Sutsujin. But Keyboy will still fall in the end of the day, and Sutsujin might lose his life. But that was still a 1-for-1 favoring Onic.
Now it's 3-2. But RRQ got the neutral objective. Savero waiting in the bush. Edok has the flicker back up. Again, you gotta remember, pull yourself together. He's gonna be quick with it, especially after we get into the mid game. You know, a few of those stacks in onto the pull yourself together, and you'll see those flickers come up almost every fight for Edok.
This Benedetta, right? The roots of Dyron. It becomes his debut pick. An MPL ID Season 15. The Ranger, it is accustomed to Toy, and the Tig, it's an Edok special. But Keyboy and Savero up top, they might be under pressure because Rinstyle is close by. They might collapse on this, but look at the two players close by as well. For Onic, this is a 4v3 practically. If Sutsujin wants to follow up as well, this might be a brawl!
Edok! Finding an implosion with an airstrike by Rins, but it's turned around. No damage! No damage!
The implosion is not sacred enough, and Edok, he might go for that. But no follow-up, no damage like you said. It's not enough just yet for RRQ. They need to wait for a couple of more items. The timers as well. They're looking for those moments, and then they can follow the implosion. Because the implosion becomes invaluable if you don't have the damage to follow up. Edok might set for it, but no damage means nothing. And now Turtle next to the menu, taunted, is Lutpi.
All full stacks for Lutpi already as he jumps in. Now Mount available in the backline. Tyron jumping on the sides. Still Kai looking for the play as well. Tyron again. Eye for a 9 this time around. Turtle still being contested. Lutpi on already. Savero with a heavy crossbow coming in. Sutsujin with the retribution. A jump back. Lutpi flickers forward.
He's jumping in. We'll keep the mount. He mounts on Sutsujin, but Edok still waits in the wings. Keyboy's far away as well. Lutpi dismounts.
A taunt over. No split. No spread. Kai finding the quad channel on the timer, but Toy gets the kill, and Keyboy will have to run all the way back. Sans back in the mid lane. Sutsujin and Tyron sent to deal with the wave. RRQ looking alive.
They're keeping Onic at bay. Look at Edok though, he's going for Keyboy, but I think Keyboy will be fine with the Unbreakable, so all good for Onic. But RRQ, they look relentless by the minute. Sutsujin even invading that orange buff. Savero cannot do anything. If he wants to swap, he's gonna lose a lot of time. And all he can do is just wait for the wave to crash. But Toy is taking his time on that.
Even though Dyron has 0 kill participation so far, you can really see the impact of the fights if you replay it. He's always just been waiting in the bush, knowing that if Onic just make a misstep, it's gonna petrify 1v1. Dyron on a signature pick. The quad shadow coming in as well for the airstrike with a shadow kill. Dyron! Eye for an eye!
The samurai stands tall against the ninja, and that's Dyron with the eye for an eye. Kyrie goes down. And RRQ, 1.8k gold lead. Edok, he's concealed himself. He might look for something, but Onic, they sense it, and Sutsujin will be content with the purple buff.
Free for RRQ to take. Man, what a play by Dyron. That confidence to stay in the lane in the 1v1. Ooh. Even better, the rotation from the rest of the team to enable that 1v1, to force that 1v1. Kai didn't want any part of it, but he was forced by 2 members saying, fight.
It's like they set up a boxing ring.
Yes.
And you have audiences left and right. All brawled down into one. And now RRQ, they activate the side lanes. Toy able to get that tier 1 turret. Up top as well, gone. And now Turtle is next on the menu, next on the sights of both teams. But RRQ, they might have the upper hand. Keyboy though, hiding in that bush. He might look for an angle. But Edok is here with the Sacred Hammer!
Finding the implosion and the kill. Oh, Sky Piercer realize.
He's going in, Keyboy. He has to run for the hills, but Dyron!
Wow. Onic cannot handle the relentless kings who just keep on sieging, who keep on fighting. Kai will get an orange buff, but RRQ will get his.
Onic outplayed in their own game. And now I think they have to bank on Savero with late game power. Whoa!
Almost, man. Heavy crossbow defensively by the Irithel. 4,000 gold lead. The Kingdom, they're going crazy in the international velodrome here. And for Onyx, they gotta keep it chill. But even if they do, this is why the Benedetta gets so much value. Final blow gets you out of there if you go for an all-in. The eye for an eye, that anti-CC up against a composition with a lot of CC to force you to fight in their own box. RQ have so many ways to poke, disengage, engage, catch with Edox, but mainly as well with the look at the CC chain on Sutsujin and then Dire with a Petrify. Kibo in the back, finding the taunt. Then Sonata steal, taunt over to Lippy. Able to flicker around to safety. Kibo with the AOG, by the airstrike. Trying to cut him down. Kibo, revitalized, taught it up.
He's gone! Done and dusted, that's Toy with the killing spree. And Kyrie with the shadow kill clears the minion wave in the mid. Sans has to be content, he pops the stolen feather airstrike, but that's RRQ. Like you said, with the chain CC, they can layer it up. They have the Petrify, they have the taunt, they have Edoc with the icing on top. So RRQ, I feel like this is an all-rounded draft from them.
It's a punish to purify. It's also a punish to flicker. If you've got, well, hold on, feather airstrike of Savero's HP bar. Lippy in the back. Oh, that's not a landing there. Savero will be forced to back away. Back to the point. If you go flicker here, there's so much range, and then there's that CC. If you go purify, that range will catch you too. It'll be easier for Rins, for Toy to land those Death Sonata, so it was a forced error in the battle spell choices for Sans and Savero. That's why you're seeing it.
It's just given on a silver platter to RRQ Onyx. I don't think they will entertain the idea of just contesting this RRQ Lord. This is all theirs. This is free for the taking. And that Lord will even bolster up their chances of winning this game, closing up the series. Edog is looking for Kyrie!
Shadow kill ready for Kai. Really pop it, implosion! Final blow! Petrify! Edog on the take. There's a reason on it. Keep banning it.
Kyrie is just prey in the eyes of the Predator. And that is Edog, the hunter, gets hunted. Kyrie is gone. And now it's RRQ on the driver's seat. Ever so comfortable.
7,000 gold lead, 7-4. A big item power spike from Mr. Toy as he picks up the Wind of Nature to deal with technically all the damage. It'll really be up to Sans at this point. Savero and Kai, it's gonna be even more difficult to dive into the back line as the Lord marches in the mid lane now. Go for the shove as well. Holy Defense already procced in the Sans, steals away the feathered airstrike. Kai up top with the pod shadow used.
Free lane push. Coming in, AOG from Keyboy.
Not too sure about that Keyboy. An AOG to his own demise. A free stack to Toy on the Granger.
He's speeding up with the Sky Piercer. That's going to add more insult to injury. They might look for something. The conceal play. Edog is going in, but Look is there.
First onto it, mounted up already. CC immune, bringing it back all the way. Savero comes in with the quad shadow as well. Explosion. Oh! Edog trying to read it, but Kai was a bit too smart with it. Quad shadow. Oh! Lippy with a shutdown. Kai disengaging. Savero already there.
Lippy playing hide and seek with the RRQ. He's going in again. Savero is there for the backup. Sotsuchin pulls him back. Dyren.
Quad shadow over to the back. Dyren has the final. Oh! Shadow kill. Oh! He gets translated over the lethal wanderer. Savero. What?
He's going even further! And now it's Onyx on the pounce back there and it's gone. Toy as well. They might look for this mid tier 1 turret.
Mechanical outplays here and there. AOG over the Rins. Kyrie Shadow coming in. Sutsujin very low. A ton over. Feather airstrike. Oh! Played again. Oh, back to back to back.
Bit by bit, Onyx disintegrate to pieces. The Sky Kings again showing their mortality. In the eyes of the Kings of Kings, Savero might just overextend.
Hey.
Keyboy is there, Lippy is there to shadow him as well.
Dude, Kai quad shadow in, didn't use the gap close on the quad shadow, used the shadow kill instead, knowing that Mr. Dyren still has final blow, baits it out, and then takes the quad shadow over. That's how he was able to get the kill in the end. And then they were able to just prolong the team fight again. Kai got a bit too overzealous. Got punished. Sutsujin and Rins, who was still waiting, knew that Kai was going to go for that. Knew that Kai would have that killer instinct to kill Sutsujin, but in the end, it was traded again.
There's something with the Hayabusas in the playoffs.
Yep.
It feels like it was used by Rin. They got heavily battered. Sutsujin as well. Now Kyrie, even in that game against Geek Fam, in this, It feels like it's much akin to that situation.
Oh,
looking for the implosion.
Two-man implosion over to the back. Lippy gonna be caught again. JC Seed. Oh, you won't see him move up until next game, I believe. That was nasty.
They just commit on towards the prio target. It feels like Onyx might look for a Hail Mary, but keep from the back.
Taunt coming down already. San's not looking for the play. Eat up with a curse. Or rather, just with a shove with the Sacred Hammer. Keyboy caught in a bad spot already with a further airstrike cancelled. Blocked. And he gets away. Toy looking for the final shot to take him down. Sans with a taunt already. Edok terrified. Keyboy trying to run away. Has to sustain. Tyrant will choose not to go for it. Kai utilizing the tempo to push mid.
Keyboy survives. And that gives and opens a leeway for Kyrie to again get that wave going. Kyrie just playing split push at this point. He doesn't want to be on the focal conflict point. And as of now, it's RRQ with the Lord. Slain freely for them. Onyx, all they have to do is just think of a way to stop RRQ's push. I mean, if we talk about the defense they have, it's not the best.
6,000 gold lead. It was 8K, I believe. Onyx have been able to stabilize. And technically, if we take a look at the keys to victory for RRQ and Onyx, RRQ need to go back to the systematic early game, which they've gotten. But Onyx have avenues to defend and push it to where they find it comfortable.
And RRQ, all they have to do now is just look for one big set. For Edok, one game-ending implosion. But they can go the hard way and just brute force their way into Onyx's base. Severo with a Malefic gun adds more range and more kiteability. Much more safety, but again, you have to be careful of an ever-looming threat in the house of Edok with that implosion.
They're gonna be real careful. Sans and Severo does have the Purify, but it's all on Kai. If Kai gets caught by that implosion, I think it might be game over. Sutsujin taking a lot of big beating in the bottom lane. Oh, Sans forced to dash away. Lord of the bottom lane dealing with the low base turret ready. Severo on it.
Edok still fishing for an angle. The Lord they have to attend to. And Edok just hiding in the wing. Sans might just look for an active play. But no, RRQ, they mature themselves. This is something they deem enough. And they will be calculated on their approaches.
3 base turrets down. The discipline that they were lacking in the upper bracket finals, you see it here from RRQ. Tyrant looks for an angle, sees Lippy, dives into the back line, finds the mount, but no one's there to follow it up. Sans with the implosion over to Sutsujin. Diamond coming in, AOG not landing in the back line. Tyrant dives in onto Severo, who's able to cut away. Toy gets a stack, but Tyrant falls as well. 1 for 1, and another one as Lippy falls.
Fight's happening. Sutsujin with the stun, and Sans has to run back. It's up to Kyrie and Sans with Severo as well. Edok still has the implosion with the flicker as well. This might be the game-ending ultimate. He's looking for it.
Who does he go on? Quad Shadow utilize. Oh, Edok in the back line finding him, but the Shadow kill will still be able to clear out the mini waves. Now, Kai in the back, further airstrike, Sans dodging away, going for the splash.
Oh!
Toy secures the kill. Kai going for the kills. The minions aren't in. Kai defending again. The minions finally come in as Toy goes in and ends the game. To equalize in a best of 7, 2-2.
The Kings of Kings again seething their swords, and the Sky Kings bleed. 2-2, they equalize in this grand finals, a best of 7. It comes down to what could possibly be 2 more games.
Bang.
There you go, bang bang.
The confidence of Toy on a signature pick. RRQ, they made Onyx bleed in game 3. Now, they have dragged the Sky Kings down from the skies to eye level. They're back on the ground, baby. It's mano a mano's fists.
If there's anyone that could take down the Sky Kings, it has to be a king.
Or a robot.
The Kings of Kings, no less. Or a robot.
Yeah, no, I'm joking.
Your robot's in the garage.
Hey!
Mechanically fixed.
What I know is the Kingdoms and the Sonics are here in the building, but the Sonics have gone real quiet the last 2 games. And I'm talking the ones on Legend, Mythic seats, but also the one on the panel.
On the
What's
panel?
What's going on with Gotti? I wonder how he's feeling.
It was so emotional. Back on the panel desk. And take a look at this one final push. The minions, they were stopped. blocked by a potential clear. It was only Kyrie. There was no chance of doing anything in that point, I guess. And it's RRQ. They breathe life back into this grand final run they have. It's still up in the table. It's still up for anyone's taking.
Hey!
Gani, Arashi, how you feeling up there?
Linus Eterna too.
Eterna?
We're toe-to-toe now between both teams here in the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, and we live for it. You can hear the roars coming through the mics, I think, even in the game by the Kingdom. Arashi, how are we feeling?
Feeling great. Oh man, it's hard to like celebrate because we don't want to celebrate too early. But man, it's a good sign, right? At the very least, we know this is gonna be a competitive series, hopefully all the way. But man, dude, that was a crazy game. Outplays left and right. You're seeing though, I think RRQ just finding a more of a groove there and bringing out the Benedetta. I had concerns about this Benedetta, but I think Darren showed me that it's really good.
He executed very well.
He delivered. He delivered.
That's why I like what he mentioned before. Is they got the groove. They know okay, we know if we get the early game, we can like hold it until the late game and win this game. But the problem is the next game later are gonna be a jungler tank against jungler tank. Because we already see if RRQ using the jungler tank, the assassin's jungler is not working right now.
Struggle, yeah. This was the greedy play by Onyx.
Yeah.
They
almost got the moment.
Yeah, they almost neutralized the situation, but yeah, again, great outplay from side of RRQ, keeping things calm, and after that, it was just all RRQ again applying more pressure. Onyx, they lose momentum after the previous game, and I feel like because of this guy right here.
Player of the game, ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. It goes to Edok once again, this time on the Tigreal. Which is why in this current meta, even back when the Assassins were still up on top, picking up the Hayabusa first is great, but also there are so many counters towards it, and one of which is the Tigreal. We've seen time and time again Kyrie trying to do Kyrie things on the Hayabusa, but unfortunately, with so many crowd control tools in the hands of RRQ, including Edox, it was very difficult for him to make those moves actually work.
That's the dynamic when you have an assassin jungler against a fighter. And look at that outplay from Darren, dude. This is the problem. All the heroes from the side of RRQ have some form of counterplay, except for the real backline. But when you're going for the backline, you have to be careful, because we even saw Darren, I think right here, just to make sure that Kyrie cannot do anything, comes in there with the Petrify. You ain't going nowhere, bro. And they were bringing that aggression the whole way. So this becomes a full-on front-to-back confrontation between Onyx and RRQ, and the side with a Farsa and Granger, come on, dude, it's hard to argue against that kind of firepower.
That's why I think that's the power of Benedetta. If you see Petrify, it can deal a lot of damage, massive damage, and it can stop Hayabusa using the Petrify. And yeah, Onyx almost got his moment to like make it on par again, but yeah, they miss it. Because of the greedy, I think, the greedy moment from Kyrie.
Yeah, just slightly greedy there, but yeah, I mean, props to RRQ right there, keeping things tight. They were again able to translate the early towards the mid relatively well. They got the map like 80% of the time. Map was always on RRQ, and this was the final push. Nothing that Kyrie can do there.
Honestly, it wasn't just Kyrie, was it? We saw a lot of weird movements coming from Keyboy, even Lutpi getting caught out here and there. Was that odd to you guys?
A little bit. I think they were really not as composed. But then again, this is what happens when your team is on the back foot, right? You can't really dictate where the fight happens, when the fight happens, and you let go of the Tigreal, you get imploded. And it's crazy to me that this guy can make the Tigreal a team fight engager into a pickoff hero. Like, brother, the whole time Onyx were struggling, this is what they can do, RRQ, when they have a good engage tool, but also burst damage. Okay, before the fight even begins, Keyboy gets jumped on, Lutpi gets jumped on, and when they are ahead, it's gonna be so difficult to try and do anything, even if all the ultimates are down, as long as RRQ do get one pick off after using all of those ultimates.
That's why the misconnection between RRQ on the first game, they answer it on the third and the fourth game. That's why they always back up. They always do the follow up every time his teammates like initiate the team fight or initiate the takeoff. That's the good things from RRQ. Now the problem is from Onyx. How they can answer the movement, the aggressive movement from RRQ. Are they gonna, like I said before, using the jungler tank, so it might be more secure on the early game? Or they have another answer?
Because I think back then they were comfortable letting the gold laner just outplay. We remember CW and the other options Onyx have fielded, they're really good at playing weak side and being attacked, and they know that they're gonna be attacked, and they're really good at playing to kite back and play safe. But now with Savero in the picture, you can see that he's struggling to deal damage. Did less damage than the Valentina in this game, because even before talking about Edok and Sutsujin with all this crowd control, there's Dyron on this Benedetta. And in the early game, that was the critical factor that allowed RRQ to just get so much control. Usually it will be the mage, it will be the roam, zoning, but when Dyron is right there, it's making sure that all the damage dealers are so far back, there's nothing Onyx could have done in the early game if they wanted to really try and contest anything from RRQ.
What happens if we look at this right now? Are there any timings or particular items that really stood out to any of you guys?
I guess not the main items, but the respect from Dyron. He built the Dreadnought armor early on, I guess the first 5 minutes there, where, yeah, he understood that he will be one of the tools that RQ will be needing to zone members. Sure, he built the Heptasis, sure, he built the Malefic Roar as well, but in addition, he built the Dreadnought armor just to have that extra durability when taking on damage.
For me, it was the fact that we saw Sans in the Valentina, he went for the Lightning Truncheon first item. And me personally, that's not an item I would go for. Like, even if it's not the Lightning Truncheon, it will be the Enchanted Talisman or the Glowing one, usually. I think that's the build we've seen so far. So him going with the Lightning Truncheon, I think shows that he wants a bit more wave clear and a bit more team fight damage. But unfortunately, again, against a Farsa, oh man, tall order.
Yeah. Looked like he did struggle a little there. But we are going to take a look at this first. Ladies and gentlemen, the MSC battle plan. From lower brackets to champions.
Oh.
Yeah.
So far, the trend is the champions come from the lower brackets.
Uh-huh.
And technically, it has been true for a couple seasons here at MPL ID particularly. But it looks like the same story can be said amongst all the regions elsewhere. So if that's the case, then RRQ are the ones that come from the lower bracket.
Is it written in the stars, Arashi?
Oh, maybe, man. I don't, to quote a certain man, I don't believe in patterns, but one can always hope.
One can always hope.
Finger crossed.
Fingers crossed, indeed.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
If you're looking at the TLPH, technically they are from the lower bracket to the big champion. But if you're talking about this ID playoff, Onyx are from the play-ins, not the playoff. It's even worse than the lower bracket, right? Because once you lose, you're gonna just...
You're right.
Eliminated.
There was that risk for Onyx.
But refresh my memory, in MPLPH, who were number one on the standings?
It wasn't Onyx, it was TL
It was
and Falcons
TL.
AG. And Falcons AG Brand, I believe. No? Or
Number one on the standings for their final week.
Oh, I'm bad with history, bro.
Yeah, we should ask Professor KB right there.
Or Mr. Miracle Man, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly.
Can't access him.
We're exposed for not remembering that well.
The walking encyclopedia. But
Who's the upper
because if TLPH were number one on the standings, technically RRQ were as well.
Oh,
So-
wait a minute.
Okay, check it with your Samsung Galaxy phone here.
Right?
Again, is it written in the stars?
I feel like a lot of people would hope that it is, by all means, but you never know, right? Sometimes,
Including you.
Including me, sort of. Because sometimes, again, esports things, man, sometimes it doesn't really make sense. Like, you have no idea. The momentum, the crowd. And by the way, speaking of the crowd, just want to give a shout out to the crowd in the Jakarta International Velodrome right now because people are still walking in.
It's crazy, even outside in the festival. So we're gonna get a little bit of a check-in with Alyssa to see how things are going. Alyssa, what's up?
Melaporkan langsung dari Jakarta International Velodrome MPL Festival, mana suaranya? Wah, gila.
Sekali lagi kayak kita minta wave-nya ya.
Boleh ya.
Sekali lagi ya teman-teman ya. 1, 2, 3. Kalian luar biasa. Tepuk tangan dulu buat kalian.
Wow. Kak Gio, hari ini luar biasa sekali para penonton yang nonton di rumah, para super fans di MPL Festival. Luar biasa ramai ya Kak Gio.
Parah, aku dari siang ngelihat mereka yang satu-satu datang sampai akhirnya paling belakang sampai pintu depan Kalisa.
Wah gila
Luar
banget,
biasa.
semuanya datang untuk melihat tim mereka bertanding dalam grand final antara RRQ melawan Onyx. Tapi kita mau cek dulu kali ya, sebenarnya di sini super fansnya banyakan fansnya siapa sih?
Mungkin aku mau tes dari Sonic dulu kali ya.
Boleh, silakan.
Kalian yang Sonic ada? Banyak? Oke. What time is it? Kurang semangat.
Kurang ya.
Kurang
ini,
semangat.
Ini timnya mau juara dunia loh ya.
Iya loh. Sekali lagi ya. What time is it? Asik.
Boleh lah ya.
Alisa kayaknya mau ngetes tim sebelah nih.
Of course. Viva!
Wah.
RRQ! Wah gila, luar biasa sekali Kak Gio. Sonic dan Kingdom pastinya memenuhi seluruh MPL Festival, tapi tidak hanya di luar saja, di dalam juga rame banget Kak Gio.
Bukan main Kak Alisa, aku ngeliat sampai ke atas-atas, sampai di bawah juga. Sampai ini aku harus duduk di mana? Terlalu meriah untuk grand final kita season ini.
Luar biasa sekali. Tapi kalau dari Kak Gio sendiri ngeliatnya gimana nih? Udah 2 sawa nih.
Ya ini memang namanya grand final kan Kak Alisa ya. Jelas namanya grand final harus keras. Gak mungkin one sided tuh gak mungkin.
Gak mungkin.
Gak mungkin. Bisa 4-3 loh ini.
Pasti, kelihatannya sih seperti itu ya. Tapi 4 itu akan dimiliki oleh siapa, itu yang kita masih bertanya-tanya.
Betul. Tapi di sini Kak Alisa, setelah 5 hari aku di festival, aku ngeliat booth rame-rame banget juga tahu.
Wah seru banget. Ada booth apa aja sih kayak bisa dikunjungin?
Ada one play.
Kalau
kalian mau cari MPL card ada di situ.
Betul sekali, bisa dapetin langsung kartu-kartu pro player kesayangan kalian ya. Aku kemarin udah beli 1 card pack loh.
Dapat siapa kakak?
Dapat Kyrie.
Keren. Iri.
Ada yang mau card packnya? Ada yang mau? Beli ya, ditunggu. Oke. Langsung aja. Terus habis itu ada booth apa lagi nih Kak Gio?
Ada Dunia Games. Itu ramai juga tuh.
Ada boothnya Kacang Sukro juga. Di sana ada activities juga menarik. Ada boothnya Good Day, RSV Helmet. Ada juga kalau yang lagi lapar gitu ya, bisa langsung makan seblak di Kila Food juga.
Benar, dan juga banyak sekali merchandise official dari tim-tim yang berada di playoff.
Betul sekali Kak Gio, jadi banyak banget keseruannya. Buat yang lagi di rumah, kalau misalkan deket-deket Jakarta International Velodrome, langsung aja dateng ya. Karena ini 2 sama, kamu lagi bisa menyaksikan sejarah baru dari MPL Indonesia Season 15.
Ya, walaupun memang 2 timnya udah sama-sama masuk MSC.
Betul.
Tapi ada gengsi, ada pride tersendiri untuk angkat piala dong di hari ini.
Betul sekali, our royal bestie. Dan kita akan melihat mungkin sebelum kita lemparkan ke yang di dalam nih, kita coba sekali lagi wave lagi kali ya Kak Gio.
Sekali
Siap
lagi
semuanya
ya.
MPL Festival? Oke, dalam hitungan 3, 2, 1. Boleh dong kasih tepuk tangan untuk MPL Indonesia Season 15. Dan kita akan melihat Kak Gio apakah di dalam keseruannya sama dengan energi yang kita dapatkan di MPL Festival. So Bude Clara Monster silakan take it over.
Yes, di Jakarta International Velodrome di dalam, di Legend dan juga Mythic. Bude bersama-sama dengan semua super fans sedang menyalakan flashlight. Kita ingin mencoba sesuatu juga. Di luar sana ada wave, di dalam sini kita juga akan membuat wave yang akan mulai dari Legend di atas, dari tempat Kingdom, lalu setelah itu akan ke arah belakang, lalu ke belakang sana di Sonic juga kita akan melanjutkan Sonic Legend, nanti akan turun ke Mythic di area Onyx dan berakhir di arah
Kingdom Mythic. Oke, setuju? Setuju? Mana dong semangatnya? Di MPL Playoff! Oke, siap ya? Kita akan langsung aja bikin wave, kita tunjukkan kekompakan dari MPL Indonesia. Inilah dia, kita akan bikin dari Kingdom Legend. Woohoo! Sonic! Langsung juga yang di Mythic ini, Mythic dari Onyx. Kingdom Mythic! Dan wih, benar-benar kita bisa satu suara dan memang semangat juga kita bisa tunjukkan bahwa kedua tim ini membuat kita bangga. RRQ dan juga tim Onyx sama-sama mendapatkan 2 poin. Tapi kita juga ingin mendengar suara dari kedua tim. Coba kita cek ombak. Ini banyak yang percaya. Akankah RRQ di game selanjutnya? Atau akan menjadi milik Onyx? Bentar. Kingdom nggak mau ralat. Mana nih semangat untuk RRQ? Untuk Onyx? RRQ? Sekali lagi Onyx. Dan tentu saja semangat ini akan terus mengalir untuk Grand Final. Inilah dia game kelanjutan, game yang mendebarkan game kelima untuk RRQ Hosti dan Onyx.
Wow! The energy is electric at the festival with Alyssa. Did you see how many people were there?
Wow.
With Gio as well?
Thousands of people.
3,000 of people. 3,000. Maybe even more.
Minimum.
No, I wouldn't put it past the Kingdom and the Sonics, and even in the venue as well. It's fully packed. The turnout is crazy.
Looking like a concert with the flashlights. I was like, wow. Because we can see some of the audience members here from where we were sitting. I was like, why are they putting out their flashlight? What's going on?
It's insane. It's insane. I'm all for it. I love it. Every time RRQ gets it to the playoffs, gets it to the grand finals, that's a crowd we're gonna get. But ladies and gentlemen, because of that 10,000 gold difference, we are gonna give away free diamonds. So for the first 100 people, please do scan the QR code right now to get a chance to get 110 diamonds for only 1 IDR. It's basically nothing.
You know, when I scan the QR, you are the panelist, you cannot claim.
Oh, well, tough luck.
So there is no ordal.
There's no ordal. There's no
Inside man.
nepotism.
Yeah. It's all fair right here. If you're fast, you're gonna get it. But you better be quick though, because we had a friend, me and Mirko, had a friend of ours come here yesterday. And when it popped up over here, he took like a couple of seconds at most, scanned it, and it was too late. It says they're out.
Too late to apologize.
I mean,
tried to scan
considering
it. I tried to
how
scan it
many
with my
thousand people are in the venue right now, like
And they're fast, dude. They're fast.
they are. They have that retry
Like
reaction,
There you go.
Retry reaction.
Retry. Oh, there's another one.
There's another.
Rewind.
I already put my phone.
Another one. Again, guys, scan the QR if you guys want to get your hands on 110 diamonds for only 1 IDR. 1 IDR is basically nothing. You can't buy anything with 1 IDR.
No.
It's like
What year is it?
worthless.
You know, maybe back in like
Right?
20, 30 years ago, 1 rupiah can get you like a pencil. But this is not those days.
Is it back in your day? 'Cause
Even in our day, we're the same age. What are you talking about?
I will.
A little
no.
bit, you know, yeah, we're not
Speak
the
for
same
yourself.
generation here, Rashi.
Speak for yourself. But
Really.
what we can agree on is to have a good day, you should get your hands on Good Day. Bring it up, boys. Bring up the Good Day. What flavor you guys got?
My favorite, fantastic mochaccino.
Ooh, same.
Cheers.
Arashi, same?
Same.
All right. I'm waiting for the day we finally get our hands on the avocado delight.
The avocado one?
The avocado. The avocado. Avocado.
Avocado.
Okay.
So boys,
This is my second bottle, actually.
please enjoy it.
Yeah.
While I talk
Yeah.
about this
I'll
for
take a sip,
a
I'll take a
bit,
sip.
right?
This is my, yeah.
Good Day is a ready-to-drink 3-in-1 bottled coffee with a variety of delicious flavors, including the fantastic mochaccino that they're enjoying right now, There's also the original cappuccino. There's the tiramisu bliss, avocado delight, and of course the newest edition, groovy cookies, the ones that we enjoyed during the regular season. So I gotta ask, do you guys like the mochaccino better or the groovy cookies more?
Is it really that I like both?
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Well, I think me and Miko, we're cookie people.
Cookie people.
We've been very vocal about that since week one. Like, oh, we like this cookie. This cookie thing is kind of unique. We're cookie people.
Cookie people. Okay, okay. I agree though. I enjoy the groovy cookies.
Hey, let's go.
But of course, with the groovy cookies, you're already having a good day. Obviously, you don't want that day to be ruined with lag. So, to get stable connections, please do check out IndiHome by Telkomsel because with the IndiHome package G21, it is offering speeds of up to 100 Mbps for just 375k IDR. So, subscribe now on the My Telkomsel app or of course, check it out on the official website tcell.id/nacional.
Thank you.
Yeah, I use it as a streamer at home.
Exactly.
100 Mbps. That's fast, Rashi.
It's really fast.
Like
I mean,
the previous game.
Whoa. Okay.
That was
ouchies to Onyx.
Relatively fast.
10 minutes and 50 something seconds, I think.
10 minutes and 54 seconds.
Yeah.
To be exact. Exacto mundo. But to be exact with your hair care.
Okay.
Head and Shoulders is the solution for you. Move on to Head and Shoulders to wipe out 100% of wet and itchy dandruff. Plus, there's also itch protection with the exclusive Mia and Zilong edition. Whether you are more of a minty guy or you're more of a lemon guy, Head and Shoulders is the choice for you. Plus, taking a look at that hair cam, man. That's what you get, guys.
Chefin's in the building.
CITB. That's Chefin in the building, Goliath.
Chefin in the building. Because every time he loves to see like
the beautiful
person
hair.
Using the hair.
The beautiful hair.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I heard he's trying to grow out his hair as well.
Oh.
Maybe like, you know, get
He can be the model?
Maybe he wants like a man bun.
A man bun.
All right, so you know, a guy's got to go through that phase at some point or another, right? I mean, Gotti had a man bun phase.
I had that phase.
The Aaron Yeager phase.
Aaron Yeager.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately.
Well, we actually have confirmation right now.
Yep, RRQ gonna be on the second pick.
Oh, Onyx. So Onyx up now.
Oh, no.
Onyx up to second.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
RQ still on blue side.
So, that's the deal here. Interesting. We were thinking that the red side is going to be critical for RRQ to get victory because of the Fanny factor. But it turns out right now, even when they're on first pick, they're finding ways to make it work, man. They're getting some of these picks that really works against what Onyx is doing. But they've already shown the Benedetta card. Onyx will definitely react right now, make adjustments. So can they do the same thing, have the same kind of success, especially in that early game that has been so important?
Adjustments will be made as we get into game number 5 of this best of 7. We might be going all the way. We'll see who gets this next point. Ladies and gentlemen, drafting phase. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. RRQ on... blue side. That's the adjustment. Ladies and gentlemen, Onyx, Chip, Lucas, and YSS. So, Farsa still left open. Kalea opened up for grabs as well. There's so many heroes that are available to pick up here.
It's the Farsa Kalea conundrum once again. Onyx went for the Farsa earlier, but RRQ, they understand. They know what they need. They go for the Kalea, but Onyx for sure have countermeasures for this decision. They go for the Farsa, but they get that Baksha that was not banned out. Now this was what Colios was talking about. Is it gonna be a utility jungler showdown? And if it is, you know, then the mid lanes, the gold lanes, everyone has to chip in to do more damage because sustain is what that jungle utility brings to the table.
That's why if we look at the Baksha, I think Kimi is like maybe out of option for RQ mid laner right now. But if using the Kalia, maybe Valentina and Fredrin might be a good or wise option for RQ if they want to pick it right now.
But interestingly enough, so far the Valentina hasn't found success.
Yeah, actually. But then again, it's also the Valentina against the Farsa, right?
Yeah.
So it's not exactly the easiest kind of game. But RRQ, wow, against the Baksha. It's not a Fredrin. So they go for the Joy, but there is a chance that the Baksha could go somewhere else, and then the Fredrin might be coming out soon. Again, with a Farsa as your damage output at the backline, that's a real possibility here.
That's still a flex here, right? Let's see here, last pick for the side of Onyx. What do they need? Against this sort of composition, I think you would want to secure another Irithel. Okay, at least this time, Severo can be more active with this Aerith.
A lot of security available as well, more sustain. And again, sustain has been so important due to how fast these fights are going. Whether you're the EXP lane, the mid lane, or the gold lane, whatever kind of sustain you can get, I think both teams really want, especially with this pick-off gameplay, this outplay duel happening between the players of both teams.
Why do you think the Granger pops up here? We haven't seen the Granger in the past few games, and finally we get to see it. Big prio earlier on, but in this particular series, not so much. More so for Irithel.
Maybe it's because of the Baksha. Because from the perspective of the, like, if you want to play the front to back gameplay, I think Granger is a good option. Because of the Rhapsody, Daph Sonata can like poking the utility jungler very well.
They made it work last game, right? It was combined with the Farsa, but we will get to see Toy on the Ranger. That's going to be the Zushin and the CC band out.
It's very interesting. So I think they want to go for this high-pace style with the Farsa Baksha. We've seen RRQ execute on it. Now Onyx might try and do the same thing. And the last thing they want is for Rins to be on a pick that can survive. They can be annoying and escape from a lot of these big plays. So RRQ now, after banning with the CC, actually because they're banning out the CC and not taking it, that's an interesting decision. That might mean they themselves want to go for something beefy later on, either in the EXP lane or the room.
Because technically Phobius is still open.
Yeah,
Right.
but it can be denied by Onyx if they want to pick it.
True. With the glue ban as well, that might be exactly what Onyx are trying to do. Ban away the matchup against the glue and then get that Phobius. Just like that, it's a nasty front to back, dude. Although, it's also a very small amount of magical damage with the Harriet and the Farsa and the Baksha. Onyx damage might be a bit too one-dimensional.
Good sniff though. Yeah, I think they know that what you mentioned, right? Physical damage is lacking. Hayabusa band out. I think Onyx, they will approach this game like they did first game. Leave Kyrie's hero last, right? They picked up the Lancelot for the first game last pick, so I think their approach is going to be the same. So that's going to be the Baksha roam, I feel like. Now, just be a EXP. Don't overthink it. Phobius should be the... Oh, okay.
What?
Baksha Lutfi again then. They're denying Edoc's hero.
Yes, sir.
Or
It still could
Lutfi.
go Kyrie, right?
Yeah, Lutfi can use like the damage heroes.
True.
Arlot might be good.
It's still,
Pakito maybe.
it's still a flex. Main point, Baksha is still a flex. RRQ, seeing this, how do they respond? Okay.
Do they still want to go with the Phobius?
I am not the only one.
Yeah, Team Mobius.
All right. Mid lane though, against the Farsa. This is the problem here. Not a lot of heroes have been able to match the Farsa in Trio. The Valen,
They
possible.
go Kimmy here though.
Oh,
If because against Tigreal and Baksha, it might be a good option. But now, I love to see if Lutfi is using Arlot, because Arlot can go to the back line. It's hard to be aimed by the Granger.
Bene?
Probably Bene or Masha.
Bene
Yeah, Bene is the
Oh.
counter of yeah, Masha is free right now.
Masha.
If they lack physical damage, yeah, then Masha is gonna be great.
Oh,
Ling!
Okay, again, last pick value, Kyrie.
Right. Triple fake from Onyx right here. That's a lot of flexibility. Is it too much flexibility though?
That's a big question. Is it too much flexibility? This Ling is going to be very susceptible to the dive coming from RRQ, but only time will tell. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw it over to our casters to bring you the next game in the Royal Derby Grand Finals.
Rex Regum Kaon with the equalizer. And now they stand tall on the face of the Sky Kings. This time, retaliation is their middle name. They will not bow down to the Sky Kings. And this might determine who gets number 3, who gets the tournament point. Into Land of Dawn we go. Into game number 5, RRQ Hoshi against Onyx Esports.
Spam it in the live chat, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Jakarta International Velodrome. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. Will it be Onyx or will it be RRQ to secure match point first?
Take a look at the drafts now. You were calling for the Masha to come in, right?
Yeah.
A Masha
Or
or
the
a Hilda. So they picked up the Ling instead, so they flexed this Baxia on towards Lutpi, XP lane, and it's gonna be Kyrie with his special as well, the Ling, right, in his hands. But the Tigreal, you had some, concerned comments about this Tigreal.
Actually, I kind of like it. It's just, it really depends on how they play it. RRQ are notorious at just, picking off people before they can even fight, before they can go for those big sets. And when Edoc's on the Kalea, I expect that to happen. Pull yourself together. He knows what he's going to do on the Kalea as well. He knows just how much pick-off potential they have with the burst damage. Usually you need Kalea to be comboed in with someone that can insta-kill. I don't think Yves and Granger by themselves can insta-kill, but together, it's pretty much an insta-kill.
Especially when Toy has his Sky Piercer stacks. That's going to add more insult to injury as well. And Edoc, with the PYT, pull yourself together, he wants that cooldown reduction to go fast. Pop those ultimates, spam them if he has to. And for Onyx, it sounds with the touted Parsa. So it's a very, very strong pick for him as well. Keyboy will help to alleviate the pressure up into towards the mid lane. So Tsujin is here, they might party, but as of now, it's Keyboy backing up. So the Ling pick, right, against this lineup that RRQ has, I think it has its own difficulties.
Oh, for sure. Again, Tyron on the Phobius already. It wasn't like the Phobius was hidden, right? They saw the Phobius for RRQ, yet they picked the Ling into it. That's why I was so confident and saying this is going to be a Baksha in the jungle. But it seems like for Onyx, they know it too. They know it's a bit too risky to contest for Turtle 1 with a Ling up against this Phobius. Electrifying beats Keyboy. Flickering out to safety, an early win for RRQ, but at least Ling gets purple.
2 losses though for Onyx. They lost that spell, that flicker on the turtle as well in the hands of RRQ. Lutpi might get caught, but Dyron is not strong enough to take him down just yet. So now it's back to basics, back to farming. The Ling is gonna need 2 items to at least be deemed as a threat. And as of now, he's just focused on farming. And RRQ, they know they have to shut this Ling down. So Tsujin is there, they might look for a pick-off.
There we go, Tsunami Slam from a Keyboy. Sacred Hammer gets him out. Purify coming down with the next one. Beats him to the back line. Further airstrike popped in Suns. Even with the revitalized falling to Rinse. Sabero's a mind force.
Doc next on the menu, but it's gonna be Lutpi having to bite the bullet.
Oh, Edo getting away as well. No win for Onyx. Nothing, nada on the board. It's all RRQ.
They plunder Onyx with everything that they can have. 1.7k gold lead. That is a good start to the early game.
You have to ask yourself now, if you're Onyx, why did we fight? Keyboy didn't have ult. He was initiated on by Edoc. There was no reason for this composition. Who again, it's more of a scaling composition. You gotta remember, this is a Ling, it's a Harith, it's a Farsa. They do really well in the mid to late. There's absolutely no reason for them to be fighting. At least there, Dyron gets away, flickers out to safety, shows up the Naruto eating ramen emote. Nom nom.
He's hungry. He's hungry for kills, he's hungry for ramen. And take a look at the items now. Nothing too fancy just yet. The ordinary, but Edoc has completed his Hunter Strike, so that's just going to speed up his process into getting the Sky Piercer, add the burst damage, add the burst potential, and the kill threat for RRQ grows even stronger. For Onyx, it's for them waiting the timers on Kyrie to get at least that Berserker's Fury, to get at least that Haas maybe if he wants to, and even on Sans because this Farsa can't burst down just yet. Turtle though, the hands of RRQ, Lutpi will be there to screen the players of RRQ. Together, they will stand strong as Onyx, they have no choice but to fight this.
Dark Wave from it down already, Lutpi. Fortis Poisson's gonna be popped as well. In the mid lane, Sabero with the clear. Turtle should be free and will be free. Traded for nothing on the board. Just a bit of tempo up top as Kyrie is sent to clear it out. I think he got purple. Did Kyrie get purple?
He did.
Like the enemy purple?
Yeah, I think it did.
Okay.
Because in the map, doesn't even show, but yeah, at least for Kyrie, he's able to get that purple buff like we mentioned, and he has that shove up top.
No, Sutsujin got it.
Sutsujin.
So it's denied.
Excuses for that. And now, it's Onyx Again, trying to salvage everything that they can. Because at least, in the bare minimum, he has that side lane pressure in the hands of the Ling, right? And RRQ, I don't think they have someone to match that. Maybe the Joy can. But in 1v1, it's gonna be hard. Ludpi.
Revitalized already. Toy has the Sky Piercer at this point of the game. Good Dark Wave over. Ludpi, he's gonna go in for that. For an attempt. Shield Unity. But Tsunami Slam still comes down. Severo in the back line. There's a Mind Force already. Implosion from Keyboy. Kai in the back looking for the kill already. That's gonna be Ludpi taken down despite the implosion. Severo knows the Mind Force.
Severo, he's gonna be taken down. Purify will save him, but not for the damage. Sans is there. Dyron still walking up.
Dyron shot back under Sutsuke. Mercenary Keeper with a knock-up. Now looks to find beats. That's one on the board. Killing spree already. RRQ with a big win.
RRQ are ready to rumble. They bring the fight on towards Onyx time and time again. Kyrie, he has to concede a lot of the losses coming in from RRQ. And now RRQ, every domination on the board they can put, they put. Up top, turret taken down. And it's Kyrie, who might be stuck in the wrong sides of the track. But at least he is able to build that push. He's able to at least reel in a response from RRQ. When he's pushing the side lanes, RRQ needs to respond. And it's mostly, so far, Dyron on towards that task to be there. Tsunami Slam.
Again now, the Dark Wave landing in front of Pursuit on the back line as Enoch jumps in again. RWM from Rins. Sacred Hammer brings them all back into Onyx, but it's good for RRQ. Toy, a double.
RRQ looking so strong. Kyrie was tempted to save his teammates, but no. It is not sensible enough for him to jump in. He's not even strong yet to do just that. But as of now, it's RRQ, 9-1. A total stomp so far, 7 minutes in. And Onyx, they lose everything and get nothing. Even the turtle, all three claim. And they might look for the Tsunami Slam in. That's Onyx holding the top side turret. Look at Kyrie down bottom. He's gonna take that orange buff and pull the wave in towards the turret. Tsujin is there to respond. And now Onyx, all they need to do is hold for dear life.
At least their damage is starting to hurt, right? It's a 6,000 gold lead for RRQ. Onyx are, yes, behind. But in a way, they can still bank on the cope that is scaling. Keyboy! Wow, what a read on the jump! Outplays him, has the flicker, but he does not have any more resources to go in. They gotta respect the damage of Dyron.
They're gonna re-engage, it seems like. Kyrie, does he get the purple?
No, he doesn't, despite the red tree.
It's Tsujin who secures it for himself. And Onyx, they needed that kill. Because anything is good. It's better than nothing because Edok was caught overextending. The implosion was popped as well. And Kyrie was able to get his Haas-Klaus. 2 items on the Ling. We gotta watch out for that. And the Holy Crystal now pushed in as well as a response to that buy. So the Ling now, is it battle ready?
I don't think so, not yet. I think one more item. Technically it is battle ready. It just really depends on the targeting. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a legend, not in the building, at home. I believe he's in the GH gaming house of RRQ, but a legend.
To our left is R7, restreaming from this place. At home is Lemon.
Awaiting favorite. For
the prosperity of the kingdom.
Tsunami Slam, free kill for Toy. Unstoppable, another Sky Piercer stack. Look at that damage from Toy. The Mind Force coming down now in the back line again. Top of the blaze, utilize Keyboy. Fighting the implosion, but it's not enough. Severo Purify out. Sutsuji electrifying beats already. Somehow, 2 for 1.
Fighting for his life was Severo Kyrie. He has low energy, he has to recall. Edok does not sense this. So that's Kyrie going home, that having to be taken down. So Lord now, hands of RRQ, 5k gold lead, dwindling slowly, but they can't really distance themselves. As of now, Onyx are the ones to chase down RRQ's lead. It's gonna just pull up pretty fast. As of the late game, I think RRQ also has that insurance. I mean, the Granger is stacking up 5 kills to his name. Tsujin yet with a kill, but he's there with the burst damage. Dyron jumps in.
Points down to the back line again. Tsunami Slam with a... Keyboy! A massive pull. The airstrike right there, but it's not going to be enough to take anyone down as Rins kites away with Toy. What a crazy set, but Kai was late. Severo was late.
Kyrie watches in dismay as once again, he does not have a piece of the pie. He hasn't been joining the fight. All he has been doing is just playing down bottom on the far lanes because that's what he can do. Because one set from RRQ just dismantles the entire lineup of Onyx. Look at the Tsunami Slams. Look at the Phobius just jumping around. And for the Ling, this is one tough game. He's deathless so far. And now item check. Sutsujin with extra defense. And that's Severo. Not yet with the Holy Crystal. It's 10 minutes going to 11.
So many massive sets that have amounted to nothing for Kimor. Oh my lord, Toy with the poke, his Rhapsodies and Death Sonatas. Bottom lane cleared out and the wave utilized by RRQ up top, but they're slow pushing it. They want to try to manage at least 2 waves.
They have to. As of now, it's RRQ looking to barge into the Kingdom of the Sky Kings. The Lord is preparing itself. Edog!
Oh, good implosion to catch him again. Edog gonna be taken down. Tsunami Stack still finding it, but it's gonna be the kill over. Lippy diving to the back line, but it's gonna be the Purify out as Toy gets a kill. Severo with the Demand Force already. Now on Dyron again. Sutsujin backing away. Severo with another Chrono Dash. Kai jumps in, bites the shutdown. An assassination from Kai. It might have just saved him the game.
Kyrie, he gets that kill to Rins, and that was Severo. Courtesy of him. The burst damage is there. The Zaman Force popped as well.
Dyron in the back. Sutsujin would like to find beats, but Severo's playing in the Zaman Force. Turret taken. Sans wings by wings. Looking for a play. Does not have the Feather Airstrike. Kai coming in. Feather Airstrike now finally up. Dyron tries to read it with a Dark Wave, but Kai knows there's something fishy going around.
He wants to chance it. You know deep down that killer instinct in the blood of Kyrie was boiling. But he has to play it safe for the team. And now that goal lead is just going even further. Replay though, presented by the Platform Thompson goes in 25 series. A good set from Keyboy. A defensive implosion, I'd say, because Edog was going in for that Tsunami Slam that could just potentially put down Onyx even further. But Severo again re-aggressing with the Zaman Force. He knows that he could kill, or rather take down Rins as well. Kyrie to the rescue. He was quite late. He had to recall from down bottom. Thankfully enough, they were able to sweep down Rins as well.
This is the same cope that, you know, Onyx Philippines were using up against TLPH in a lot of the games in the Grand Finals where they had a Ling and a Harrod. They would always be able to bank on late game.
Late game is going to be the main focus for Onyx. Again and again, the Ling will become a menace when the late game does arrive, but will that late game be there for Onyx, right? They have to hold as of now. Keyboy might look for a moment.
Dyron walks up. Keyboy already caught a tough spot. Dyron walks up again. Oh, getting so much damage. Keyboy with the concealed away from Dyron! Finds him. Lippy falling. Toy getting another.
Again and again, Keyboy cannot save himself. Bar's team as well. So RRQ, that was Dyron with the cancel and conceal.
When you have a player like Dyron and Edog, I think Gato Kacha and Hilo should just be permanently banned out. RRQ are really, really capitalizing here with the Phobius on Dyron, with the Kalea on Edog. It hasn't looked this good since Season 9 for RRQ.
You gotta put the driver in the right car, right? You can't make them ride a motorcycle.
Exactly.
You need them to ride a good car.
Don't force a fish to climb a tree. Let him
swim. Words to go by and words to live by, and that's RRQ. Finding that formula. You don't need to have to put Edog on a box or Dyron on a passive hero.
And that's what Onyx have been trying to do too. They've been trying to play with their comfort, Kai on the Assassin. But as we get towards the later stage of the series, I feel like this box should have been just placed in the jungle instead, no?
Yeah.
Rins. Oh, RWA! From Rins! A snipe from Toy, Tsunami Slam!
From downtown, and that's Keyboy gone as well. Toy with the gun down. There's a man force bombed as well. They go for the back. Kyrie!
Up against everybody. He finds the shutdown, but he does not have a pinch poise! Sutsujin will shut Kai down! And RRQ are a step closer for regaining, for reclaiming the throne that was once theirs. Bang, bang, bang from Toy.
Raise your banners! As RRQ one step closer to immortality. The Sky Kings in disbelief, showing their mortal side. Slowly, the celestial being crumbles piece by pace. And RRQ Hoshi giving hope and a potential rebirth to the ever so strong kingdom.
As a young man from the Philippines, a good friend of mine would say, in a position like this, I'm so kingdom, yo. Look at the banners being raised by RRQ, the fandoms, the kingdom in the building, the crowd erupting after every single play. That home ground advantage is starting to eat Onyx up. The realization of what has made them so strong as well. Tyrant, Edok, I hope you never get Gatot Hylos ever again. And that's for the better of the kingdom.
It finally clicked. It finally comes full circle that RRQ are using their winning conditioners, are using the right lanes, the right picks to capitalize on Onyx. The Sky Kings, they might get too greedy with that link pick on Kyrie. Sure thing, it is his comfort, but RRQ, they go with what works with them.
They have gotten too greedy. We called it out here, at least before, we got into the game. I shook my head when I saw the Ling. Yes, it's a comfort pick, but you gotta play through your strengths right now, and they've given all the strengths to RRQ without taking what's theirs. Look, on carries.
Well, Eterna, how is Goni holding up over there in the panel desk?
I got some tissue for him.
We're at championship point, baby. RRQ reeking up the 3 points in a row. Man, RRQ, slow starters, but they're fired up. They finally come back to their winning conditions. And even us on the panel, as we took a look at the final moments of the drafts, we were wondering, is the flexibility a little bit too much for Onyx?
Seems like it was. It was. Then again, RQ just displayed, I think, just perfect execution once again from that early. The question that we thought from game one, you got the early game, what's next mid-game? They have secured that mid-game transition
yeah.
again in this game, and it showed that Onyx, they were behind early till the end.
Yeah, like when I said when we do the opening, right? RIQ need to do their homework. It's the early game because from the second day, I think they are rarely got the early game. But now look at this. After the third game until the game number 5, they got all of the early game. Even they took Onyx very well.
Man, sorry. Man, Kingdom in the venue.
Freaky move.
It's wild. What about you, Arash?
I'm trying to stay composed here. Let's be real. The moment that play happened, the final sequence, I was yelling. Make no mistake, I am excited, but you gotta calm down, bro. You gotta calm down. This is esports after all.
He doesn't want to curse it. He doesn't want to curse his
This is
team.
Mobile Legends.
It's a true win, though, Arashi.
He's trying to bait. Arashi, you gonna take the bait?
Now I'm gonna bring the attention to Dyron here, the player of the game. Oh boy, look at the draft, man. It's almost like Onyx tried to go flexible, and RRQ, this is a full comfort. Obvious for the Dyron as well as the rest of the picks as well. This is the highlights presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy S25 series, where you can see everyone just seems to be on their A game. Swissojin on the Joy, Rins on the Yve, Toy on the Granger. This is like full comfort. Either on the Kalea as well. It just works out so well, man. They just seem to understand where they can actually push the tempo even more, and the pace, the amount of fights and skirmishes they were forcing onto Onyx was crazy. There was no time to go for long, drawn-out setups when the fights just keep going on like this.
Kalea is just too expensive, man. I feel like in this series it's still at 100% win rate when picked. So yeah, I think that is the #1 homework for Onyx next game. What do you do with this Kalea? Because when they picked it up, they got a dub. When they do not pick it up and give it to RRQ, they lose. So again, it's going to be a very expensive hero here in the next game. But yeah, again, just perfect execution. Still, slight mistake here and there were made from the side of RRQ, but this was the final blow. Oh.
Yeah. He got Sans as the high ground defender to clear the minion, and that's it. You don't need your roam or even your XP laner to start the team fight, to create the momentum. Even as a mid laner, you can start it.
the fact that you can take the Farsa out of the equation before using any of the engage ultimates, and you can burn the Purify too, by the way. Sans was forced to use it, didn't help him at all. But the fact that that happened means that Edoc once again just goes in there, gets an engage started, and the player of the game, Dyron himself, went in and just bashed Savero down, dude. Like, Savero really wasn't allowed a lot of space in this game at all. Anytime he pops the Zaman Force, RRQ just barrel through and stand in it so dominantly that he's forced to back away.
That's why the Eve pick for the counter against the Harith is just so expensive, because as soon as you put down that real-world manipulation box, it's so difficult for the Harith to entry into the team fight because of the slow and of course the DPS that's already, surpassed the amount because of how much of a lead that RRQ was having. It's really great stuff from RRQ.
So yes, the harmony, the synchronization showed again from side of RRQ. The young bloods are actually now at championship point, and that is going to be concerning for the quote-unquote vets. The trio mid vets, they need to step up next game.
Yeah, no more trial and error, I think.
Nah.
They need to go all out.
Yeah.
Yep. Need to take our switching the side is really necessary. Or they want to change their strategy. Even if you look at the items, Wind of Nature from Toy is respective item for Kairi, right? Because Kairi can go directly to the back line on the vinyl upper bracket.
And still, even though things are just going well for them, they should make sure to keep all their bases covered. They know, they understand, we talked about this as well, Colliers. The fact that there's a Tigreal, they understand the potential for the Tigreal to turn things around. But because they know how the hero operates, they also shut down any attempt from Keyboy. I mean, we saw maybe 2 or 3 plays made by Keyboy, and none of them were a big multiple-person ultimate. For the most part, it's just a catch.
And it's so crazy because literally only one person from RRQ brought Purify.
Yeah.
And it didn't matter. Absolutely no opportunity for Keyboy to make those plays on heroes that he's usually known to make on, right?
Yeah.
These momentum-based heroes, the Tigreal, just didn't have a loophole at all in this game.
RQ does not allow that play, quote-unquote, play to happen. Props to them again, but I do want to shout that minute 8, Susujin, second item, Holy Crystal. That's already significant damage that Susujin can bring to the table. And that's already I'm sure Onyx, they knew that, okay, Susujin, we need to stay away from Susujin. That's why RQ mid-game spike again, so crucial, minute 8.
Yep. That's why Suns is facing a very hard time.
Yeah.
Because a lot of heroes can do dive to Suns itself.
Yeah.
And that's why it can trigger his Purify easily, even without using the reward manipulation, the Tsunami Slam, or even the others.
Yeah. I really think I'm inclined to agree with Connie a bit more right here, that it seems like the way they're really able to get so much success and enable everyone is by overwhelming the reaction time of even a team like Onyx. Because you saw that Susujin usually is a bit too passive, he can't find the windows, and sometimes he overextends.
Too over-aggressive.
But look at this game right here. When Onyx are forced to deal with the Yve damage, with the poke from the Granger, with the Phobius that's just diving in, smashing everyone, and Edoc always waiting on the wings, looking for a chance to go in, you can see that Susujin had a lot of better moments here when he's able to get in after all of the resources already used up. And it's it just makes it a lot easier for him to execute on his more calculated style instead of his instinctual style.
That's why there's a point to be made for player of the game for a lot of these different players.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I think finally, if you guys aren't aware, how we choose the player of the game is usually by vote. So whoever is working both from the Indo desk and the Indo caster desk and the English desk, we all vote, but the votes have been so mixed. It's quite insane. But we're gonna go and check in with Wooded Clara Mongstar once again before we head into the next game.
Di tengah-tengah ketegangan dari Super Fans, di sini Kingdom lagi pada happy karena satu langkah lagi mereka bisa mendapatkan kemenangan di Grand Final ini. Lihat betapa menyalanya dari Kingdom. Dan kalau dari sisi Kingdom, Budi juga udah melihat bahwa ada yang dari jauh-jauh untuk mendukung RRQ hari ini. Jauh-jauh dari Bogor, kita langsung panggilkan Deden from Bogor.
Halo Bude.
Halo. Boleh disapa-sapa, biasa kita ngeliat Deden tuh di live stream.
Oh ya benar,
Hari
biasanya di
ini
live stream.
Kesini khusus kah?
Ya pengen nonton grand final aja sih.
Terus sendirian, Lemon gak diajak?
Next time kali ya, aku ajak ya. Next time.
Harus ya,
Harus.
janji ya. Ditungguin nih. Tapi dengan kamu melihat RRQ di season 15 ini di grand final, tempat di mana cukup bersejarah harusnya dari kamu.
Bersejarah banget tempatnya di sini. Untuk aku ya.
Season 13.
Season 13, iya benar.
Tapi gagal di play-in.
Gagal. Mungkin ada beberapa yang ingat tentang Luoyi di sini kejadiannya. Ya, benar.
Luoyi Deden from Bogor.
Betul.
Oke, nanti kita play kali ya. Tapi Deden, kalau season ini kayaknya beda banget ya. Karena udah sampai grand final. Gimana sih kamu ngelihat tim RRQ di season 15 ini?
Season 15 ini penuh anak-anak muda lah. Regenerasi baru, player-player baru, kayak gitu.
Kalau ngomongin tentang regenerasi dan player baru, kita harus ngomongin tentang Rins. Yang mana dia menempati posisimu terdahulu. Dan sekarang udah 2 season dia berada di RRQ. Ngelihat perkembangan Rins dari Deden sendiri, dari Clay, gimana ngelihatnya?
Perkembangannya ya seperti anak muda, gameplay yang agresif terus masih panas, masih haus akan juara gitu. Kayak gitu sih.
Haus akan juara,
Ya, haus akan
spiritnya dan gameplaynya tentu darah muda tuh agak berbeda berarti.
Iya, young blood.
Young blood.
Ya.
Tapi lawan mereka sekarang veteran. Dari tim Onyx, kita tahu dari Royal Bestie ini nggak hanya dari musim ini, udah bermusim-musim bahkan dari zamanmu.
Ya.
Gimana sih ngelihat dari season ke season sampai pada akhirnya season 15, bedanya Royal Bestie zaman dulu dan sekarang?
Sekarang apa ya, nggak ada bedanya sebenarnya, sama aja, cuma muka-muka playernya aja yang beda.
Muka-muka playernya.
Iya.
Bener sih Clay, nggak salah tapi nggak bener juga. Tapi oke lah Clay. Dan kalau ngelihat 2 tim ini nih yang akan menuju ke MSC. Wow. Prediksimu bener nggak 2 tim ini?
Kalau dilihat, iya bener sih prediknya.
Dari awal?
Enggak dari
regular
awal,
season?
sebenarnya dari akhir regular season sih. Pas Onyx udah bangkit-bangkit. Pas Yep, tolongin Yep. Nah, itu langsung kelihatan tuh.
Kalau itu baru di situ
Baru kelihatan. Ya.
Kalau dari RRQ kelihatannya dari kapan tuh?
Oleh RRQ kan dilihat dari week 1 sampai week 9 ya. Konsisten, jadi harusnya udah kelihatan sih. Kalau RRQ cocok dan pantas di sini.
Dari awal sudah terlihat.
Iya, betul.
Dan kedua tim ini, tim Indonesia akan beradu nih di internasional. Apa nih, kamu kan juga pernah membawa nama Indonesia juga ke ajang internasional. Apa nih kamu harapan-harapan terhadap 2 tim yang akan mewakili Indonesia? Pesan-pesan mungkin. Dan juga momen MSC terakhirmu juga dikenang itu. Grand final loh.
Iya tuh orangnya sana noh yang bikin kalah noh.
Aduh.
Ada orangnya. Iya, ada.
Oke, pelajaran apa tuh yang mungkin bisa di-share sekarang?
Oh, pelajaran sih inget aja ya, kita dulu player-player lamanya inget tower itu penting guys.
Itu
kayak gitu.
Itu aja.
Ya.
Singkat, padat, jelas.
Ya, yang penting tower sih.
Oke.
Tower yang bikin menang.
Tower yang bikin menang.
Ya.
Harus diingat, satu hal yang membuat menang. Tower, turret, harus didapatkan.
Betul.
Betul. Dan kita akan melanjutkan game di sini. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan mungkin? Clay udah datang jauh-jauh ke sini dari Bogor. Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan mungkin?
Mungkin dulu gue di sini punya kenangan buruk. Semoga gue nonton sekarang punya kenangan baik lah.
Amin. Semua kingdom tentu langsung bersorak amin. Thank you banget udah di sini. Semoga bisa terwujud. Tapi ada yang nggak seneng nih di ujung sana, di sebelah sana. Langsung berdoa jangan. Coba dong. Mana nih semangatnya dari Sonic? Sonic masih semangat, mereka masih ingin memberikan dukungan karena mereka masih punya harapan. Begitu pula dengan RRQ untuk mengubah histori. dari musim-musim sebelumnya. Jadi kita akan langsung lanjutkan saja ke game berikutnya. Inilah dia match point untuk RRQ. Bagaimana game selanjutnya? Silakan panelis.
Thank you so much, Bude. A little bit of a check-in with Deden from Bogor, or Clay, a previous RRQ player. If you guys just tuned in to the MLBB MPL ID scene. What was that before? Why are you no longer Zen?
He's on his Zen mode.
I was trying to control
You wanna go
the
back?
emotions.
You want to go back to Zen?
It's okay. We're a podcast. We have to.
Why are you controlling your emotions? Do you not have faith that RQ will win?
How is
MPL?
That logic does not check out, my guy. What are you trying to say?
This is what happens when you have a panel with a Kingdom and a Sonic.
Yes, sir.
It's gonna be a little bit chaotic. But because of the results of that previous game, a 10,000 gold difference once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are giving away free diamonds. Thank you so much, GoPay. 110 diamonds are up for grabs for only RP1 or 1 IDR for the first 100 people. So go ahead, scan the QR. You guys deserve it. You've tuned in for the past few games.
Yeah.
Are we on game 6 now?
We are,
Game 6.
3-2, game 6.
All right, all right. And you know, a little bit of a pat on the back for us for working so long. We get to brag.
Oh, okay, my favorite.
All right, we get to open up the MPL cards.
Pick a packet.
There's 4, so you can get 1 each.
Pick a packet.
Yeah.
I'll take this
I'm
one.
gonna be the last.
Okay. Arash.
Let's see if we're lucky. Do we just open it at the same time?
No, save the bet for last. Okay.
I'm gonna open.
How do you open it?
Just open.
You
It's
just
not that deep.
Just go with the.
So aggressive.
Oh, I got Tadera.
Whoa, hang on a second.
Ooh. All right.
You got something?
Oh, you're
Arash, you got
lucky.
something?
You're lucky.
Nah.
Okay.
Leave it at the bottom.
Okay.
Oh, shh.
Uh-oh.
I nearly swore in broadcast.
Uh-oh.
Miracle's gonna be mad at me.
Uh-oh.
Let's go. We show?
I
yeah,
show.
I'll show. Let's go. 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
I got a Moreno.
Oh, you got Yaskiel.
The Ghost of Jakarta.
Oh my God, can we
with
trade?
the signature.
Oh my God.
I got a.
Trade?
I got a.
Okay, let's check the tier list real quick. A little bit of a refresher of what we got.
Yes.
All right.
I got the B tier Tadera. That's the picture, literally.
Ah,
I got
okay.
Tier A Moreno.
Oh, you got tier A Moreno? That's so cool.
Yep.
All right, Arashi, what's your highest?
I got tier A Yeheskiel.
Oh, I want that
Okay.
one. I want that one. Can we trade these? I got a tier B.
Tier B.
Tier B Luke.
Luke. Okay, that's not too shabby.
B01.
Oh, sorry, I got tier B, actually. So
And then I
tier
got the
tier
whole
A only Arashi.
Navi team.
All right.
Oh, you're lucky, Arashi. You know what that means.
Means
You know what that means.
Means
Somebody will win.
Exactly.
What?
Somebody will win.
What do you mean?
Can I say?
What do you mean, Glenn?
What do you mean,
do you
Arashi?
mean?
Who will win though? That's
Pretty
gonna be
nice
the
card.
question.
Pretty nice card, actually.
It is.
Got Luke.
It got some.
Okay.
It got some curves in it. So
Yep.
sexy looking card.
Oh, can I see it?
Yeah.
All right.
Yoink. I knew it. Enjoy it, Trina. You know, you've been a loyal fan. And loyal fans deserve to get rewarded.
That was fun. Not like realize.
What? What happened?
What is it called? A chaser when you're like a bandwagon.
Uh-oh.
A bandwagon fan.
Someone in the
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
Oh.
Okay, unboxing going on. In the audience, let's see what they pull out. Waifu, Michelle.
There's one pack for all of them.
3, 2, 1. Okay, who's that?
That is
Me?
No, that's
Azura.
Azura.
Okay, Azura from Dewa. What did Waifu get? Oh!
Hey.
That's the...
Okay.
That's Dreams.
That's not bad.
His dreams.
That's not bad. Oh, whole team.
Oh,
whole
team.
team of Geek Fam, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep, Geek Fam.
Yes,
That's Geek
sir.
Fam. All right.
What's next?
What's the next card?
Show it to us.
Oh,
Oh!
shiny.
Oh!
Who's that?
Not bad.
Is it Chidera?
That is Shadera.
Dera.
Oh, cool.
Tier, I believe.
Is Looks like the Haskell one.
Final one.
Oh, Suelo.
He was in the playoffs?
Oh.
I mean, he came yesterday, right?
Yeah, Swalo.
Oh, Arashi being aggressive here. I like it. I like it. I like it.
I'm just saying, what?
It's trying to light up the moment.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's a common theme here. Despite everything, we can't escape.
Yeah.
They're gonna be here one way or the other. Either it's the fans, it's the merch, it's a guest, it's a special appearance.
I'm really happy. There's his signature on it too.
Yeah. Digital though.
He's a Virgo too?
Oh man.
Wow.
Virgo twins.
Are you Virgo as well?
Yeah.
Wow, what does
Virgo
that mean?
twins.
Does it mean you guys have good vibes, good energy? No?
I think I have good energy. Do you think I have good energy, Rashi?
I mean, like, do fellow Virgos have like good energy?
Oh, I don't know. I've never met a Virgo. But a Virgo, oh wait, I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
Mirko will bully me. I'm not allowed to talk about zodiacs. All right, moving on.
Let's moving on.
Game numero?
6.
Yes, 6.
Yeah, 6. All right. How are we feeling, guys?
Arashi's feeling confident.
I mean, Onyx doesn't look good. Onyx
again?
doesn't look good.
Last 2 games, I agree, right? I guess a lot of questionable in-game decisions as well. They need to reset fast. Because technically, they opted for that second pick. Stubborn twice, but let's see. 3rd time's the charm, or will they actually switch things up? Seems like, again, Kalea, very expensive. I want to see them react appropriately here in the in-game.
So do you think that there's a big disparity between blue side, red side now?
When Kalea's open, I think so.
Okay. But MPL Indonesia would like to wish a happy birthday, the 498th birthday for DKI Jakarta. Hopefully, what's the wish? I can't translate this part. What is Jaya in English?
So we'll be more prosperous.
Prosperous.
And we're ready to be a global city by 2027.
Happy birthday.
That will be in 2
Happy
years.
birthday.
I'll be 21, 27.
I'll be 12.
I'll be 11. Wow.
I'll be 18.
Oh, okay.
Let's
August
go.
18, 2027.
This might be the youngest panel desk we had in the playoffs, man.
Yeah.
The youngest.
In the history of MPL.
The history of MPL.
Across all regions.
Wow.
Across all regions.
An 11-3-year-old casting.
Make it official.
I mean, Miracle's casting, so I guess
Yeah, he's the baby.
he's the baby.
He's the baby.
Yeah, I'm glad he's not here, or he'd be bullying us back.
But he can hurt us, right?
Miracle, can you hear us? I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I was joking.
No backtracks.
But to make Jakarta continue to thrive and host more international scale events, in line with the governor of DKI Jakarta's vision to establish the city as a global city by its 500th anniversary in 2027.
Yes, Arashi.
Did you see the lines there?
Those are not lines.
They were lining outside of the main area.
Those were people.
They can't even, I've been there, right? They don't even have a good look. They have to look through the leaves and stuff, but they're still there. That's crazy.
That's the MLBB enthusiasm, right? Indonesia. Oh,
Okay, first pick again
Still blue side.
for RQ.
This is championship point, boys.
Yev's locked in though.
Correct me if I'm wrong. On the previous grand final, the score is 2-3 between TLID and RQ, right?
Yes, sir.
RQ got the 3 points, then TLID
Equalized 3-3, and then
got
they
last
won
game.
back-to-back.
I'm confused. Why are we talking about old news?
No. I'm just trying to make a connection here. Yeah.
So are you confident
Trying to connect the dot, bro.
RQ will lift the trophy
Yeah.
today?
No comment.
You said you don't believe in patterns, bro.
Yeah, I don't.
So why you get angry?
I'm not angry. It's just like, sometimes we have to let go of the past.
Yeah.
To embrace a brighter future. I should be a politician.
Nice. nice. But drafts are upon us, ladies and gentlemen. Championship point for Rex Reckham Kaon. They win the drafts here. It's a sure win to lift that championship title after failing to secure it last season. Already making it to the grand finals. But these are the drafts presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series Fanny, Badang, Luayi banned out by RRQ. The Sky Kings go for the chip, the Kalea, and the Joy. So a lot of shakeups here in the drafts. Farsa is open.
Maybe
What else
Farsa
are we
gonna be
looking
the
at?
priority here. For RRQ,
If they go Farsa, it's going to be Gatot Kacha and Baxia.
We didn't see Baxia Kimi. Maybe.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah,
So
Might be a Baksha here, I think.
So yeah, I think Baxia here is the right approach. So they go
Farsa.
Farsa, Gatot Kacha.
Farsa Gatot. I don't know if the Gatot deserves that high of a spot here, Donnie, honestly. It hasn't really been as impactful. The Farsa, of course, it seems like RRQ has kind of solved that issue, but Onyx are confident. They have to switch things up here. They really went with the drastic approach of banning away the Kalia. And now for them, do they want to, again, actually get into a proper, like, fight? Because previously we saw it always devolves into more of a assassin battle whenever Onyx has to decide. So I think RRQ might be feeling more confident in the fighter department in the jungle.
All right. I don't think it should be. Okay, there you go. That's the difference maker here. Cho picked up. Now, is this a lock-in for Keyboy? Or can it be flexed for Lutfi?
Knowing Onyx, I think this is definitely flexible. In theory, I think it's more for Keyboy. If the Cho is there, that could be a great solution in order to find where the members of RRQ are, avoid the pickoffs coming in from Edok. And also, Keyboy with the playmaking tools, always good. But RRQ, they double down. You want to secure a playmaking tool, so do we, man.
Yeah.
Implosion, locked in and ready.
I think that's a very good approach from RRQ, right? Okay, you open your roamer potential. I'm gonna open mine. It's direct, it's straightforward, it's so RRQ. And it seems like with the, just direct approach, RRQ has been getting the wins.
This looks like a deny pick onto the Hayabusa as well.
and I think it's closing the potential of Baxia as the roamer. So technically, we can say that Baxia is the jungler, but 1-1 is a very wise pick here. It can dodge the implosion using the Needles of Flowers.
Yeah, and also no Irithel potential. You picked up the Granger. Yeah, you cannot pick two marksmen. So 1-1, very safe here. I think Onyx, they can apply pressure in the mid. Rins just, eliminated here, I feel like, in the second phase.
Yes, considering the impact of the Yeve in the previous game, I believe second highest damage dealt. I think it's, hang on. I was thinking the Yeve for sure, but Ling comes out first right here.
Smart.
Onyx, not convinced as Baxia is going to go to the jungle, which is a very interesting approach.
I think that's smart, right? That's very smart.
Because they know Link can just go to the backline easily.
Yeah.
Can aim for the 1-1 or the partial.
They did that to Toy, 2 days ago. So yeah.
CC ban coming in for RRQ. I think they like having that sustain. Again, they like having Dairon in a carry position, and he can't do that if he's against a CC. So I think that's where the CC picks, the CC ban have always been showing up here for RRQ. They just want to make sure that Dairon himself will be able to do something. But Onyx now, if they are concerned about that same thing, the Phobius is still in the picture. The Phobius that was the player of the game last game.
But Arashi, can I ask that? Do you think that they are too fast to picking the Tiger right now?
Well, I think normally for a lot of people it would be too fast. But in this way, funny enough, they kind of have a bit of a mind game going on with the Baxia. As you can see, the Yisung Shin got banned again. So Onyx still are not sure where exactly the Baxia is going to go. And still, they have a chance to secure a winning matchup for Dairon. So I think this is it's something that's only RRQ can really pull off reliably.
Well said. Seems like they will commit to another jungler ban, right? So they do not touch Rinz's potential hero. That's going to be the Masha last to be banned out in this series, or in this game. Onyx. What do they go for here? Again, I think they will use Kai as their last pick.
I think they should, until they know where the Baxia is going.
Yeah.
They need to find out the proper matchup for Kyrie.
So a hero for Lutfi or Keyboy? Lutfi, I don't mind the Phobius. Oh, okay, Glue. Okay, you're right, Glue is...
I think if Onyx wants to play with the utility jungler, they already have enough damage dealer. 1-1 and Farsha. So if they want to play with Fredrin, maybe?
Well, again, right now, our Onyx are just so clumped up together here. Everyone thinks short range except for the Farsa. And with the Glue and the Cho, there isn't really a big engage tool. They're both single target for the most part. And the Benedetta comes through again, along with the Valentina. So Feather Airstrike available. It's going to be a fighter jungle for RRQ.
It's going to be so difficult for Suns with the Benedetta in the picture now for Dyron. So what is the final choice? Remember, this is championship points.
God, does Kai play Akai?
Yeah, he played it before.
What do you do? Do you go export? Do you go alpha?
I'm confused right now because, like, do they want to get more damage to secure the single targets that they're going to be able to get with the Way of the Dragon, with the Glue?
There you go.
They want damage. They want more damage in order to be a real threat. Alpha against the Baxia. So it's a pretty known matchup, but I think it's going to be a bit difficult.
Yeah, early game is the key for this.
Okay, let's see if Onyx can actually pull through because once again, a championship point. I think all has been said from the panelists. We're going to throw it over to the casters, potentially the final game in the grand finals.
Thank you, panelists. We are on the precipice of seeing the kingdom rejoice once more. One last potential game for them to reclaim that throne. It is going to be a tough game for Onyx, but the Sky Kings, they are not known for giving up.
Feast your eyes in the trophy they'll be fighting for. Ladies and gentlemen, for perhaps the final time today, a 4-2 waving, especially amongst the kingdom in the Jakarta International Velodrome. Welcome to the land of dawn for battle!
Game number 6 in the cards. And now it's Onyx on the back foot. Early brawl with this composition. The Benedetta going back to Dyron again. It is his special, and it made waves in that game against the Hayabusa in the hands of Kyrie. Kyrie having to go for that alpha, but Terrify is key boy. It's the flicker back. He's gonna be safe for now. Sutsujin with the box, exerting early pressure. We talked about the possibility of a Phoveus to win out the early game, and they went for the Benedetta. And I think that potential dueling power is also there in the Benedetta and the Samurai.
Definitely. Onyx have gone for a risky choice here, realize. I think in the past as well, when you go alpha, you don't want to see Tigreal on the other side.
Yeah.
This is a desperate call for Onyx. One that I don't think the Sonics expected from Onyx today. RRQ are leading. They have the confidence in them. You see again them going for the formula. Dyron on a carry, Edok on a playmaker, Savero in the bottom lane, getting gunned down by Toy. Snaps the Inspire. But a healing there! Oh my lord! Spear of Alpha to the back. Suzuki gonna be caught in a tough spot now. Pops in the Poissons. Keyboy, Jikundo.
Backup is there. But Onyx, they can't quite get the kill just yet. And Sutsujin with the healing. Obviously as a Baxia. Now Toy will reset the lane. As of now though, up in mid, they might look for something. Edok again with his trademark pick. The soldier of the kingdom. With one big moment, he can end it all. With one big moment, he might reclaim that throne for the kingdom. Now it's Onyx going in, Ski Boy playing with fire. But thankfully, he likes to get burned.
You gotta take the risks in a position like this. Feathered Airstrike already from Rins. Sans playing it safe, dodging away from all of it. Won't get level 4. Sutsujin on Turtle.
Kyrie might look for an angle, Keyboy as well. Now with the Spear of Alpha.
Edok in the back line, Kyrie gonna be caught. Spear of Alpha defensively as Keyboy runs away. Dyron mounted, eye for an eye, getting him out again as the Turtle is still being held down by Edok.
Yep, holding it still in place. Another airstrike pop. Where's the retreat? Not in yet. Sans!
Very low, Purify out. Kai with the retreat! Sacred Armor! Not even given the chance. Edok again with the Tigreal. Sends RRQ to Bliss. Dyron almost getting the kill. Litpi barely surviving.
The Sacred Hammer might just turn into the Sacred Crown. As that pushback denies Kyrie of a potential retreat steal. And he's down to a kill as well. That was Edok with the first blood, opening things up for RRQ. Onyx, they have to look for a response. But as of now, it's all just them being desperate to look for a trade.
The kings who fell, the kings who fail. Always the runner-up, always a loser in the minds of many.
are now 1,000 gold ahead, up against the Sky Kings, who came in to the grand finals as the overwhelming favorites. The team that put RRQ down in the lower brackets to battle out against the Kingslayers.
The Sky Kings has been distant from the skies for at least the previous season, but they are still the Sky Kings. But the Kings of Kings, RRQ, they show that they are immortal.
Shield Unity, Severo with a panic already, Inspire used. Toy looking for the siege again in the bottom lane, but it's gonna be cleared out by Severo. Just a few shots at that turret. And it's the slow build again for RRQ. That Testudo that has just been so reliable for them.
Again and again, it's Onyx having to look for a response. Building up the items is Sans as well. Honor Strike completed on Toy. He might go for the Sky Piercer. It's a 1v2. Sitsujin is rolling in the action. Severo is caught!
Shield Unity. Severo! Feathered Airstrike coming down. Severo! Still able to survive for a bit, but finally gets shut down. Kai!
Kyrie with the Spear of Alpha connects, and now he has to run for his life. Keyboy with the kick!
Way of the Dragon. Sitsujin taking down Sans. And Keyboy bringing life back to Onyx. But it is still a 2-for-1. Onyx now will look for the turtle. No Rins, no Sitsujin. This should be free, but it's traded. RRQ in the bottom lane, keeping their MM down below. Turtle for turret.
Is it worth it though?
Less. No, no way, Tyrant.
Oh, get the turtle for them. Severo!
Oh, able to escape. One more shot. Severo gets away. Riz looking for the play again. Keyboy backs him up and somehow Riz. Severo survives. Way of the Dragon. Keyboy! Oh! Rins! Jakarta International Velodrome goes crazy. Rins surviving. Rins! Rins!
The kingdom erupts. What you can do, I can do better. And Rins slaps Keyboy. Kicks him back to the skies.
The captain, the man you would expect to shot call, to lead, but not to do that. He has shown up today. He's shown up in game, possibly the final game of the grand finals.
Wow. He leads the charge to get back what was lost for them. The kingdom slowly coming back to pieces, game by game. And now it's a game fact by the new application, GoPay. Throughout Keyboy's pro scene career, Cho has been his most picked hero with a total of 51 picks and 52.94% win rate. To do that in front of Keyboy is disgusting.
To do that, oh, Edok. Implosion onto one. Sansa on the back line. Shield Unity coming down as well, but that's gonna be the burst down over to Lippy, who will fall. Toy picks up yet another Sky Piercer stack. Tier 2 in the bottom lane collapsing as well.
The sky's falling. It looks bleak, it looks dark. And it feels like RRQ are inching closer to get their fingertips on glory, on prosperity. And RRQ, today, they might just do it. Keyboy again as the bait, looking to just survive.
His favorite pick, his pocket, his comfort. And RRQ shut him down. Sitsujin diving to the back line. Purify out for Sans. Lippy already with the spread as he goes back to normal form. Kai on the Alpha. Game-changing ways. Where does it come from for Onyx? How does it come from? Up against an RRQ with a composition that suits them, with a composition that is built brick by the mastermind for them.
The mastermind in the very castle walls of the kingdom. Again, just formulating this plan. The sacred plan. Again, with the ultimate from Sans. Looking to clear the wave. That's Edok holding his ground. Lippy on mid. Split pop, Kyrie. He isn't able to just pass his way through the front line of RRQ. The Spear of Alphas hasn't been working, hasn't been coming clutch, and Severo has to farm up a bunch before he gets online. But by then, RRQ has soared very high.
The glory that RRQ have been chasing has been echoing throughout the chambers for a long time. Their last title was in 2022. Keyboy looking for the kick, will be able to find Rins now. Sans with the better airstrike. Rins gonna be taken down by the Spear of Alpha. Tyron! Implosion from Edok!
Electo final blow connects, and that's Severo in a 1v3.
Crossbow tank popped in already. Toy with a double kill now. Sutsujin getting tickled by that crossbow of Savero. 3 for 2.
Rins and Edok down. But that's Lippy, Kyrie, and Keyboy as one package shipped back to their places. And RRQ again breathing life back into the hopes of a rebuild. And a fun fact, by the new application GoPay, we've delivered 422 dynamic assets, 294 posters, and 143 host segments in MPL ID Season 15.
For this final match, let us just enjoy the game. The content team is signing off. They think it's done and dusted. For all the Sonics back at home, tell us what you think. For all the Kingdom back at home, tell us what you think. Is it truly over for the Sky Kings? Ladies and gentlemen, it's now or never. If Onyx want to stay, if Onyx wants to win again.
Props to the content team for all the effort put, but now it's Onyx backs against the wall. RRQ again mounting that lead, charging into the dying ninth. And Onyx, they want to Lord dance this Lord. RRQ still holding the trigger. It's Keyboy looking for a play. Edok still dancing as well. Darren up top, building that wave. They have to respond to this. Sutsujin stuck, mounted.
Sutsujin brought back to the team. Kyrie looking for the play. Edok already hovering over. Savero! Oh! Able to dive into the back, but it's going to be the kill. Ludpi taken down. Keyboy with a kick. Way to drag it over to Edok. A shred down. Crossbow attack, not popped there. Savero with the chase. Now, Rins has the way the dragon. Sutsujin is waiting. Shield unity. Shut Po!
Keyboy spotted out. The usurper of the kingdom. Cut down. And as of now,
Dyren.
Still, RRQ holds control, but Dyren is so close!
Oh! Dyren! Finds the assassination now. Can they recover? Dyren running away. Sans looking for the play. Dyren! Almost taking the Purify out. That is big info for Edok.
Kyrie again in the wings. The celestial being descending back to Earth. Reclaiming this kingdom, no Purify on Toy. That is big info. And Lippy goes in with the kick. It's Keyboy!
It's off. It's very off. Keyboy caught in a tough spot. Oh, Sacred Hammer from Edok. An implosion from Edok as Rins shuts him down. Sutsujin barely surviving. The glowing wand is ticking on him. He has to run. No implosion. Rins in the bush waiting. Savero finds him. They can't go for Lord. Sutsujin in the base already, regenning.
Edok still there. But no implosion, so he has to play with the pushbacks, with the Sacred Hammers. And now Kyrie fishing for that steal, but no, he's screened up. He's body blocked. Stance!
Dyren almost finding a final blow to the back line again. Dyren looking for the play. Kyrie in the back. Keyboy with the way to Dragon, pinning him down again with a feather airstrike now. Dyren overzealous, tried to slay the Gila, but ends up dying for it.
You're a madman if you want to kill the madman. That's Gila Sans for you. He's able to call forth and summon his own bodyguards. That's Dyren having to bite the dust. Item check now. That Heptacy is going full damage for the Benedetta Dyren as well. And now Granger is just beating his way onto that last item potentially in the bag. For Savero, it's all about the defense with the Win of Nature.
The catalyst of the crown, Edok. The man you have to put your eyes on here, especially for Onyx. They're going to be aware of his moves. One big implosion will seal the deal, will seal Onyx's fate, and will carve RRQ's name into the books. Onyx getting siege down in the mid lane.
That mid turret is evidence of Onyx, of the Sky Kings, holding on for dear life. But as of now, a wave of army marches onto them, saying this is our kingdom, holding on. Onyx again, Keyboy with the concealed play, looking for a Hail Mary, but Rins is able to distance himself. He spots that out. The Lord cleared, and RRQ, they want to reset.
5,000 gold ahead for RRQ. The timer is ticking down for Onyx. For RRQ, Wind of Nature, there you go. An answer to the problem that is Savero, that is Kai. The two damage dealers. Now, even more pressure on Sans to not just play well,
by evading for the many threats into the back, but also to target perfectly. Onyx will have to play this perfect if they want to stay alive.
They have to. It's a game of inches at this point for both teams. It's about not dying, it's about playing it safely. RRQ, they have been disinclined to take risks after what happened to Dyron. And look at Toy, Win of Nature completed as well.
Yep.
So that is a safe Granger with 7 kills and 0 deaths. Full stacked, I think, for the Sky Piercer as well. So now, Onyx just need to hold their ground. 5.2k gold lead. They don't even have access to go out of their jungle. Look at this.
They can't.
They're caged in. The Sky Kings divine no more.
Caged beasts. Onyx are right now. Sea Halberd will be the final choice for Savero for his 5th item. Leather Jerkin still in play. Keyboy with the conceal. Look at the play already. Toy in the bush. Purify gonna be used. Feather Airstrike in the back line. He doesn't find it. Wave the dragon in the back. Let's see if they can find it now. Toy pops into Win of Nature. Is that gonna be Kai?
He's dead. And the Spear of Alpha connects. It's Toy living to tell the tale.
The god in the jungle down. Lutpi somehow able to recover it. And Onyx, signs of life, signs of the glory that they once held on to.
The gods do bleed. The kings do bleed. And RRQ down to 2-3. It's E-Doc. No implosion. Savero starts the Lord. Tsutsujin crawling in the darkness. That's Lutpi mounting to E-Doc.
Feather Airstrike, one last one. Crossbow tank gonna be ready! Savero pops it in. Tsutsujin with the shield unity took it like a champ. Lutpi tanking up so much. He has to be careful. The Death Sonatas will keep on coming.
Reset. The Lord now. Oh, just juggled around. Tsutsujin is so low. Oh, that was so close. Sans
finds it. Riz walks up. Flicker out. Feather Airstrike taken already. Kai back up again. Tsutsujin down for 35. E-Doc down for 10. 3,000 gold lead for RRQ, but they are the ones scrambling. They are the ones looking for a safe haven as somehow the Sky Kings have climbed out of the trenches.
Divine intervention. The Sky Kings, time and time again, find a way out of certain death. The castle walls and the castle halls are shook at the very sight of the Sky Kings going back online into this game. Wave up top, down bottom's gonna be attended to by Dyron. They might look for a push, and this is the time for them to recover what was lost, what was plundered by the kingdom.
A siege down, not an Evolved Lord just yet, but it will get the job done for... Oh, what a kill! What a lot of damage! I didn't expect that! What the heck? What hit him? Savero, Rose Gold down. Oh, I would love a replay there just to see again what... What? Was that just Toy and Rins?
The burst damage was indeed there. Coming in clutch for RRQ. Dissuades Onyx. Dissuades the Sky Kings to move back. Say, don't you dare come to my kingdom. And as of now, it's Onyx. Boom. With all 3 lanes pushed. Lutpi with a conceal.
Tsutsujin opening up the bush. Lutpi needs to be careful. Oh, he goes for the mount. Free crossbow tank. Feather Airstrike to zone him in the back, but Savero still has it. Keyboy looking for the play again. Savero will he go for it? E-Doc in the back line. Petrify baited out. The seal 2 E-Doc. Only finding Lutpi. Now Savero will fly. But how will they decide to do it? The hell. RRQ just leave E-Doc. They do not want crossbow. They don't want that tank.
It's fed to the wolves. And Onyx, they have that kill.
Pop.
Oh. And now let's take a breather. Because Onyx, they are pummeling the Kings of Kings. With all the strikes they have, all the artillery in their pocket. That's Keyboy. Pushed back by Toy. But no. They push back because they know they have no minions. Even that bottom turret is still taken yet. And now they clear it. So it's all down to just 2 inhibitors.
How perfect could it be? Onyx were down 6,000 gold. They're the ones to climb out from the trenches slowly but surely. An uphill battle for them. A ridiculous climb out, and now they find themselves winning. That, ladies and gentlemen, the turret that Onyx just took is a base turret in the far lane. They will have that macro control. They will have too for RRQ, Sam Dyron, to constantly be holding that wave. And that's a big setting tool.
But how long can he hold that when his teammates are constantly smited down by the Sky Kings? Divine judgment, divine punishment, even for the treasons that have been committed by the kingdoms. And now it's the Lord on their side. Setsujin rolling in, looking for a potential steal. Toy spots on Lutpi in the bush, so Lutpi has to move. Reposition is the name of the game. Dyron is just gonna respond to that split push up top. So RRQ, they're down to 4 men in the siege.
4v5 Dyron still up top. Lutpi looking for the position again. Into the backline he goes. Toy, compromise. Edok with the conceal. They mount on Setsujin. Edok looking for the conceal again. He has the conceal, but he's going to be cancelled out by Severo with the first kill. Setsujin taking low. Kai jumps into the Spear Bomb, pops it up in the crowd. Edok waiting for the moment, finds two, but Severo still free. In the back line, Dyron falling. Lutpi, Immortality, flickers out to safety. Keyboy!
They turn, and the engager comes, becoming engaged. It's Severo with the crossbow. Dang!
Toy, you have not died for a single time, and now they capitalize. It's Severo with a triple. Severo looking for the maniac, and he gets it! The Sky Kings will not go down without a fight. They will battle to their deaths for the championship. We're going to a Game 7.
That was the Sky Prince, Severo, with the maniac to save Onyx. The kingdom, their gates slowly opening as the Sky Kings descend and smite them from above. 6-6. It all comes down to game number 7. 3-3. Championship point on the table.
This best of 7 has turned to a best of 1. Absolute, I want to say a bad word, cinema. Holy, is this a grand final? Wow, I love it. The Kingdom love it, the Sonics love it. All the fan bases were gathered here today to watch these two teams are happy with it. We are going to see a Game 7, ladies and gentlemen, in the Jakarta International Velodrome.
Once again, this is their domain. This is the Sky Kings' domain. This is where they got that 4-peat in this very place. And now, that might happen again, winning MPL ID in their own backyard.
Holy moly.
That maniac from Severo was the nail to the coffin of the castle walls crumbling down. The kingdom to have one more chance to save their kingdom.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure and it will be an honor to bring you Game 7. But first, we must relax. We must get ready and the panel will help us dissect that game. Panel, holy, holy.
We share the same sentiment, boys. Don't worry, man. All the way 7 games in our grand finals back to back as Onyx strike back here to prevent that championship point from happening. Now it's up for grabs for both. Arashi looks a little bit nervous now.
Hey, I've been nervous.
Looks a little shaky.
3-3. May the best team win.
Yep, may the best team win.
Yes, sir. Oh, man.
Yeah.
You voted for RQ.
Yep.
May the best team win.
Let's dissect that game 6 a little bit. Now, boys, what happened? Because it looked like RRQ was controlling most of the game until some point. What was that point?
That fight that picked off before the Lord.
Yeah.
I think that certainly is it.
Yeah.
Because if you look at I think Collins was mentioning it as well as we were watching the game. Hey, RRQ are controlling, but the goal difference is what? 5K? 6K?
Only 5K.
It is still an amount that can be overturned in a single good team fight. And that is exactly what Onyx were waiting for. Once they do get the pickoffs, they made, and initially they got the Lord. Once they were able to stall the game with that Lord, I think at that point, it is Onyx game to lose at that point.
Yeah.
RRQ were the ones trying to do something crazy, but in the end, you know, with the composition, Onyx were just too clean with it.
Yeah, after that turret top, from the side of base, from the side of RQ was taken down. It was just Onyx controlling the macro game. And this was one of the pivotal moment, I feel like, where you gotta pick, where it's a 2 for 2, but it's favoring Onyx. And of course, this was the final touch from Onyx.
That's why patience is the key, I think. And I think RQ takes their own strategy because last time on the Final Upper Bracket, they are using Alpha and got comeback, if I'm not wrong. So this time, Onyx is using the Alpha.
Yeah.
Almost, it's similar about the moment, and yeah, here it is.
Yeah, your MVP or player of the game presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. And it's peculiar, right? Because the longer the game goes, usually the Wanwan has little impact because of the itemization choices that are usually built in by the enemy team. But if we take a look at the breakdown, we only see, what, 2 Immortals and a single Winter Crown?
I believe some of those items were swapped around as well. Let's be real here. It's a 19-minute and 40-second game. There have been item swaps going around and around for both teams. But in the early game, again, it was just really dominant from RRQ. But at the same time, there were still some plays made by Keyboy. And this Cho, the Cho that's a signature pick by Keyboy, once again shows to be so valuable. In the early game, with the pick that they have, they were able to brute force a lot of these fights, even though there were moments being made by Onyx. But afterwards, there were plays like this where they were just able to give RQ just giving Onyx 1 or 2 kills, and despite the outplays here from Toy, from Rins, I believe, earlier in the game as well, stealing the Way of the Dragon from Keyboy. Eventually, in the late game, they can't get away with it as easily as they have been, and the Farsa damage comes in strong. We're gonna take a look later on at the damage numbers, and I believe Sans was doing an insane amount right here, especially when teams are just dancing around, waiting for the right moment. And on top of that, Daiwan as well on the Benedetta is still doing damage, still gonna be a bit tanky, but now the members of Onyx have equalized the gold lead. They have items as well, so he can't really be as dangerous as he was in the early game on that Benedetta.
That's why I tell you that the passion is the key, because they know that Savero against Dairon is very good composition, right? The heroes itself. So the one who can just dive in into the back line is only Dairon or Idok using the flicker. Without flicker, Idok cannot go to the back line.
Yeah.
That's why Savero and Sans play almost together, I think, everywhere.
Yeah,
they never got too far.
Yeah, it's a good like communication, right? Just staying tune in and also on the same page. But mind you, this was Savero picking up the Maniac in the grand finals in his rookie season. That's a new blood. Again, just showing up, not just in the playoffs, in the grand finals.
Yes. It's a good bonus, I think, about the Maniac. It can boost his morals up for the last game later. But please, Savero, don't get satisfied.
No.
Hopefully not. Hopefully not.
Don't get satisfied, because Maniac is not your goals, right? You need to get the trophy.
But that final moment, that final clutch factor coming from Savero, I think really was the groundbreaker for Onyx, the nail in the coffin, as people would say, because he outplayed all those resources that were thrown at him, and he was able to get a Maniac on top of that. Arashi, could you break down that moment just a little bit more?
Well, again, RRQ, after being so dominant the whole time, we're finally on the back foot. And if you look at the composition from Onyx, they actually have a surprising amount of chase. That's how they're able to survive in the early game. Again, distance management, get the 1-1 away from danger, get Keyboy, with 3 movement tools away from danger, Sans as well. And then that's why Lutpi was just paying the price, getting taken out again and again. In the late game, once they have the damage, along with the mobility, that means that once RRQ lose the frontline battle, once they crumble, once they lose Daiwan and Sutsujin, it's immediately time to run away, and Onyx has the chase. So you can see Savero moving forward and yet still dodging from everything. And at that point, none of the outplay tools was left. I think they really went all out, knowing that if Onyx get that Lord, their early game composition won't be able to really turn things around any longer.
Just the finesse from Savero, it was displayed in this game. Sure, taken down twice early. He was able to recover, but shout out Sans.
Yep.
0 deaths on a Farsa against a Benedetta, against Valentina, right? Combined it with the Tigreal, he was able to space himself very, very well.
So this brings up the question again, the topic Miracle really likes talking about. Is it better to have some utility in the mid lane, which can allow you to make crazy plays to have so much dominance, or is it better to have some damage? Because that was the big difference there. In the final fight, when they were just moving around, you can see that despite the full inventory slots, the members of RRQ just had to falter back because of the damage difference.
He talks about the damage difference earlier on. It looked like Savero had more damage still as compared to Sans. But obviously it's a drastic amount compared against Rins, who was on the Valentina. So it pays both to your argument earlier on about the utility versus damage. Because technically in that last bout, unfortunately Rins wasn't able to utilize most of the damage from the Feather Airstrike because it was triggered off early, I believe. So then Sans had a little bit more value in that team fight at the end of it.
And I think RRQ already know that. They are racing against time. Because Dyran on the late game against Savero using 1-1. It's like his kryptonite. That's why it's very hard to... Dyran can give much damage to the Onyx backline. But yeah, Savero did his job.
It's very conditional because I would argue an opposite argument depending on the itemization choices, which is why I brought up 1-1 in the late game usually falls off because of the choices of the Winter Crowns or the Immortals. But in this particular game, we're going to take a look at it once again here. There weren't a lot of Immortals and Crowns up actually towards the end of the game. Was it because of the swaps? What's going on?
I mean, you can see 2 Immortals there for Dyran, for instance, and for Edok, he did have an Immortal, but at that point, I think it's there were some swaps, but I think they were really talking about on just making sure that they do force the issue. And on that note, I really felt like they really maybe should have went more for a force of a fight under the base initially, because they were really winning. They were winning a lot, but I guess because they weren't winning by an insane amount, like 10k gold, they weren't confident enough to go for the immediate end, and they went for the base turrets instead. That's how Onyx were able to survive just a bit longer, stall out the game. But true, at the end of that fight, without those items to really cancel out the 1-1, Savero just had a lot more impact to just go in the back line, and he's a lot safer compared to Toy as well.
Now, there's another thing I really wanted to discuss was drafts, right? Because after the drafts ended, I'm hearing a lot of opinions coming down on Onyx draft, particularly the Cho in the early portion of the drafts, plus the Alpha to close things out. A lot of people thought that this was a bad pick on Onyx. But what do you guys think at the end of that game?
Initially, I thought, it was a little bit early to show Cho, right? Because Cho isn't really, quote-unquote, the meta right now. So why pick Cho in the first phase? It seems like they just want to have a security in that. Again, what we talked about, trio mid. They picked up the Farsa, they picked up the Cho for potentially, right, at that point, for Keyboy and as well as Sans, at least secure 2 hero for the third. And then they close things out with that last pick, Alpha.
So like or not like Alpha?
I don't like. Initially, I don't like both picks.
Okay.
Actually, it's hard. If you like using the Alpha, if you want to win the early game, you need to snowball. But at the end, they got a comeback moment.
All right, so it worked out for them in the end?
Because it's
they know how
similar
to
things with RRQ, right?
They know how to utilize the heroes.
Okay, we'll discuss that a little bit after this because we want to remind you maybe for the final time, boys and girls, Gamer Snack like champs with Sukro. You guys tasted it? Polios, what's your favorite?
W original, the yellow one.
You like the original one? Okay, give me the Kribo then.
Hey.
Fight me.
The Kribo is...
I like the Kribo one.
It's really good though.
Can I have some?
Yes.
I'm on team original myself, but I gotta say,
Kribo
the
number
Kribo
1.
flavor is respectable.
Oh yeah, just put it, oh yeah, okay. There you go.
Hey, what other job allows you to eat on the job?
Food taster?
Alright, point mate. Hey, go on.
ASMR.
Yeah, I'm not talking.
This is how good, by the way, boys.
Need more energy, bro. With a match like that. Maybe I might even get some more food, something quick.
It's so
something
good.
that's quick and nourishing.
Oh yeah.
Do you have any ideas?
Hokben.
Yeah, sure.
Especially if you haven't gotten paid, you're on a tight budget. Have you gotten paid for MPL? I don't think so, right? For the playoffs?
For the playoffs, not yet.
Okay, so if you're on a tight, budget, Hokben actually offers the MPL Hoka Hemat.
Hey!
And not to mention, for every purchase of one MPL Hokben package, whatever it be the MPL Hoka, ramen or the MPL Hokben fried chicken, you guys can actually get a special code for free in-game items in Mobile Legends. How cool is that?
That's pretty
You
cool.
got a booth,
Basically,
you got a code.
exactly. Just like a cash
Win-win
back.
solution.
Double value.
Yeah, absolutely.
Speaking of value though, whoa, what is that?
I need some
Protection.
protection for Game 7.
Oh yeah.
This is gonna get
You should wear it.
dirty.
Oh my god, it fits.
Is it?
I have a bigger head.
And this one is the original one. It's the MPL, not
this
the team.
It's a flat MPL one. I see.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
You're welcome.
But now you know how it looks like when it's actually worn, and I gotta say, man, it's pretty swag. It's pretty
Cool
swag.
design. Oh, my hair is
But what more swag
Messy.
is invest in gold, bro.
Hey, Severo got the gold, and then crossbow tank
Yeah.
popped. So you guys get the gold, and perhaps you might fly high in reality.
So you can secure your future today because it's time to invest in gold. Start from just 200k IDR. You can own US gold bars.
Yeah.
Guaranteed 100% authentic, completely safe, highly profitable.
And gold is kind of expensive right now, so I think and it's still moving up. So I think it's a good investment. It's a safe investment as well.
Okay.
You're still munching, huh?
I'm busy.
Yep.
Don't bother me.
Yeah, this one. I still have this one.
Okay. I'm finally done.
I think why I'm still munching is I'm still hungry.
All right, all right.
All right.
Do you have any solutions, recommendations?
Have you tried that booth outside? The
At the festival?
Kyla food.
Kila food.
Kila food. Have you?
No.
Dude, they have local flavors there. I mean, it's so good, man.
Oh?
Yeah, like they have baksos and all that.
The sublak.
Exactly. If you
Right?
go to the festival, you're missing out if you don't try it out.
Okay.
And if you guys, scan
Last
the
day as
QR
well.
code, you guys can also get a discount of up to 50%. So it's already really affordable, it's easy, it's convenient as
Yes.
well. Not to mention that 50% discount because holy crap, it's so good.
It is. It is so good, flavorful, and it's simple. Simple, quality over quantity.
Oh, and for the next one, we're gonna stay quiet because we actually have Kolios here in the building. You sold it to us yesterday. I'm gonna make you sell it to me today because I didn't get to witness it in person.
Where's the royal stuff?
There it is. Gonna pick it up for Kolios.
Oh, yeah.
Thank
Okay,
you
so-
very much. Okay.
Eterna,
All right.
have you been feel like slow hand lately?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Have your thumbs been wet when playing the games?
Yeah, I'm always wet.
So you should use this, the royal dust.
Ah.
If you saw the player when they are playing the games on the stage, they are using the royal dust. So it's very easy to amplify this.
Okay.
It not make your screen dirty, and it will make you move faster to use the skills, the retribution, and everything. I didn't need the read the script, right?
No.
Yeah.
You made the script.
Yeah. So and we have the sarung jempol, what do you call it?
The thumb sleeve.
Yeah,
Thumb sleeve.
The thumb sleeve one. If you want the thumb sleeve one, just have it because we are collaborating with MPL right now. So grab it fast and guess the price. Guess the price.
I bet it's expensive, like 1 mil.
Yeah.
1 mil for a powder?
1 mil for all in.
Okay, 600k IDR.
No, it's below 50k. Only 40k.
Are you serious?
Yep. We still have the flash sale now, so grab it now fast.
That's value.
Grab it fast, guys.
W.
I actually have a pack at home.
Yeah.
Do
I
ya?
still use it, yeah. I have the thumb sleeves as well. I still use it. I love it. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, when you're playing like crazy, you're already fast-handing things in the ranked games, you're gonna get hungry. After eating all your Kila food, you guys want something else. You guys can go for the Mercon Merah Putih because, ladies and gentlemen, it lasts for up to 12 months. It's perfect for stocking up at
Wow.
home. And it only takes 3 minutes to heat up. So it's so convenient. You don't have to waste too much time. I'm pretty sure 3 minutes in a ranked game,
Yeah.
that's pretty long. But
Because my rank is immortal right now. Usually I'm looking for the the match up is like 4 or 5 minutes.
there you go, perfect
Really?
timing.
Yeah, perfect time.
Perfect time
Wow.
between matchups.
This is actually news for me. Lasts up to 12 months.
Yep.
That is pretty crazy.
Hey, it's tactical.
Yeah,
It is tactical.
it's great for emergency purposes. 12 months is a long time.
Arashi would know.
Yes, sir. When you're stuck with no food for a while and you're looking for everything and everything you find is expired, when you find merah putih, man, you're like, ooh. Mercon merah
Beautiful.
putih, you're like, finally.
But I have more good news
Hey.
because, ladies and gentlemen, we've been nominated by Esports Awards for 3 decade awards. And
Yep.
of course, we need your help to rally in the community to vote for MLBB. This year, they're not just recognizing esports stakeholders from the past year, but the past decade. And it looks like we've been nominated for 3 awards.
Wow.
It's Moonton Games for Esports Publisher of the Decade, Mobile Legends Bang Bang for Esports Game of the Decade, and M5 World Championship for Esports Live Event of the Decade. So scan the QR.
Vote now.
The votes are open from June 13th to August 11th. So please don't miss out. Continue to support MLBB as a general scale. And, let's gather as the MLBB community.
United as one.
Just scan the QR code.
United as one.
It ain't that deep. Just scan the QR code. Vote. Done.
It only takes 1 minute maybe?
Less.
Less than 1 minute.
Less.
Of technology, because you can just scan a QR code. You don't have to spend time.
Yeah, but
It's quick and easy.
if you want to spend time, you can go check it out on the website esportsawards.com/vote/. There's 2 slashes, don't forget. So /vote/. There you go. But you know what's coming up, right?
I sure do. It's what the people have been hyping up, especially yesterday. It's MSC 2025, man. And MWI as well at EWC.
Yeah, prepare your sunscreen.
Yeah, it's hot.
Mm-hmm.
It's really
But
hot.
it's worth it to watch EWC at Riyadh.
Absolutely, absolutely. Go for it, check it out, and watch it in person because I don't think you can ever get the same experience. That entire boulevard is dedicated to esports. It's basically like an amusement park
Yeah,
for
amusement
esports.
park? Yeah, but for esports.
It's
Imagine
that
it.
cool.
Imagine it.
So get your pass for the knockout stage and the grand finals now at webbook.com or I usually go scan the QR code, but there's no QR code, so I guess you just gotta go to webook.com, bro.
For now. For now.
Mhm.
All right.
And if you didn't get the ticket or watching the MSC,
Yeah.
you can watch freely for the MWI.
It's free entrance, Colin.
free entrance.
That is.
So just book your
value.
ticket, go to Riyadh,
Yeah.
and when the MWI happens, you can just come to the venue.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
You can watch Onik Pertiwi in action.
Vitality, vitality.
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure Omega Empress should be back as well
Wow.
to defend their title.
Pretty stacked, actually.
So it'll be interesting. Not really sure how it's gonna sway. It's very interesting, the ladies scene right now. Very, I would say it's more developed than the
Yeah.
past few years, right?
It's getting more mature, actually, if we're looking for the meta, the gameplay itself from the ladies. Because I think they watch the professional scene a lot for the men's professional scene. That's why they can adapt what is the gameplay that maybe they can use for the ladies scene.
I mean, again, there's so much to take inspiration from, so that might actually be the case, especially with the meta still evolving, man. We're seeing crazy picks come out even now.
I want to see more, though. I want to see more crazy.
Even more.
Even more.
Let's go.
I mean, we have one more game, right?
Oh, yeah, we almost forgot
I'm
about
ready to
that.
see everything.
Yeah. But this is it.
Every off-meta pick, dude. Bang. 3 off-meta picks, 2 meta picks. Because why not? How to catch your opponent off guard.
Oh my
But now
just gone
everything
days.
hangs in the balance, ladies and gentlemen. Our final game to close out the grand finals of MPL ID Season 15, drafting phase for the final time. Presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy S25 series. And it all comes down to this.
Yeah.
We'll see who will be getting red side and blue side in just a minute. That trophy is on the line, and there it is. RRQ on blue side once again.
Oh,
Fanny, Luo Yi, Badang banned out. Kalea, Joy, Chip banned out. RRQ first pick Baxia.
They're the same bands from last game?
Yep.
If it's not, I think so. Wow. Final game right here, and it might be somewhat of a rehash. The big problem for RRQ in the previous game was the Cho that allowed them to buy so much time, allowed them to make the plays happen, as well delay it even more. We'll see if that comes through again for Onyx, or if they want a different solution. No. Farsa Cho.
Or maybe they need to consider about 1-1, right? Because last time the 1-1 is the key factor for the Ionic to win the game number 6.
If they want to anticipate the 1-1, they go Irithel here, but then that's also just showing their cards early. No. Oh, that's the Eve.
Yeah.
Also another answer. Let's anticipate the 1-1 pick.
Right, so what was the pick there though before the Eve?
Tigreal.
Alright, so I guess, was it you, Eterna? You were asking if it's actually a bit too early to pick up the Tigreal?
Me.
Oh, it's Coleus. Yeah, so I guess you are right. Maybe it's a bit too early, especially if they lost out. And now, equal damage potential from the mid lane. Once burst, once more DPS. All the other picks though, I wonder if it might just be all the same.
I don't think the 1-1 will come here, right?
Yeah.
I think they go Irithel here, no?
Irithel.
Carry it?
Okay. Ooh, okay.
That's a better solution for the box.
Will they go Natan last pick?
That'll be crazy.
Possible, but it's another magic damage, so they need to consider about it.
Because they can't go Harith here because of the real world manipulation. I think it's too big of a box.
Yeah, they already faced it before.
Exactly.
And there's a CC there as well, by the way. So there's physical damage already available for Onyx if they want to explore that option. Man, I'm getting really nervous. Second drafting phase, second banning phase actually.
Yeah, while waiting, because I want to talk about something like the 1-point syndrome for RRQ.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, are they gonna feel it again? For this, the last dance?
Peculiar. It's peculiar, do you not think? They have the CC already, but they still ban the Lucas?
I think it's just respect at this point, right? Sutsujin popped off when he's on the Lucas, and yeah, I think respect again showed from the side of RRQ this time. The Alpha man, they do not want to deal with the true damage this time around.
I like that idea, man. The Alpha is definitely a part of the reason why the front line of RRQ were they've taken out a lot faster there. That's true damage, and on top of that, that's sustain as well. So it's more of a best of both worlds. Just the kind of pick that Onyx would like to use to get an advantage. Yisun Shin still not allowed. It's been respected so much by Onyx, probably for a good reason. Final pick here for RRQ. What do they want to exclude?
Oh. What are we thinking here? Another jungle ban?
I think if they didn't want to face the utility jungler, maybe they can ban Fredrin, but or Hayabusa.
Hayabusa 4-0.
Link.
So Coleus got the closest guess. The closest guess. Physical damage assassin.
Yeah, that was our sports minister, by the way, earlier on, Mr. Dito. But yeah, first pick, second phase. They have range, they have sustainability.
Do they want to flex Kyrie again?
I think that's the blueprint of Coach Yeb here, especially in the grand finals. When they're on the red side, it's always Kyrie last pick, and I don't think Game 7 he wants to change
So
that.
gold lane then.
Irithel?
I think Irithel is the safest pick.
Ooh, Claude.
Or Claude.
Right, so I think they both understand that, especially for Onyx, they understand that they can kind of like stall out the game. They believe they have what it takes. They have the Cho after all. If they stall this long enough, the Claude will be a monster in the late game, and it's gonna have so much more damage output. Oh man, Sutsujin on the Hayabusa and the God Thought Kacha as well. Akai, you think?
Akai jungler.
They flex Kyrie because Kyrie can
against
play
Haya.
any kinds of jungler, right? Utility jungler, fighter jungler, or even the assassin jungler. But now,
I don't think Akai might be a good option. Lancelot,
Not
another
Kyrie.
Lancelot.
It's not Kyrie-esque.
They go X-Borg here.
Ooh, that's interesting. True damage for the Baksha. Survivability to weather out the early game damage. That might just be the play, Turner.
Oh my truth. Suyo.
Interesting.
Okay. Okay. Okay, they want to have the fast rotations. And let's see.
They want Kyrie to be able to farm, man. On the Alpha, on the Suyo, these are two of the heroes that farmed the fastest last season. They want to make sure Kyrie can keep up with levels and have a chance at that late game turnaround.
Don't forget the objective.
Yes, sir.
Let's hope it works out, boys and girls. The final game. We're gonna throw it over to Mirko, as well as Realize for the final time in the grand finals. Boys, destroy it.
One last game to decide the champion. One last game to decide which king will be etched to immortality. It is one last game of Onyx against RRQ Hoshi.
Welcome to the land of dawn, where glory will echo. Welcome to the Jakarta International Velodrome for Game 7 in the Grand Finals.
It all comes down to this. All the sweat, the blood, the tears. As Onyx, they pick up that Claude. We had our own stern comments about it. But again, Dyra not on a carry. The Bucks, yeah, we have been vocal about this. Keyboy brawling his way into that mid lane.
And Edok on Agathon Kacha. This could not be further away from the previous win cons of RRQ. How they've been able to walk back up, to march back up, to getting match point first, hell. Now we look at the emblems again. Tenacity for the Claude. Bit of defense there for him. Tenacity as well for both the Gatakacha and the Baksha. They really want to just try to out-sustain. Uh-oh, Blade Surge knocking him down. Edok able to sustain a taunt as well. Quad Shadow coming in. Kai will fall. 1 for 1. It's a flicker around. Keyboy falls for Sans to survive.
Oh, Severo might go on Toy here. He's low. He's gonna be fine. Severo gets the Warriors' boots. Adds that physical defense on towards him, but Tsutsujin, 2 kills. This Hayabusa might just go off to a snowball. Kyrie is here to fight that off. D-Boy backs him up, but no further advances are to be made. Severo with the PMI pops away.
2v1, a sprint coming down as well. Severo taking a gamble, almost finding Toy. He has the BMI back, I think, but Toy will just walk away. Sprint traded for not even a Purify here.
He was contemplating about it. Tsutsujin, Lippy is gonna be okay. Edok so low.
But they can't afford to go for it. They can't afford to waste their resource. They know Tsutsujin will be looking to farm here. And Kyrie getting a level advantage will be of immense value for Turtle number 1.
Now Lippy up top against the box. Yeah, obviously CC gets more prio with the damage she's able to deal. And that gives them leeway to open up this neutral objective. Number 1, Keyboy screens for the team. This Cho has been the solution that Onyx needed since the start of the series. Who screens effectively? And Keyboy with the Cho does that. Wonderful, with wonderful brilliance. And Severo.
Oh, watch out the lands with Shadow Kill 2. Severo with the regen. Blazing duet from Severo!
He gets the kill. It's Keyboy with the kick. RWM opening will rinse.
Severo, what are you made of? Keyboy and Sans with a backup to the young gun of Onyx.
The Sky Prince saved together by the elderly Sky Kings. They come to his aid. And now Onyx, they turned and flipped the script around. The glowing wand secured by Sans. And now Onyx, 1.1k gold lead. They flip it easily. So Keyboy has level 4. The kick though, available.
Feather airstrike, the combo it down. Tsutsujin doesn't know where to look. Curtain call locks him down. Keyboy walks up. That's Sequela coming down.
And Sloopy down as well. Kyrie can't go any further. Sans stuck and locked, but Sans!
Queller on Tyrant. Katon! Last shot. Now the slow. Kyrie dodging away from the bullets. Back to almost level on the board. 4 to 5. 1,000 gold lead still in the hands of the Sky Kings.
All 5 kills for the Sky Kings has been made by the madman, by the Gila Sans. All 5 to the far side. He has the glowing wand, as aforementioned. But it's Kyrie struggling to just go quickly, right? Tsujin, that 2-kill lead he has down the drain. Counter-strike secured, Rinse with a glowing wand as well. They are battle ready, it feels like, at this stage of the game. But as of now, it's for RRQ to come back and climb back. They have to stabilize the lead. The question is, will Onyx stop the tempo?
1,400. RRQ have a pretty good mid-game power spike here. And Severo, they'll have to wait quite a while. Yes, a massive outplay down below. But Hassan needs to wait for 3 items for him to really be relevant, especially up against these tanks.
Yep. The Claude does struggle heavily in the early game. That wasn't even his kill. Early on. The turtle contested yet again. E-Doc with the Unbreakable wants to go in. Tsujin.
No quad shadow.
Haunted. No quad shadow. You are right. Look, P. Gun down to solo. Dyron's still rolling. They're contemplating.
Shield Unity. Keyboy able to dodge away from the AOG, but lands on Ludwig just barely. Turtle still half. Severo with Blazing Duet in the back line, finding the damage. Toy gonna be using the Purify. Turtle taken by Tsujin. Severo backing away to the BMI.
Onyx advance. Dyron is slow. Rinse as well. Look, P!
Finding the double. Now Dyron left for the Sky Kings to take. The Kings have fallen, all 4 of them. And only the Mercenary stands in their ranks solo, alone on an assassin.
The pillars of the kingdom slowly disintegrating, but Tsujin with the shadow kill, slowly clearing that mid-wave. And the kingdom, slowly but surely, piece by piece, taken apart by the ever fearful wrath of the Sky Kings.
Onyx have breached past the first defenses of RRQ. The front of the Testudo, the front of the battle plans for RRQ, it's crumbling. It was an early game snowball that they were looking for with this composition. Now they must go plan B. Rins, Tsujin must look for trades. They cannot fight Onyx in a head-on battle. Severo, Lutpi, Kyrie Sans, they're doing a bit too much damage.
Hotend's prediction by the new application GoPay still.
The kingdom
faithful. And hopefully the faithful shall be rewarded.
They don't waver, even while down under. Keyboy taking a beating, forced to flicker out. That's a good resource for RRQ.
That is information. At least now, Keyboy has to be kept more at bay, playing passively from the back, and take to your ass and that Radiant Armor. But down bottom, though, Severo, 2 items in the span of 6 minutes. Wow. That is the DHS and the Corrosion Sight. He might just be a menace come the following minutes. And he's just one off the Golden Staff.
If they win another big fight, like a 4-0 again, it'll probably come in the 8th minute of the game. Keyboy, Shunpu, Shield Unity. Oh, clean dodge from Keyboy and the recall, that flare that you see in the grand finals.
Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Good footwork from Keyboy there. Dodge, Dyron's is rolling. And now the total secured by Onyx, it seems like. The Sky Piercer by Toy.
Whoa!
Power.
Oh, Keyboy! He's forced out Rinse the Flicker! You see the panic in his eyes! Oh no! Keyboy didn't have his flicker, not even! It was burned in the purple!
That is valuable for Onyx now. Toy.
Oh man.
Holding. That was Rinse, by the way, who flickered. Sans is in the bush.
Oh man.
Wow.
They can't panic like that, Rinse. Not like this. They gotta have it way more calculated. You can see again the pressure, the fatigue starting to get to them. And it doesn't help the fact that their opponents are 5,000 gold ahead, and now you can see Keyboy, he knows that resource is down. He's playing so far up in the jungle. Look at the item, Golden Staff. Just a few minutes, no, seconds away. He's gonna get it before 9.
Yep, they're queuing it quickly. The Golden Staff will help the Claude to be even greater in the team fights. And now they're gonna give them minion waves. Severo clear in the mid lane. Keyboy looking for a kick!
Weighted Dragon over to the back. The real Room Ablation comes in with the airstrike zones. Toy away. Tsujin still there holding his ground with Toy. Only a Revitalize popped in. Now he's gonna be concealed from Eda.
They turn.
Keyboy, Shunpu dodging away from the Shield Unity. Absolute class. Severo, BMI back again. Sutsujin with the quad shadow landing. Oh, curtain call!
Boy.
E-Dog tried to read it. The conceal still ready. He has a flicker.
He's a madman. He's looking for the angle, constantly keeping RRQ at their feet, on the edge of their seats. And as of now, Onyx, look at Kyrie, the confidence to just take that orange buff. But Onyx, they're playing with full confidence. Key Boy, this is not the Key Boy we have seen from the past few games. This is the Key Boy we all know and love. With that confidence achieved is the Swift Trinity.
Wow.
9 minutes, the Claude is online.
Constant feints from Onyx. Now that they have the goal lead, they can, or should, only feint. They should never really commit to a fight unless it's all in for them, unless it's so beneficial. But as long as RRQ, again, play with that front to back, it's going to be quite hard to crack it. Keyboy looking for an angle. RRQ looking to contest.
They want to go for the Lord here. This is not going to be contested anymore. By RRQ, it becomes Severo!
The curtain call locks him down. Keyboy in the back line. Ought to be a block there. Keyboy! Finding the kick on Sutsujin!
They get the kick. E-Dog repositions with the AOG, but that's it. Onyx, 2 kills. Sutsujin, Rins, the pillar of the kingdom, gone!
One down. Tyron looking for more. Queller to Toy. An arrow. RRQ full defense mode. E-Dog. Curtain call. Another Queller.
Kyrie nearly smites them down up from the skies. And this time, it's Onyx looking to pop that holy defense. Malefic roar for Toy. But what is it gonna do? Now up top, that Lord is gonna march down towards the top side turret. Sutsujin wants to clear that wave, but as of now, it's all onto Onyx. Can they hold this lead? Can they hold the siege? Oh, Severo, he goes in.
Let's see. Oh, good BMI. Could have been real bad. He doesn't have Purify. Remember, one big mistake and it could be over. Keyboy. Ooh, looking for Sutsujin there. Did not have the flicker, so will not be able to go for it. Immortality third. Keyboy wants to go for a Hail Mary kick that will send Onyx to another championship title. 10,000 gold ahead.
He's looking for that divine kick. Keyboy, time and time again, has been the playmaker for Onyx, the one who sets the tempo. It's Onyx just plundering and scavenging all they can have, all they can get in the jungle of RRQ. RRQ, this time it's them. Cage on towards their very own castle. Item check. Kyrie, 3 items. Severo with a nature completed as well, so he has extra safety.
Queen's Wings for Kai. Severo. I thought in this game he would choose to go for Winter Crown instead. But no, he's gone for the Wind of Nature. Yeah, for a little bit more, just ways so that he can deal damage while also being up front, despite not having the Blazing Duet. Conceal. RRQ are really just looking for anything they can find, but unfortunately Onyx are denying RRQ of every angle possible.
They're not giving anything. And towards the players of Onyx. So just Keyboy holding the immortality completed as well. Now down bottom, it's Kyrie. So just shoving around Keyboy. Almost get taunted. RRQ again. Always looking for that angle. Time and time. E-Dog, they have no playmaking hero. Could just snap and quickly turn the fight around. It's a telegraph form of engage the AOG. It is also reactive. You have to wait for Onyx to either clump up or maybe it's them pulling a blunder. But for Keyboy, it's him constantly screening. A single kick can send RRQ to losing the entire tournament, and that Lord is all free for them.
RRQ decide they are better off weathering the seas! Oh! Gila Suns!
Suns is godlike. And he is insane. The kill towards Rins might just seal the deal. But for now, Onyx, their eyes are set to end this game. Sieging into the base, into the kingdom.
A cannon minion in the mid lane. Toy able to escape. The Feather Airstrike comes in one more time for the Madman. Substitute with the Quad Shadow. Now the Shadow Kill as well. Sans able to fly by and giving away that damage to the rest. In the back line, they dive onto Savero. A BMI backwards. ONIC! It echoes far and loud throughout the world. The crown returns to its rightful place. High above, where only kings dare fly.
The Sky Kings have ascended upon us once more. And on the 7th ascension, they lay to rest. The crumbled kingdom laid down on their feet. From celestial heights, they soar once more. The long-forsaken throne is theirs once more. Their names once again etched to immortality. The Sky Kings are back!
From 9th place to champions. The struggle, the journey, the drama of going all 7 games. The lower bracket blessing that we've been seeing throughout different regions will not be a blessing for RRQ. Rather, the curse for RRQ at being runners-up will continue. The thrill and the agony. The thrill for ONIC, the agony for the RRQ members who yet again must watch as another team lifts the trophy right in front of them.
RRQ have been tested. Their crown shatters once more. And that throne seems even further. The return of the father. It's Raja Yeba.
Raja Yeba will etch his name in history for a long, long time. That name will stick with us in ID forever. GG, well played. RRQ Hoshi, they've given us something to expect. The Indonesians, something to hope for in the internationals. Despite their loss here, they've shown us great MLBB, a promise that will be fulfilled one day. But for today, it will be ONIC.
The Sky Kings again smiting the kingdom. It has been a turbulent time for them.
Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for the Kings of Kings, Rex, Regum, Kaon, as they take their final bow.
It has been a tough fight. That road to rebuilding the kingdom once again. 5 seasons of failure. 5 seasons of heartbreak. It seems like the glory days, the prosperity is a name of the past. But for the Sky Kings, that glory is in their eyes.
The whole team marches forward up on stage to celebrate their journey, the result of hard work. Blood, sweat, and tears for this lineup who went through everything to get here, to get to this point. All the doubts, but now they are immortal. They will be immortalized. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've been waiting for back at home, the moment you've been hoping for. The throne is not given. It is taken. Your MPL ID Season 15 champions, ONIC!
The Sky Kings ascending once more. The righteous holders of the MPL ID Season 15 trophy. As they corral on towards immortality. Time and time again, success follows them. It seems like they left, but they are back.
Onyx have done it, ladies and gentlemen, but our work here, me, Mirko, and Realize will be signing off. It is done for us. Now we must watch again as we'll get some answers to that phenomenal performance from our champions of Season 15. We have Bude, Clara, Mongstar, and Alyssa up on stage.
Sonic, Superfans, Onyx telah berjuang dari babak regular season. Mereka datang dari hashtag 9, namun pada akhirnya Sonic, kali ini mereka berpesta. Perjalanan tim Onyx telah terukir. Mereka memberikan yang mereka miliki dari hari pertama, kedua, ketiga, keempat, dan pada akhirnya di hari grand final mereka bisa terus berjuang dan mengangkat trofi. Inilah dia Sonic, sambutlah tim Onyx.
Mereka tidak hanya datang untuk bertanding, tapi juga mencetak nama mereka ke dalam sejarah. Dan inilah mereka, tim Onyx, the winner of MPL Indonesia Season 15!
Dan kami turut mengundang Bapak Dito Aryo Tejo selaku Menteri Pemuda dan Olahraga Republik Indonesia untuk berkenan memberikan tanda kemenangan, tanda dari Raja Galaksi, tanda bahwa mereka telah menjadi yang terbaik. Bapak Dito Aryo Tejo akan memberikan medali dan juga cincin kepada tim Onyx satu persatu dari para player, dari coaching staff, dari semua support yang dimiliki oleh tim Onyx. Setelah kita tahu Onyx sempat terdelay untuk mendapatkan cincin kelima mereka. Musim lalu mereka gagal untuk mendapatkan cincin kelima mereka. Namun saat ini kita bisa melihat satu tangan mereka penuh dengan cincin kemenangan dari MPL Indonesia. Medali disematkan, cincin di jari-jari sang pemenang juga telah dipakaikan. Semua player berjuang sampai hari ini. Mereka datang dari bawah, mereka berjuang hingga ke atas. Semua jerih payah, strategi, dan juga kepercayaan diri mereka berikan. Coach Yep, jarimu begitu kacing-kacing babling-babling.
Perjuangan tim Onyx tentunya bukanlah perjuangan yang mudah. Berangkat dari hashtag 9 menuju Riyadh.
Semua yang telah bekerja keras dari tim Onyx, kita melihat banyak sekali perubahan yang terjadi. Dari minggu yang pertama, sejak MPL dimulai, banyak kejutan yang telah mereka berikan. Bukan hanya dari para player, namun juga dari strategi, gameplay, dan juga kita bisa melihat bahwa hero-hero yang mereka gunakan pun mengulik sekali. Dari menggelitik sampai kita bisa terbelanga karena kebolehan dari tim Onyx. Dan kita juga tidak bisa melupakan bahwa semua perjuangan mereka tidak lepas dari coaching staff, manager, dan ditambah pula semua dukungan dari para Sonic. Semua keluarga dari Onyx kita bisa melihat bahwa mereka menselebrasi. Mereka berjuang, mereka terus tumbuh. Dan tentu saja kemenangan ini telah disaksikan oleh seluruh super fans, oleh seluruh Sonic. Dan tentunya kita penasaran bagaimana dari Bapak Dito Aryo Tejo melihat kemenangan dari tim Onyx. Kita akan mengabadikan momen ini dan Benar-benar Bude penasaran bagaimana dengan pandangan dan dukungan juga. Karena mereka adalah sang juara dari MPL Indonesia.
Betul sekali, selain ini kita juga akan mendengarkan dua patah kata yang akan disampaikan nantinya oleh Bapak Dito Aryo Tejo selaku Menteri Pemuda dan Olahraga yang mewakili PBSI.
Dan tentu saja Pak Dito, kami ingin mendengar bagaimana tanggapan Bapak terhadap kemenangan ini, terhadap MPL. Kita tahu Bapak selalu hadir untuk menyaksikan momen demi momen dan mereka akan mewakili Indonesia untuk ajang MSC.
Ya, yang pasti pertama-tama saya ucapkan selamat untuk tim Onyx. 2 kali dalam berturut-turut saya hadir di Velodrome, pemenangnya masih sama. Dan saya juga ucapkan selamat juga tim LRQ dan seluruh peserta. Yang paling penting pesan saya, 2 tim ini akan berangkat ke IWC di Arab Saudi, di Riyadh. Semoga bisa kembali memberikan juara untuk Indonesia. Sekali lagi selamat dan semangat!
Terima kasih Pak Dito telah menjadi saksi lahirnya juara di Jakarta International Velodrome. Kami persilakan Bapak untuk kembali ke tempatnya karena telah menyematkan juga medali, cincin dan juga sebagai saksi kemenangan dari tim Onyx.
Betul sekali Bude, dan selanjutnya kita akan turut mengundang Ibu Aribah Macy selaku MX Product Marketing dari Samsung Electronics Indonesia untuk memberikan hadiah berupa handphone Samsung kepada tim Onyx. Kepada Ibu Aribah kami persilahkan. Dan tim Onyx akan mendapatkan Samsung S25 Ultra sebagai hadiah dari kemenangan di MPL Indonesia Season 15.
Asik! Kemenangan ini tentu membuat Onyx akan semakin membaik dengan dukungan dari Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra. Mereka akan semakin semangat berlatih dan push rank terus karena harapan besar kemenangan ini bukanlah akhir melainkan langkah awal untuk kemudian mewakili Indonesia di MSC at IWC nantinya.
Betul sekali, perjalanan Onyx masih panjang, terutama dalam mewakili Indonesia. Jadi kita akan melihat bersama-sama perjuangan Onyx akan dilanjutkan nantinya di IWC MSC 2025.
Kami akan menabadikan momen ini bersama. Kita akan berfoto bersama, boleh? Onyx. Jangan kelayapan dulu. Kita berfoto bersama. Tolong kasih space di tengah. Kita akan mengabadikan momen. Semua berpesta, semua bahagia.
Pastinya sang Raja Langit yang kembali mengambil tatanya dengan lokasi yang sama. Kita juga tidak menyangka-nyangka pastinya. Namun inilah juara yang harus kita dukung. Terutama dalam langkahnya mewakili Indonesia dalam WC MSC 2025 yang akan dilaksanakan di Riyadh. Baik,
terima kasih Ibu. Boleh kembali ke tempatnya dan udah dapat banyak hadiah. Masih ada hadiah kelanjutan Alisa.
Betul sekali Bude, karena selanjutnya kami akan mengundang Ibu Gloria Famiela selaku Wakil Ketua Bidang Kompetisi yang mewakili PBSI untuk memberikan giant check kepada tim Onyx.
Momen yang dinantikan oleh tim Onyx mengukir sejarahnya kembali di Jakarta International Velodrome menjadi Raja Galaksi, mengumpulkan cincin kelima mereka dan ditambah ini akan menjadi momen yang harus diabadikan. Lihatlah ke depan untuk menandakan dan mengabadikan momen di mana ini adalah hari untuk Onyx. Ini adalah kemenangan untuk Onyx.
Konsistensi, kekuatan dan tekad yang tak tergoyahkan. Dan ini merupakan wujud dari perjuangan tim Onyx yang lagi-lagi mencetak sejarah kelima mereka.
Yap, dan terima kasih telah bergabung bersama kami. Dan
kami juga akan selanjutnya mengumumkan final MVP. Kami persilakan untuk Ibu Ariba untuk kembali.
Ibu Gloria. Kami berbahagia dan nanti kita akan mengumumkan final MVP. Semuanya pasti pada penasaran. Siapa yang akan menjadi final MVP? Wait. Dari Onyx udah rame-rame nih.
Tahan Bude. Lalu, Siapa Sonic yang akan menjadi MVP?
Dan pemegang dari final MVP di MPL Indonesia Season 15 adalah
Sans! Congratulations Sans, our final MVP for MPL Indonesia Season 15!
Dirinya membuat semua orang berteriak apa? Sekali lagi apa? Gila San!
Kami turut mengundang.
Kita akan mengundang perwakilan dari Samsung Galaxy, di mana tentu saja Ibu dari Ariba
Ibu
Messi
Ariba.
selaku perwakilan dari Samsung untuk bergabung bersama kami di atas panggung.
Sebagai MS Product Marketing dari Samsung Electronics Indonesia, Ibu Ariba Messi akan menyerahkan handphone Samsung kepada our final MVP kita.
Trofi telah diberikan, final MVP. Inilah dia. Sans, penghargaan tertinggi tentunya telah diberikan dari Ibu Ariba Messi selaku MX Product Marketing dari Samsung Electronics Indonesia. Dan bukan hanya trofi, namun juga Samsung Galaxy. Menjadi Raja Galaxy. Belum cukup, namun ternyata dia juga menjadi final MVP.
Betul sekali, and congratulations Sans. Telah jadi finals MVP MPL Indonesia Season 15. Juga telah diserahkan hadiah handphone Samsung piala atas kemenangan dari Sans mendapatkan Samsung Galaxy.
Begitu hebatnya Sans, kita lihat permainannya yang membuat semuanya berteriak. Gila Sans, gila Sans, gila Sans. Dengan gameplay yang unik, mekanik yang apik, Sans telah benar-benar menjadi yang terbaik. Sans, kita pengen dengar sepatah dua patah kata dari Sans sebagai final MVP.
Tes, nggak ada suaranya kak? Kak, nggak ada.
Bentar
Tes,
Sans,
Tahan.
hadiahmu belum selesai Sans.
Betul sekali, karena ternyata kami akan mengundang terlebih dahulu Bapak Martinus Manurung selaku Head of Esport Business Development dari Muton Indonesia untuk naik ke atas panggung dan memberikan Golden Thumb kepada Sans sebagai our finals MVP.
Golden Thumb by UBS Gold. Sans, tanganmu banyak banget hadiahnya Sans. Asik banget Sans.
Betul sekali Bude.
Titipin dulu ya.
Ya. Boleh untuk berfoto.
Abadikan momen. Jempol Sans memang luar biasa. Jempol yang bisa dibilang ajaib. Hadiah yang begitu banyak, boleh teman-temannya bantuin. Hadiah dari Sans sebagai final MVP. Begitu banyak. Terima kasih Bapak Martinus Manurung telah berkenan sebagai perwakilan dari UBS untuk memberikan Golden Thumb untuk Sans. Di mana Sans, kita penasaran banget kemenangan ini untuk Sans. Silahkan Sans untuk memberikan sepatah dua patah kata.
Tes. Pertama terima kasih yang udah datang. Udah datang untuk menserukan final match ini, dan terima kasih buat
Sonic, buat pacar saya, dari RRQ juga makasih yang udah datang, sama orang tua juga yang nonton di Makassar. Ya ini semua dari hasil kerja keras saya sama tim, dan saya juga berterima kasih dengan Coach Adik, Coach Yep, Coach Badinton, Cewek, dan Kak Indah dan lain-lainnya. Tim gue juga membantu untuk dapatin MVP ini, dan ya gue berterima kasih banget sama teammate gue. Thank you yang udah datang guys, let's go!
Terima kasih banyak Sans.
Happy birthday Heart, happy birthday Po.
Baik, selanjutnya.
Happy birthday. Ini jadi Bude bakal langsung membiarkan Coach Yep. Coach Yep mungkin, do you have something to words? Winner speech for you and your team. You can say something. The winner speech. Show us your 5 fingers.
Pertama ya, to God be the glory, dan gua mau thank you to my wife. Soalnya kalau dia nggak support gua, kayaknya gua pusing lagi kayak tahun lalu. Jadi dari MVP di sini, bini gua sih, dan terima kasih buat semua Sonic dan tim ini emang keren banget. Gua tahu gimana cara tim ini kerja, emang passionnya gede banget sih. Dan buat tim Onyx, manajemennya, sama gue ya? Ya, congrats buat kita.
Ada yang mau menambahkan?
Sepatah dua patah kata silakan. Savero.
King Savero.
Ya, gue mau bilang thank you buat orang tua gue yang udah nge-support gue dari awal itulah e-sport dari MDL sampai sekarang. Sama gue mau bilang buat coach ini, Coach Yep, Coach Adi sama Paddington yang udah percaya gue dari awal masuk MPL sampai bisa juara kayak sekarang. Sama makasih buat Sonic yang dukung kita hari ini. Dukung kita lagi di EWC nanti.
Silahkan, mungkin masih ada untuk winning speech.
Happy birthday bisa.
Sure.
Gua cuma mau tambah happy birthday to my wife, Heart Miranda. Happy birthday, I love you.
Happy birthday,
Miss Heart. Hope you have a blessed one with the winning team of Onyx.
The gift is the trophy.
Oh yes, exactly. Ini hadiah yang luar biasa ya tentunya, yang tidak bisa didapatkan siapapun, Miss Heart.
So, tim Onyx berkumpullah di trofi terbaru kalian, MPL Immortal Cup. Kalian berhak untuk mendapatkannya, kalian berhak untuk mengangkatnya. Dan bersiaplah Indonesia, MPL Indonesia Season 15. Sambutlah sang juara kalian, Raja Galaksi Tim Onyx. Dan semua perjuangan ini telah sampai pada akhirnya. Usaha yang mereka lakukan satu persatu sampai pada akhirnya
di hari terakhir babak playoff, mereka bisa mengangkat piala, trofi Immortal Cup. Dan kita juga melihat bahwa Sonic turut menjadi bagian dari perjalanan tim Onyx.
Dan tentunya segala kesuksesan yang terjadi dalam MPL Indonesia Season 15 tidak luput dan terlepas dari dukungan para sponsor yang juga telah mendukung MPL Indonesia.
Karena MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Munton, supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, dan official dari coffee partner Good Day.
And of course our partner in esports, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, IndiHome, and our advertiser Kacang Sukro, Hawkband, and our suppliers ada RSW Helmet, UBS Gold, Kila Food, Royal Guard, Mercon Merah Putih, Imaginary, and our venue Jakarta International Velodrome.
Yang saat ini mereka sedang di tengah-tengah untuk Trophy Walk, untuk perjalanan dari Onyx. Mereka menikmati kemenangan dan Sonic pun turut menjadi bagian dari kemenangan Onyx.
Sambutlah sang Raja Langit Sonic dan
Raja Galaksi, sang Raja Langit. Inilah dia, tim Onyx, dan mereka masih akan berjuang terus di MSC at EWC bersama dengan tim RRQ Hosi. Kita berjuang untuk Indonesia dan kita akan terus menjadi dukungan untuk mereka, memberikan segalanya. Terima kasih sekali di sini Bude Klan Mongstar dan juga
Alisa Natali pamit undur diri. Terima kasih banyak. Jangan lupa dukung jagoan kita dalam EWC MSC 2025 dan sampai jumpa di Riyadh.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Semua terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalan